So you're not surprised.
Mr. Mayor, we're ready to go.
Okay, thank you so much. I would like to convene this meeting of the Palo City Council, a special meeting for Tuesday, May 26th. It's 1:03 p.m. If the clerk would please take the roll.
Councilmember Cormack,
Here.
Vice Mayor Du Bois,
Here.
Councilmember Filseth,
Sorry, here.
Mayor Fine,
Here.
Councilmember Niss,
Here.
Councilmember Koo, Councilmember Koo, Councilmember Tanaka,
Here.
7 present.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you all for joining us at 1 p.m. today. Hope you all had a nice holiday weekend. Just a quick couple comments before we get started. Today we only have one item, the city manager's fiscal year 21 proposed operating and capital budgets, where we will revisit some of the work we've done in past weeks and try to reach agreement on a budget for the beginning of July. But first, we're going to note there's our adjournment at the end of the meeting I'd like to do in memory of all those servicemen and women who have given their lives to defend this country, as we all celebrated yesterday. And I hope you enjoyed the time in the ways that we each do and observe and honor that. So first, let's go to oral communications, where any member of the public may speak to an item not on the agenda.
If there are any members of the public that wish to speak on something that is not on the agenda or not budget related, please raise your hand, or if you don't want to speak on oral communications, please lower your hand. Lydia Callahan, go ahead with your item that's not on the agenda.
Hi, so if I wanted to talk about the budget cuts, should I be speaking at another time?
Yes, under the budget.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Jonathan Ehrman, you have 2 minutes. Do you wish to speak on something not on the agenda?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, confirm you want to talk on something not on the agenda?
Correct.
Go ahead, you have 2 minutes.
All right. There were a few things I was going to mention, but first I wanted to say I think that the Zoom ID numbers listed on the city websites for this are still incorrect for this meeting. So I would imagine that there are people who are probably trying to get on who can't. I don't want to just give the number, but neither the number for the 10 a.m. meeting this morning nor the number normally used for the Monday meetings doesn't work. It's the number used for Tuesday meetings. And that should be checked because we certainly want as many people as possible. What I was originally going to say about the budget cuts was that I hope that the council really needs to start thinking, acting in a more positive and less divisive manner in certain policies. And I think you sometimes need to ask yourself what biases and preconceptions you might be bringing to bear on certain issues without even realizing it. With regards to the mask policy that you were so proud of enacting, it seems to me what that shows is you haven't actually read the shelter-in-place order because you were so busy talking about how well the county only did this back in April and we can do better in other cities. But in fact, if you read the shelter-in-place order that came out after that mask policy, and before you instituted your emergency order, it required masks in businesses and on public transit. So it's not in any particular significance different from what you enacted. And instead of providing clarity to people and saying that, this is what the county says and we're going to make sure that we're with that, it seems like you just sort of stoked these issues by saying, oh, look at us, our city is, like this city, we're better than the county and we're stronger, but that's actually not the case. And we need to be coming together and saying, look, these are, if somebody says, why isn't there a mask policy? You can say, well, actually now it is required this and it is required that. And asking people to report, saying other citizens to report other citizens to help enforce it is not a positive step. And you need to ask yourself what you're spending your time on. Thank you.
I think you're muted, Beth.
Sorry. Kathy, you have 2 minutes to speak on anything that's not on the agenda. Go ahead.
Okay, okay, thank you. In that case, I'd like to mention that I have noted in the media that other cities and localities are instituting a staff and labor to take 15 to 20% pay cuts or furloughs to assist in meeting their cities and localities' needed budget cuts. This includes the state as well. With the rest of my time, then, I'd like to discuss some of the City of Palo Alto salaries for 2019. Of management, of 1,100 employees, 221 are considered management. This comes from open data on City of Palo Alto's own site. Of those 221 managers, 110 make more than $200,000 in total compensation. Of the 7 police management positions, all 7 of those police management positions make more than $300,000 in total compensation. Of the 751 SEIU positions, 56 make more than $200,000 in total compensation. 211 of those make more than $150,000 in total compensation. 4 out of the 5 fire chiefs make more than $300,000 in total compensation. All 5 of them make more than $200,000 in total compensation. Of those 50 utility management positions, 46 make more than $200,000 in total compensation for the City of Palo Alto. So I just want to note that other cities and localities and even the state are considering various staff and labor cuts, whether pay or via instituting furloughs. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. If there is anybody else who wishes to speak on something not on the agenda that does not relate to budget, please raise your hand. Otherwise, if it is related to budget, please lower your hand. Monica Young, do you want to speak on something that is not on the agenda?
Yes, I wanted to speak of something that is not on the agenda. I'm Monica Young Arima. I live on 1052 Bryant Street, and I have 2 items that I wanted to address, which I addressed in the past before on the apps multiple times, but it hasn't got satisfactory response to me. Number 1 is street cleaning sign. We don't have a street cleaning sign in Professor View. And do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so there is no street cleaning sign, and I addressed this, and they said, wait till there is a parking sign on. It's easy to tack on one, but it hasn't happened for the last few years. And they have to manually nail the sign on the tree periodically. So we actually have very few street cleaning compared to the rest of the city. That's one that I wanted to address, that, you know, how that could happen. And number 2 that I have is on Bryant and Lincoln, we have a lot of accident. Probably, if I don't exaggerate, maybe once every week or something. And I think that one time when I go to the planning commissions, that I have took pictures of the accidents and give it to the planning, I think the planning commission once. And Bryant Street is a bike lane. And Lincoln Street is a key drive to the high school for a lot of parents from, you know, Crescent Park Community Center area, and easy to catch an accident because traffic looking towards the east and west, depending on morning or nighttime, you can have a blind spot right there. So it's easy to have bike accident or car accident. Some got reported and some didn't get reported because there is no injury. So I think that needs to be addressed. And I have suggested one of those traffic circle, but it's just never got response. The response that they have, I mean, same thing. This has been going on for a few years. I work off at home, so I can hear those bang noise very easily. So anyway, I just like to mention that is critical for the traffic issues that I have in my mind, that, you know, if there is any circle to put on, that would be a good area to put a circle on to slow down the traffic. Thank you.
Monica. There are no other speakers at this time.
Thank you. Can we just please double check the Zoom links on the web and the agendas to make sure folks are able to access the meeting properly?
We did. We checked them all. We did find one place where the number was not correct, and that was just fixed.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. So I want to thank everybody for their public comments today. We really appreciate you joining us on a Tuesday fiscal year 21 budget. And before we jump into that, I just want to quickly speak of how we should run this today. So obviously we're starting early because we have a lot of work to get done. The first thing we'll go through is a presentation by staff. I hear it's a little longer than normal. We'll then go to the public for comment and questions. We can then have a round of questions at council. The main item that we as a group need to decide on is how to deal with the short-term parking lot issues and want to look at later in the year. There is also a proposed ordinance to allow council members to waive their monthly stipend. And then finally, it's recommended that we give staff direction to productions that we've taken. So that is the process. Just one last thing I want to mention. Over the weekend, there were some emails between council members which looked like the Brown Act. And so in full disclosure, so the public understands, those emails have been posted on the agenda in a, check that out if you need. I'm getting some text wonky. Mr. City Manager, do you want to kick off?
Okay, and Mayor, it might be helpful if you turn off your video because I think we may be having some bandwidth issues there. So I'll go ahead and get our presentation started. I think that was what he suggested. So just go ahead and get the PowerPoint going. Let me first just take a step back and recognize the significance of the issue that the council is tackling this afternoon and really start off, well, next slide, please. So we'll go ahead and get to the content. Okay. We'll just acknowledge the significant time in our city's history and certainly our nation and really our world's history and how that all plays out in the challenges that this budget process has presented to everyone involved. This has clearly been difficult for the community. It's been difficult for the city council, and it's also been difficult for staff in being able to bring forward to the council recommendations that meet our city charter requirement to advance a balanced budget for your fiscal year beginning July 1st. This is certainly presented more difficulty than would typically happen in any budgetary situation. If it were simply economic, that would be one thing, but certainly adding the communication challenges and the compressed time frame over which everything has occurred has made it difficult. So really appreciate the communities bearing with us throughout this process. We have received hundreds of emails on a variety of topics. The City Council has certainly demonstrated your leadership in working through really challenging topics. So with that, let me do a quick check-in on how we've gotten here, and then I'll ask our Director of Administrative Services, Kylie Noze, to speak to where we are in some detail. And then our Director of Public Works, Brad Eggleston, will walk through some key points on the capital improvement program, and both how we got where we are, as well as the status of the CIP. I think I've lost my screen share, so others still have it up. Oh, I saw some nods and some no, not so much. Okay, so let's hope. Okay, here we go. Terrific, thank you. Just a quick walkthrough on the chronology for what got us here. Really, what typically would occur over the span of several months has really been compressed. And it began on March 26th with our bringing forward a recommendation for how to deal with our budget within the context of a shelter in place and this public health emergency that obviously has confronted us all. And this was the work plan that recognized there were many things that we did not know, and we knew we would not know depending on how long this public health emergency extended, as well as the impact that would have on both economically as well as our availability of information. Then on May 4th, the City Council adopted revenue assumptions pursuant to that work plan that reflected a variety of scenarios, but ultimately resulted in this $39 million budget deficit in the general fund that we've used to size the service recommendations that have come forward over the course of the last few weeks, and that you'll be seeing in its most recent iteration here today. Between May 11th and May 13th, the City Council spent over 24 hours collectively deliberating over the variety of budget proposals and evaluating, discussing, and ultimately providing some preliminary direction to staff on which cuts effectively to proceed with, and which required further discussion. And that's what brought us here today. That based upon that council direction, as well as the progress made with the management professional contributions to closing the budget gap, we've got more detailed and refined strategies to discuss with the City Council and with the public. And excuse me, based on your discussion today, anticipate that we'll receive direction to prepare the final actions, ordinances, appropriations, and resolutions necessary in order to fulfill the detail required for you to adopt a balanced budget, again, by the end of June. Then June 22nd is the date we're anticipating coming back to you with those very specific follow-up actions that will reflect all of the budgetary moves that need to be in place for your new fiscal year. Bottom line here is that we acknowledge that the service impacts that we've proposed and that have gone through several iterations remain significant. These are not impacts that we take lightly to bring forward, and recognize the significance of the impact to the community and to our workforce, quite frankly. But within that context, we want to acknowledge and reassure the community that essential services will continue, and that the City of Palo Alto nonetheless can and should be proud of the services that are provided, the level of service provided, the professionalism of your staff, and the partnership that we've had both with community organizations as well as the public at large that will really position us to restore services when economic conditions improve. Next slide, please. So just to acknowledge, again, a few specifics in terms of the, as Kylie likes to refer to them, the known unknowns that there are a number of dimensions to our current circumstances that we recognize are not known today. We know that some of these will take some time to come into play, and we've built this budget strategy and process really out of recognition of those known unknowns. First of all, and perhaps most significantly, tax revenue receipts. We've spoken to how the city of Palo Alto, more so than our neighboring agencies, is highly reliant on sales tax, as well as hotel tax or transient occupancy tax, as it's known, as components of our general fund revenue. And if nothing else, as has been said, this emergency has pointed out how interconnected the dimensions of our community are, where often we speak to the residential community versus commercial, and the role of the tech sector and our anchor institution, Stanford University. We are all dependent on each other. And as such, and perhaps in no greater indication of that in the revenue and the fiscal impacts of how one sector affects the other. And we're certainly interdependent as it relates to our budget. We've incorporated several unknowns and attempted to put some placeholders in with respect to transition costs related to getting to service reductions. There are layoffs involved. There are some questions and issues of timing that need to be resolved. The impact and effect of the shelter-in-place order will continue to have to play out as we expect to have further information about the next phase of the shelter-in-place. But as everyone knows, these are all somewhat contingent on what happens with the virus and our ability to sustain a recovery going forward. That said, we've incorporated social distancing practices, as we know, are taking shape. This has been an ongoing effort for this organization, as it is for every organization, in order to modify our plans for returning to normalcy to the extent that that's the appropriate term, in reflecting both budgetarily as well as our staff work to plan for our operations in ways that reflect social distancing in the upcoming months. This is delayed and reflected in the expectation of continuing to delay reopening smaller libraries, recognizing social distancing requirements. Same applicable to our children's theater and all performance venues and activities related to both restrictions on seating and as well as the revenues associated with those programs. That our community services department, while addressing the other issues as well, is also planning for a variety of circumstances and scenarios as it relates to day camps. And we'll continue to identify and make progress in being prepared for the next turn as this story may take in terms of our ability to support and provide staffing for additional programs in the months to come. And then finally, we've now incorporated some investments recognizing the physical changes necessary to some of our facilities related to COVID-19 support, but also more broadly for the community as well as it relates to business support. Most recently, quite a bit of activity in that area, as well as the public health program around testing, contact tracing, isolation, and ensuring we do what we can to avoid a second wave. Next slide, please. That went the wrong way. Let's go forward. All right, and then to give you quickly a broad overview of what we have before you today, and then Kylie will walk through it in somewhat more detail, is that recognizing based on your discussion between May 11th and 13th, we've now had the opportunity to incorporate the reduced expenses and how that translates into recovered and restored services from $3 million in expense savings related to compensation reductions for management and professional employees. We've also implemented a number of cost recovery measures following your hearings 2 weeks ago, as well as additional costs that are expected that I mentioned just a moment ago related to COVID-19 emergency response. And then finally, we've been able to incorporate just some initial reserves based on outstanding liabilities that we are unfortunately highly confident that we will need to anticipate in the upcoming year. We've also been able to restore a number of areas, again, pursuant to the City Council direction based on your hearings 2 weeks ago, including hours, service hours, open hours at College Terrace Library, as well as though having to balance those hours across other branches throughout the library system. We've also, again, pursuant to council direction, we're able to bring back portions of the teen services, the Art Center and Children's Theater, including some cost recovery measures recommended. And then finally, addressed building inspections with recognition of the building community's needs in this upcoming period of recovery. So those cover some of the highlights. And now let me turn it over to Administrative Services Director Kylie Nose to walk through some of the details.
Thank you, Ed. Good afternoon, Council. Looking at the nitty-gritty of the transactions of where we left you on May 13th, this slide is really going over all of the short-term parking lot items that the council took either formal action on or staff has taken the council direction and included them in the proposed balancing strategy that's before you. So just to, I'm going to go through all of these just to crosswalk the council and the public from May 13th to today. So first, during the hearings, the council approved by motion to eliminate the council contingency, as well as the innovations and special events contingency account. The next is a reduction in the general fund transfer to capital improvement program. This was a $1.6 million reduction, with the funding being reserved in the general fund for the 115 pension trust contribution. What this does is ensures that we stay fully funded, that pension trust fund, at that 6.2 discount rate for the normal cost of pension expenses. The next one is the approval of the opening of the new junior museum and zoo, but opening it with a new entrance fee and membership fees. And also just a reminder, this is expected to be delayed until March, given the current COVID situation. The council chose to restore long-range planning and housing program staffing. Also, they chose to direct staff to identify an additional $1 million in general CIP expense reductions. So when you combine that with the bullet above, that's $2.6 million of additional CIP investment deferrals or delays or frankly cancellations. We'll go through those in more detail. This million was expected to be restoring services in police at $600,000 and community services at $400,000. So the balancing strategy does contemplate those restorations in those two departments. And the last two were in the short-term parking lot. When we left you last, staff did some thinking on these and actually included in your proposed balancing strategy are adjustments to address these bottom two. So the first is revisiting building inspection and fire inspections. There's a recommended adjustment that would increase our building inspector staffing by 2 compared to what was proposed. And then the last one, through the looking at the teen services, the Art Center, College Terrace, Children's Theater, and library hours as a whole, staff has brought back proposals for new fees, estimated and expected donations, as well as partial restoration of these programs. So just to reiterate, all of the things on this slide are included in the current proposed balancing strategy that's before council tonight or this afternoon. And moving on, what is that balancing strategy? So that recommended balancing strategy before the council right now assumes $196.8 million in revenues and $195.9 million in expenses. So that means there's a surplus of $839,000 that staff is ultimately looking for council direction on how to allocate that. That can be allocated any number of ways. It can be allocated to the BSR. It can be allocated to restore services. Ultimately, that would be a policy call from the council. As a reminder, everything on the prior slide does not need to be bought back with that $839,000 unless the council wishes to restore them even more fully than staff's already proposing. Ultimately, this results in a 74 full-time FTE reduction, 26 part-time staffing. The full balancing strategy does continue to proactively pay our long-term liabilities. It continues our capital investment in some of our most critical infrastructure. It provides resources, as Ed alluded to, for Palo Alto to really successfully support the adaptation from sheltering in place. This is everything from contact tracing that the county is asking for to the physical environment that both city employees as well as city customers would be encountering in a restored or a recovery period. And then lastly is looking at what services can be really delivered in light of the pandemic. Overall, as I mentioned, we restored a number of services. So in recreation, we focused on outdoor recreation and our open space preserves, since those have the highest value to our community during this pandemic. In teen programming, we heard the council, and with new participation membership fees as well as donations, we expect to continue services for the Teen Advisory Board, the Youth Council, the CIT program, as well as MakeX and the Arts Teen Leadership Group. Other things like the Drop Center at Mitchell Park are expected to continue into the new fiscal year. However, due to social distancing, this budget contemplates that they won't open until January. Police, we really restored a lot of civilian staffing so that we could ensure that our patrol officers are focusing on patrol and that they won't be distracted by other collateral duties that would creep into the scope of their work with reduced civilian staffing. In library, we're looking at maintaining all 5 libraries, however, on a reduced schedule. So that would mean neighborhood libraries, college, terrace, children's, as well as downtown would be open 3 days a week. And the full service libraries, Mitchell and Rinconada, would be open 6 days a week. And lastly, as I mentioned in building inspections, looking at adding building staff to assist in the business needs during the recovery period. So these are the areas that the restorations are really recommended at a high level as part of the strategy. Okay, so into the details we continue to go. This is just another reminder to the council as well as the public on how to read these documents. As our city manager just went over, we've been really going through an iterative process with the council and changed how we normally go through this budget process. So to orient everyone, we continue to have our baseline budget. Those are those big binders that were released on April 20th. And all the conversations that we've been having since then are to modify those budgets. And ultimately, the staff report that was issued for today's meeting is the only authoritative source at this point that would be modifying that. Every other staff report up through this point in time has been looking at increments of change, getting feedback from the council and the community, and ultimately staff has revised that for what is now staff report 11376. That has a summary of all the proposed changes to those April 20th budget books. The baseline budgets continue to have our big picture. We have an over $700 million budget. There are a number of details on programs and staffing levels and the capital investments that are forecasted across all funds in these documents. And only the staff report articulates the changes to those. So here's that revised balancing strategy. As a reminder to the council and the public, to start at the beginning is those budget documents. So what was released on April 20th. And then we're going through a number of the decision points that we've been discussing over the course of May. So as you can see, we took down the tax revenues based on the council's direction on May 4th. That's that $38.9 million. Other economically sensitive revenues as well. We drop into the adjustments by service area. You can see we've broken down the proposed reductions by service area. So community and library services, public safety, planning and transportation. And then citywide balancing solutions are those broader perspective ones. When we first went to see the council in May, this was about a 60-40 split between, I would say, service area reductions versus citywide balancing solutions. And now we're looking at something that's more 50-50, meaning 50% service reductions, 50% citywide balancing solutions. So we've moved that needle in that direction. As a result, we have fewer positions that are recommended to be reduced or eliminated. Last time we were with you, there were 91 positions that were proposed for reduction. We're now at 74 positions that are proposed for reduction. Across all funds, we're also looking at 26 part-time positions. And then at the very, very bottom, you can see in the general fund that difference between the proposed revenues and proposed expenses to give you that 839,000. Moving on. Ultimately, this is a change in where we land from a general fund and citywide FTE totals. So originally, we were looking at 943. We're now up to 960 as part of this recommended budget. As well as in the general fund, we are at 512 FTE, whereas we were 496. So obviously these changes, these upward movements in these total FTEs is due to the restoration of those positions and services that I just referenced. Just to note for the council, of the 75 positions that are filled, approximately of the 74 full-time positions that are recommended to be reduced, about 34 of these are filled. And about 41 are vacant. Obviously, that's a moving number, and something to really think about here is that just because a position is vacant and or filled doesn't necessarily articulate the impact of the services. Oftentimes, many of us wear multiple hats when there are vacancies, as well as when positions are filled or vacant. It doesn't, it's not a one-to-one, I guess is my point. We'll be looking at redeployments, bumping, as well as placements as ways to mitigate potential separations of employees to all mitigate these impacts. So just something to bear in mind as we look at this. The other thing to look at that's not on this chart, but that we were talking about is part-time positions. There's 26 part-time positions that are recommended to be reduced. That equates to probably over 100 different employees. Part-time positions are pieces of full-time positions. So when we say 26 FTE, that's probably about 100 different employees that would be impacted by these changes. General fund sources. This is again just a summary for a high level of for council to know where our 2020 adopted revenues are versus our 2021 revised. This has remained relatively unchanged from last time. All right, citywide expense adjustments. So this is the approximately 50% of the balancing strategy with various adjustments for a net $21.8 million reduction. As Ed mentioned, we do now have management and professional compensation adjustments in here. It's about $3.5 million in general fund savings, $5.5 million all funds. We now have a reduced capital transfer of $18.4 million based on the council direction from May. And it would be about a $10 million reduction from the base transfer. And then there's the TOT drop of 8.5. Cubberley lease, the net reduction of 2.5 million is adjusting the lease terms with the PAUSD as well as any additional revenues associated with those implications. OPEB continues to be funded at the 6.25 discount rate, which is a savings actually across all funds due to the health of that plan of 1.7, and into the general fund, it's 0.6 million. And then again, internal service fund reserve balances we've dropped as well. We have some restorations or investments as part of those citywide expense adjustments. So we have things like funding for contact tracing, as I mentioned, for the county, business and comm support to help us bridge the next 3 to 6 months into the new fiscal year as we move through this recovery period together. The workplace restoration is about those physical changes that I mentioned to our own workplace that are necessary for customers and employees. And then the latter two are restorations based on moving into this new environment as more employees are expected to be working remotely, having updated technology as well as the staff necessary for things like virtual meetings will be needed. And then lastly, investing for some known liabilities out there. Next, we're going to go through each service area. So overall, in community and library services, these are the comprehensive now where we're at today proposed changes. So it would be 16 full-time position reductions and 21 part-time. This is about almost 50-50 filled versus vacant. Reduction in operating hours by 1 day a week at our community centers. We would continue to reduce our children's theater productions. However, we would maintain 2 core productions as well as smaller productions and smaller classes and camps. We would have a reduction in teen services that are impacted due to social distancing requirements, like I mentioned, including the closure of the drop. However, we would restore those services like MakeX and the leadership programs through a monthly fee for certain programs. SCC Unhoused program, as well as Know Your Neighbor grants, would also be suspended. And then knowing that the council was trying to fund the Youth Connectedness Initiative staff, as part of that restoration that council gave $400,000, staff included a 50% restoration or 50% reduction. You could take it either way to YCS. So there's a funding of $25,000 for YCS when historically it's been $50,000 annually. Ultimately, across CSD, new fees and increased fees and an expectation for donations are used to help restore programs in the Art Center, maintain programs like the middle school and adult athletics, as well as the junior museum and zoo. As we had discussed before, we still are looking at investing in our open spaces. So restoration of the Lucy Evans Baylands Interpretive Center remains open at 50% of the time now instead of closed. We do have some reduction in ranger coverage, as well as some reduction in parks maintenance, but nothing to the severity that was presented back in May. For example, parks maintenance was expected to be reduced 50%. Now with the restoration of that, some services, this one is only recommended to be reduced 25%. For library services, we're looking at pulling College Terrace back online. However, Children's in downtown would only be open 3 days a week, as well as College Terrace, with full service branches such as Rinconada and Mitchell open 6 days a week, and Rinconada would still continue to be closed at 6 p.m. instead of 9 p.m. Public safety. Public safety is recommended a reduction of about $7.3 million with about $1.5 million of new revenue. There are 35 full-time FTE that are impacted. 21 of those are sworn. Now, one note on this, this won't tie exactly to the memo, just because the FTE that are associated with the Fire Prevention Bureau are shown in planning and transportation. So just in case someone's trying to crosswalk between the two, I wanted to convey the total sworn in one fell swoop and slide. We're looking at about 14 of those are filled right now. We're looking at reductions in fire prevention staffing, new medical emergency response fees and ambulance subscription fee programs, continue to brown out the flexible staffing models and temporarily reduce units when firefighters are on leave. We will maintain our 12-hour medic unit, which is staffed on overtime. It was previously recommended for elimination, and we're reducing fire management and training resources. We would continue to look to restructure and reduce communications and dispatch staffing, continue to reduce our patrol operation staffing and eliminate specialized units like the traffic unit with reductions in investigations, continue to have a reduction in hiring of new staff and training of existing staff, and then looking at those reductions in special event support and technical services. $600,000 was designated by council to be restored in the public safety department or police department. With that funding, it's recommended that 6 full-time positions be restored in the information management, animal services, and investigation divisions. What this does is this helps lobby hours, and the processing of requests and data requests and documentation and evidence services to be maintained by civilian staffing. It's a more cost-effective way of doing this than having sworn staff be distracted by or get collateral duties assigned to them to help with these gaps. And this way we can focus our patrol staffing on patrol. Planning and transportation, not very much has changed from May based on the council's proposed changes. We would continue to eliminate both the Crosstown and Embarcadero shuttles, reducing and changing that administration of the RPP program. and then significant reductions in contract and consultant services for planning and building services. However, we heard the council and the short-term parking lot item to revisit building and fire inspections, and staff is actually recommending additional capacity by adding 2 full-time building inspector specialists. One would only be on a limited term basis through this recovery period. The other one would be ongoing as we delete a planning manager down into an inspector. And so this will help with the customer service processes. Infrastructure and the environment is primarily public works and utilities. We're still looking at reducing the tree tripping program while still addressing the 7-year cycle, reducing streets and sidewalks program and the capital investment there. We will continue to address trip fall areas, deferring vehicle replacement and maintenance citywide, maintaining 0 or in some areas close to 0 rate increases, and then investing in the SFJPA membership. These are the final rates that the council provided direction to staff on May 13th, I think. As you can see, the majority of them are zeros, with gas, fiber, and storm drain at 2 or 2.5% recommended changes. It's about $1.47 per month for the residential monthly bill change, or 0.5% increase. As a reminder, this was done and really staff looked at maintaining 0% for the recovery of both residents as well as the commercial sectors across these lines of business. Internal services and the appointees. So this is the city manager's office, the clerk's office, the attorney's office, the auditor's office, ASD, HR, IT. This is all the back end work. We still continue to have recommended reductions in staffing and purchasing, accounting, and revenue collections, as well as a 2-year pause on the annual performance report that the auditor's office used to produce. Reductions in human resources, reductions in IT of staffing as well as non-salary, and then also reductions in the clerk's non-salary and the attorney's office. Many of these positions are vacant, but there are filled positions within these departments. Overall, as a reminder, in spite of all of these reductions, just a reminder that these services will continue. That police and fire will continue to be responding to emergency calls. Utility services, the rates are to ensure safety of the maintenance and infrastructure, frankly, of our lines, as well as continuing to provide the service on a consistent basis. Maintaining our parks and open spaces will be critical during this period. All 5 libraries will remain open with reduced hours. Really maintaining our streets and sidewalks and roads. Keeping the community centers open with programming that's been modified to deal with COVID-19, continuing to support the development center and requests for planning and building permits, although through modified services likely, and then of course maintaining things like our traffic signals. So the core services will continue. And with that, I will turn it back over to Ed, who is going to walk us through part of our CIP, and then I think Brad as well.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Kylie. So just to do a quick transition from our operating budget to our capital improvement budget, know that there's been significant discussions regarding the level of funding that will go into the CIP. So wanted to provide just a brief preview of what Brad will speak to in detail. But in particular, the level of review that both I personally as well as Brad did of our capital improvement budget by walking through each of the projects and ensuring that the funding recommendations were solid given the difficult economic circumstances that we're addressing and the balancing that obviously the council will ultimately need to determine where that balancing point is. So to give you just again a sense of the method that we used in reviewing and ultimately reducing the funding level that is proposed for the CIP. Let me just note that as we walk through the individual projects, there are a number of themes that were became our basis for providing the recommendation to get to this 56% reduction in the level of general fund support for the CIP. First off, that we wanted to reduce any carryover funding in the individual projects to ensure that we were able to maintain what's been called a keep up funding level. As the council knows, and Brad can describe in a little more historical context, many years ago, a little more than 10 years ago, the city council undertook an effort to recognize how the city had fallen behind in its investment in capital infrastructure, such that a major infusion of funding was necessary in order to catch up. So the terms catch up funding level and keep up funding level became a term of art, somewhat unique to Palo Alto, quite frankly, that has reflected the council and the community's discipline in ensuring we maintained a funding level that could keep us in the keep up category. So that said, we wanted to and did reduce carryover funding to ensure that the funding levels necessary were focused on existing infrastructure, were at the level to maintain and support the ongoing state of good repair, rather than have the city fall behind in the funding of existing infrastructure. Second, it was to take projects that are shovel ready, effectively ready to go to bid for construction bids, to position those to be ready, to take advantage should the opportunity present itself, to capitalize on a favorable construction market, such as may be or has been typical of recessionary climates. So take those projects that are close to ready, or projects that are basically completed its design process, and position those to be ready to bid and provide funding to be able to award those contracts, assuming we're able to find those favorable market conditions. Third, is to minimize near-term funding of discretionary projects. There are some projects that will take several years to get to the point of being shovel ready. And as such, we have made some recommendations to continue funding in order to proceed with design work, such as in the case of Fire Station number 4. But that said, to really minimize the number and extent of funding allocated to discretionary projects that are not existing infrastructure, but as you'll see in the projects that are recommended to continue, where there have been community commitments to longstanding commitments in many cases to see projects through and get those done. And then finally, and this is really a workload management dimension, to ensure that for small projects in particular, that there's a steady flow of projects that minimizes the potential peak and valley in work, such that existing staff, it wouldn't make sense to, as an extreme example, lay off existing staff in order to hire it back within a year or two, and then have a project delivery bottleneck that's created by not having continued the 20-mile march, as it's often referred to, of getting projects prepared, planned, through design, ready for construction, construct, and then move on. That steady flow is really important in order to keep up with our significant infrastructure needs for the city as a whole. And that really does reflect the necessity and the value of focusing on efficiency and productivity and maintaining that discipline to continue funding and project delivery. So with that, those broad principles, let me ask our Public Works Director, Brad Eggleston, to walk through the particulars of what now remains in the recommended capital improvement program.
Thank you, Ed, and good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. So as Ed described, we did go through a process per the Council's previous guidance during the last budget meetings to find reductions that totaled $2.6 million. So this slide is just summarizing those, and I'll walk briefly through them. So the downtown parking garage project, you'll recall that we recommended defunding all of that project with the exception of the in lieu parking fee funding. And as we looked at the project, we had $1 million still encumbered in the design contract. So we will be canceling that design contract, and that $1 million is funding that can be returned. Second on the list is sidewalk repairs. In the discussion 2 weeks ago about the Public Works Department budget reductions, we had quite a bit of a discussion about the sidewalks program and basically paring that back to trip and fall repairs for the most part for the next 2 years. So this was additional funding, again, looking at proposed reappropriations that was slated to go into the capital project that we determined ultimately not to be needed to pursue our strategy there. Third is the Bixby Park completion project. And Bixby Park is our former landfill. This is one of the 2014 Council Infrastructure Plan projects, but as we've discussed, it's one whose scope is still being finalized through the Baylands Comprehensive Conservation Plan process. And as we looked at this project is primarily funded by parks impact fees, but there was some funding, this $300,000.3 million that was coming from the Capital Improvement Fund. So that's proposed to be reduced. Off-road pathway and repairs. This is funding in a recurring project for repairing and resurfacing off-road pathways, such as those actually out along a Bayshore Road in the Baylands. In this instance, we did not have a project lined up to do in the coming fiscal year. So we determined that it would be effective to reduce this amount of $200,000 while still retaining sufficient funding within the project to address smaller repairs of safety issues, essentially, that may come up. And then lastly, in the dog park installation and restoration project, a change to the revenues in the project. For this project, we have typically used parks impact fees because we're creating new amenities in parks, but we had some funding from a general fund capital that didn't reflect those impact fees. And so here we've made the recommendation to essentially swap out that funding. And those are the pieces then that total the recommended adjustments of $2.6 million.
And thank you, Brad. Before you move on, let me just note also on the ADA program that this was also based on timing with upcoming ADA transition plan that we want to get back to council first. So there is some time through which we should be able to make up and won't need the funding on that basis. So just as a general theme, to recognize that whether it be removing some of the general funds where to the extent possible and remaining restricted funds was one of the themes identified in these projects. Scope reductions, as was noted, to go from more complete repairs or replacement of sidewalks or paths to more spot repairs as the theme. Timing issues, as noted with the ADA process. And again, on the last one, perhaps just reducing the scope such that the restricted funds are really all that's left. So those are some of the areas that we found opportunities and felt that consistent with the prior themes that I mentioned on the prior slide reflected a balancing of the need to keep up with these potential opportunities to free up some funds in the near term. Thank you, Brad. Back to you.
Great. Next slide, please. So in the presentation thus far, I think both Kylie and Ed have had some focus on the general fund transfer to the capital fund, which is the primary funding usually for the capital fund. So this is just to give a little context to that history and what's being proposed in this proposed budget, as well as some estimates looking forward. And just to orient you to this, we're starting on the left back in what we would call fiscal year 2009. So these are funds that come into the capital fund from the general fund transfer. They also come from the hotel tax, transient occupancy tax transfer. And then there's been a council policy to when we have excess budget stabilization reserve funding due to surpluses in some years, often that's been transferred into the capital fund. So really the important thing to note is that when you look to the left here, you see these funding amounts back 10 years ago or more that are really in the $10 million neighborhood. That was the time where we were not keeping up on our infrastructure needs. And in fact, we were building up this catch-up amount of essentially deferred maintenance that Ed referenced earlier. And some of you are probably familiar with the fact that beginning in 2010, the council appointed the IBRIC, the Infrastructure Blue Ribbon Commission, who did a lot of work through 2011, making recommendations really in these areas that they called keep up, catch up, and then also recommendations about how to fund new projects that did not have funding sources. So the key point here is that you see a few bars in this dramatically increased investment in infrastructure. And that over time is what has led us to be able to keep up, to catch up on much of that deferred maintenance catch up list. And then much of this funding also reflects the TOT revenues that have been coming into the fund to help pay for those new projects that previously, before the council policy, did not have funding sources. So the context there, if you look mostly to the right, you see the 20 to 21 proposed budget. There's our dramatically lower level of general fund contribution that's being proposed now, essentially as what can allow us to continue to keep up with the core needs while we're in this situation. And then you see that over the next several years, estimates are projecting that slowly we rise back up with the increase again in general fund transfer and TOT revenues slowly coming back up to roughly what they've been in the past. And we're showing that by fiscal year 2025, we're essentially close to above the levels of last year. Next slide, please. So our CIP investments, I'd like to give a kind of summary of what's left in the capital budget with focus mainly on the upcoming fiscal year. And the first two categories here are what we like to think of as what's below the water line, because really we're just taking care of our existing infrastructure. And these are projects that tend not to be very visible or to really get people very excited in general. So the first category, we have a number of projects that have recurring annual funding and that are used to essentially keep up on maintenance through the city. So just to list some of them: building systems improvements, facilities interior finishes, city parking lot maintenance, resurfacing of athletic courts, the off-road pathway resurfacing and repair project that was mentioned, street maintenance, sidewalk repairs, safe routes to school. And there's a number of others that are just used to provide capital maintenance throughout the city. And as we talked about, many of these recurring projects are ones that have had some budget reductions in order to provide the lower general fund transfer amount. So then in the second category, there are similar projects, but these are the ones that are providing capital maintenance for individual facilities or parks for the most part. So examples of these: the City Hall electrical upgrades project, also City Hall fire life safety, the projects we have at the MSC for roof replacement and lighting, mechanical and electrical improvements, Bulware Park improvements, which is also tied with the Birch Street Park project, and the Magical Bridge Playground and synthetic turf projects. So projects like these that apply to a specific location typically, they're often moved around within the CIP 5-year plan based on priorities and funding available, but really they're essential to maintaining our infrastructure. And often they're taking place when equipment or components involved are really already past their useful life. And these are the great majority of the projects we have. Then the third category here on the bottom that's labeled new, kind of trying to fit things into those IBRIC categories. These are ones where we're either building something new or making significant improvements to existing assets that go beyond typically just replacing old equipment. So these projects are usually at least somewhat discretionary, but they tend to reflect either long-standing city priorities or the fact that they have special funding sources outside of the capital fund through grants or other measures. So some examples here, the Birch Street park improvements that are connected with Bulware that will add new space to Bulware Park. Our animal shelter renovation project that in the coming fiscal year, we'll be building a new kennel building in accordance with our agreement with Pets in Need. The downtown automated parking guidance systems project that's going to add parking guidance technology long awaited to our garages, and rebuilding Fire Station 4 at Meadow and Middlefield to meet earthquake essential services standards. And as Ed discussed, in the coming 2 fiscal years, we think that's really a design effort. It'll take a while to get to a shovel-ready point for construction there. And then, of course, the biggest example of a project in this category is our public safety building project, one which we've long been trying to find a way to proceed with. Like the Fire Station 4, it will also replace an outdated facility with a new earthquake-proof facility. Next slide. So this slide is showing our major investments. We start there at the top with investments on the general fund side, general fund CIP. So I just referenced the public safety building construction, beginning design work for Fire Station 4, and also our Highway 101 bike and pedestrian bridge, which is now under construction after awarding that construction contract late last year. And Ed touched on this, but it'll be important as we're proposing to still continue with these projects, and the public safety building in particular, given its large magnitude, it's a really big project, to be taking advantage of the construction market and really doing our homework to watch timing for both selling certificates of participation and the openness of the market to that effort, as well as when the best timing will be for bidding the project itself to hopefully take advantage of lower construction prices. Then we touched already on parks investment, but I think it's important to reference Birch Street because this is one of those discretionary type projects where rather than just maintaining existing infrastructure that the city already has, like most of its other parks, here we're proposing to essentially invest in adding new park space, as well as the Bixby Park project. We've still continued the investments in the rail grade crossing work. We're working with AECOM through on that. And then I mentioned 2 weeks ago the third and last phase of the airport apron reconstruction project. And the good news there, where we had actually delayed that project for a couple of years to try to essentially accumulate the 10% city match on the FAA grant. But with the CARES Act this year, we're being told that the FAA's airport CIP is going to provide 100% of the project costs on projects like this that are in the CIP. And then last couple, our new stormwater management fee ballot measure from 2017 identified 13 high priority projects. We'll be beginning construction on the first one this summer, and then 5 of the other 13 have design work and or construction scheduled in the 5-year CIP. And then our 50-year-old regional water quality control plant out at the Baylands, work is continuing there with a major investment in the 5-year plan of about $133 million. So that's my summary of the CIP. And with that, Kylie, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Brad. Great. So just regrounding ourselves in what the mayor had laid out for us at the beginning of this meeting. What are we here to do today? And really, there are a few components that staff's looking for help from the council on and direction ultimately. So overall, you can see that we're looking to review and discuss and provide direction to us on these proposed operating and capital budgets and municipal fee schedule, and surrounding basically the budget document plus the recommended adjustments. Specifically, we need to talk about the gap between revenues and expenses, because as part of this balancing plan, right, there's about $20 million worth of reductions. About 75 positions are still recommended to be reduced. So we've overbalanced this budget a little bit by $800,000, knowing that the council potentially can provide some input on areas that they may want to change the strategy and allocate that $839,000. B, C, D, and E are all the technical things of providing direction to staff to bring forward for budget adoption on June 22nd, a budget with blank balancing actions. So right now, staff return with the amendments and the actions outlined in attachment A, exhibits 1 and 2, means basically bring to council on June 22nd the April 20th budget as amended by these two attachments for ultimate council adoption of the ordinance and appropriations necessary. Same thing for the muni fee schedule. That'll be a resolution. Based on the actions of the council, we will amend the table of organization based on the staffing changes. And the same thing for the 5-year CIP. So providing the direction for staff to return for formal approval is ultimately the goal of today. First things first, though, what to do with the $839,000 and resolving any outstanding items in the short-term parking lot. So as we talked about going through this presentation, staff took the liberty, based on council direction, to restore some of the items in the short-term parking lot. However, there were other items that council just said, let's revisit funding for. So this list before you right now are the items that frankly continue to be unfunded. They are not yet funded as part of this balancing strategy. And if the council wants to amend the funding levels for these, an action would need to be taken. And a potential funding source could be that $839,000. So this is managing attrition in police and fire. So as we mentioned, there are full-time filled sworn positions that are still recommended for reduction in this strategy. Transportation Management Association, $750,000. As a reminder, that's paid for out of the downtown parking fund. Those are parking permits. The city council minutes transcription, as well as the cost of printing the city council materials. Both of those in this strategy continue to be eliminated. So if council wanted to restore those, that would be an action to be taken, as well as YCS. YCS, as I mentioned before, staff has funded $25,000 of the typical $50,000. So if council wanted to restore full funding, that would require an action. So based on what the mayor had said, this is where we would look at first. And then last but not least, the other action that council needs to opine on today would be the adoption of the ordinance amending the Muni Code to allow council members to waive salary. As a reminder, this is an optional thing. What this code does is it allows individual members to choose this option for a certain period of time. And this would be the first of multiple readings that would need to occur. So with that, I don't know if Ed has any closing remarks or if we want to turn it over to the public for oral communications or.
Yes, back to the mayor for your next steps. Thank you. Well, I suspect, Vice Mayor, that the mayor's having some audio problems. Perhaps you want to move us to the public?
Yeah, I think he was calling in on his phone.
Can you guys hear me or not?
Oh, there he is.
Now we can.
Here.
Okay, I'll speak into the mic, and sorry for these troubles. I really apologize. Poor connection. The Vice Mayor was joking we should extend fiber. So first off, for anyone who is having trouble entering this meeting, the ID number is 958-3084-9418, and the phone number is 1-669-900-6986. 6833. Those should be updated on the city's website, but please do join us. So just a couple quick comments, and then want to give my colleagues an opportunity for clarifying questions before we go to the public. Obviously, this is very complex work. Stepping back a little bit, we have an operating budget and a capital budget. They're each made up of many different funds, particularly our utility or enterprise funds. Operating budgets pay for services, the dollars that we spend this year and the services that we get from them. The capital budget refers to infrastructure. We spend these dollars once and something remains, a new building, upgraded sewer pipes, or a new enterprise software for a city division. Before this COVID crisis, the city was expecting revenues of about $240 million to the general fund. And this council unanimously chose to plan conservatively with revenues of about $200 million. And this is requiring us to make significant cuts to operating expenses, things such as police, fire, libraries, planning, community services, and significant cuts to our capital or infrastructure projects. Given this new revenue reality, we've reduced the amount of money that is transferred to the infrastructure fund. In a typical year, we would have transferred about $32 million. We are now looking at about $14 million. I also want to clear something up, that it is really quite difficult for us to defer a capital project. In effect, what we are doing is we are defunding that project. There's about $170 million in the capital infrastructure fund, which has been saved up over many, many years. So we are going to reduce our transfer to that. And as Director Eggleston and the city manager went through, we're also looking for silver linings in terms of reduced building costs or deferring projects. I do want to mention, investing in infrastructure is important. These are durable projects, safety investments, sewer pipes, sidewalks, so people don't hurt themselves. So we shouldn't lose sight of that. Also at a high level, this budget reduces about 75 full-time positions and 25 part-time positions. We're looking at 0% increases for most utilities, but 2% increases for gas to cover safety inspections, and 2.5% each for stormwater and fiber funds. That's about $1.50 on average to a monthly residential customer. Almost done here. Over 3 days of budget hearings, we went department by department, evaluating the proposed cuts and changes. Council made some adjustments, including further reductions to our infrastructure spending and proposed restorations of funding to police, community services, and planning. Attachment A shows all of the proposed adjustments to reach our goal. Concurrently, we are looking for savings with our labor groups. After our decisions 2 weeks ago, we began discussions with our unions to look for cost savings, including potential salary cuts. These are ongoing discussions, and we do need to finalize our budget before July. As those discussions come into clarity, the budget can be rebalanced. A few small changes between 2 weeks ago and today. The new proposed budget includes a few updates due to CARES funding and new COVID expenses. About $1.2 million in expected expenses due to the COVID response. Page 7 of the report details a few other changes, restoring the College Terrace Library, community service programs, team programs. And just to mention, these are funded by the manager's proposed salary cut of about 15%. We also have about $1 million in new legal liability reserves. So just a quick reminder, we have reviewed all of the departments and capital budgets. We made some adjustments to those budgets, and we placed a number of items in the parking lot or the to be determined bucket. Tonight, I would really encourage us to go through those parking lot items and allocate the $839,000, or we can devote it to the budget stabilization reserve. Everything beyond that is speculative dollars. Pages 12 and 13 begin the discussion of the parking lot items. And of course, we can come back in late summer for potential updates or potential add backs as we get more clarity. So with that, I'll go to my colleagues, Councilmember Niss.
Liz, I think you're on mute.
Thank you. I wondered why Adrian didn't respond. So let me start by saying one of the areas that's been difficult is we've gone from one report to the next report to the next report, is managing to remember which is exhibit 1 or exhibit A or whatever that happens to be. I know that people like Greg are running multiple screens all at the same time, but most of us aren't. So as we change the page numbers, I found sometimes it was awkward to be able to tell exactly what was going forward and what wasn't. So for another time, another place. But I want to start on page 10, and this is page 10 of today's report. So probably it's easiest if we mention exactly what report we're talking about. So I'm on 11376, and I'm on page 10 of that. So as you look down at the various capital improvement projects, and it talks about the reappropriation of funds, usually called a rollover, for capital projects. And if you go through that, it talks about the procedure and so forth. But cumulative, as it says in the last paragraph, the re-review of projects resulted in a staff recommendation to increase the capital budget by a net total of 23.7 million from 288 to 312. So, and that continues on the next page and tells you where that came from and so forth. How does that alter what we are looking at? And I also want to ask staff if they would put up a slide that comes from page 54 of our capital budget that was released in April. Is that, are you just asking the clerk, are you following that?
Is that the one you wanted us earlier that you gave us?
Yes, I gave you an early prompt.
Correct. My staff is getting it up there.
Thank you. So it may be my screen, but can you position it so you can see the whole diagram, or is everyone else seeing the diagram? There
It's all of the diagrams there.
So if you look at this, because this did not get duplicated in today's report, by the way. This is not in it. This is in the one that is left from April. And it shows capital improvement fund expenditures, which hit a high, frankly, this year. So if I go back and talk about the 237 that's added to 288 to 312, Kylie, is that your area or is that Ed's area? I'm not sure who can address that.
Sure, that probably both of us. But I'm trying to find the 288 that you're talking about to the 312.
It is on page 10 of this report for today.
Yep. Okay. And the question is then
10 and 11.
Yep. And the question is, how do these two tie together?
Well, yes, and yes, that's the objective question, but subjectively, I think there's a comment to be made as well.
Sure. So ultimately, what is before the council would be a few things. So this proposed table that has 300 and a spike, like you say, in FY 2021 of capital expenditures would be amended, but you would still see that spike. The reason being the public safety building is in there. And at over $100 million construction project, that's a hard one to mitigate a spike from a trend line perspective in fiscal year 2021. So the reappropriations are really moving the money, to your point, from FY20 to FY21 due to project delays or changes in timing for any number of reasons, COVID being one of them, frankly.
And we do this every year.
Every year.
There is always rollover money.
There is, but part of the reason why we've actually made the rollover transparent is to force a review of just like what Ed and Brad alluded to, of the projects and the status of them, so that it's not an automatic rollover. It used to actually be an automatic rollover. But then ultimately in 2014, we changed the municipal code so that it would force us to look at these projects and consciously make a choice to roll things over that need to be rolled over. So it wouldn't allow it to just kind of build up. So this forces that annual review and multiple stages of looking at projects. And that's how, frankly, a lot of the 2.6 million that's proposed to be reduced from the CIP is recommended, because we're looking at those projects and what would typically be rolled over from 2020 to 2021 with a very critical eye and saying, no, we don't need to remove these things forward. And I think Ed can round that out for us.
If I could add to that, Councilmember, to your point, on page 11 of that section you just referenced, there's a table that breaks it down by fund. And so a key point there being that among all of the carryover funds reappropriated from the current fiscal year to the next, there's just a little over $1 million that is in the general fund. So out of the close to $24 million, a majority of it is in utilities funds rather than in general funds. So that spans the dozens of projects that are throughout the CIP that have general funds. So to your point, I think one, that relatively speaking, it's a very small portion of the overall CIP that even contains general funds as a part of that reappropriation. The other is to this graph, the graph that's on the screen now, is really the distinction between money in versus money out. And that this graph really shows the money out. In particular, as Kylie pointed out, the public safety building, which has a big spike in expenditure, but quite frankly is based on a mortgage. And it's a mortgage that will be paid over potentially 30 years into the future using the hotel tax revenue funds. So while it looks like, well, and let me take a step back, that expenditure that is anticipated over the next 2 years in order to build the project, you take out a construction loan, and the loan needs to be paid back over the many decades to come. And again, that's based on the hotel revenue, which is using a particular mechanism we call certificates of participation. We're basically selling bonds for the purpose of investors to say, yes, they want to buy a piece of this project on the faith that the city will pay it back with interest over the coming decades. So this is not cash that we have today. It is not cash that could be used for any purpose other than such as we are proposing.
Yes, I think that's fairly clear. But beyond that, I want to simply mention subjectively that if you look at this casually, you're going to say there was a lot of rollover. So Adrian, do you want to get into the short-term parking now, or do you want to wait till later on that?
No, right now I'd like clarifying questions from council members, and then we're going to go to members of the public.
I'll stay away from that.
Would you like, I'm sorry, would you like me to be timing this per the instructions, Mayor?
Sure, let's time these at the 5-minute standard we've been doing. Thank you, Mike.
Okay, then Liz, you've done your 5 minutes.
I can't ask about the airport parking, can I?
We'll come back after the public for another round. Okay. These are for short questions. Council member Philseth, then Cormac.
Thanks very much. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
So 3 questions. First of all, on Fire Station 4, it looks to me like $1 million went away from the capital budget for Fire Station 4 in fiscal 21. But it didn't look like it showed up anywhere else. So did we defer that, or did we find a way to save $1 million on it? Or am I misreading it?
What page are you on, Eric?
Well, I'm comparing the original capital budget starting on page 63 with the revised one in this report.
That's correct. We do need to crosswalk that over from what was in the original CIP that was part of the reduction
right
that went into the operating. So Kylie is, I can see, finding the right book and the right page in the right book.
That's hard.
Sorry. I guess my question is, did I see that right? And did we save it, or did we just defer it? That's kind of my question. Second question is.
Okay, so I'm sorry, go ahead.
Second question is, in the budget as it exists now, what is the funding for TMA? Is it 750 or is it zero? That is, do we have to, if we want to fund TMA, do we have to take it out of the 839?
No, TMA is currently funded at 750 in the downtown parking fund.
Okay, so if we chose to fund TMA at less than 750, that frees up some headroom.
In the downtown parking fund, yes.
Super, thank you. And then last, the crosstown or the shuttles are add up to about $500,000 a year. How much of that is the crosstown shuttle versus the Embarcadero shuttle?
I have that. Let me get that. But let me answer your fire station question while staff is probably helping me get that number.
Okay.
The fire station question, the difference between what you're seeing on page 67 in the book, the physical binder, versus the memo is that $1 million has been spread out 500,000 in each year of 2022 and 2023. So
Okay,
it's just
so
timing.
It's deferred.
Yeah, just across the 5-year to recognize where we're at. Still the same total project cost of 9.8.
Okay.
However, just fiscal year timing differences.
Got it.
Okay. And then you wanted the crosstown shuttle versus the Embarcadero shuttle, correct?
An approximate's good enough. Is it 50-50, 75-25, sort of that ballpark?
No, it's not. The one that is supported by VTA is less. So the crosstown shuttle is about 380,000, whereas the Embarcadero shuttle is about 158,000.
Got it. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Kayla.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thanks, Mayor Fine. I just want to drill down on the transfer from the general fund to the capital fund for one moment. So I'm on attachment B of our today's memo, 11376, page 1. Because people have been using a whole bunch of numbers today, but I just want to be clear that, make sure I'm reading this correctly, that in this year, we did 15.3 million as a transfer, and we're proposing for this next budget, 5 million. And that's a 67% decrease, right? Because the TOT operates sort of separately. I think you're on mute, Kylie.
Thank you. That is correct. The numbers that you've been hearing, Councilmember Cormack, we've been looking at the bottom line number and aggregating the TOT as well as the general fund transfer, since that's what's seen in the general fund expense. But you are correct. The actual base level transfer is that level of magnitude.
Right. So it's decreasing from 15 million to 5 million.
That is correct.
Great. Thanks so much.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, can staff bring up slide 9 again that you in your presentation? And as you bring it up, I'll ask the question. So does slide 9, is it accurate to all the changes as of today, or are there things missing?
It is accurate for all the changes as up through today, excluding those items that we identified that have yet to get council's action in the short-term parking lot.
And then the other question is, and I got to commend Councilmember Philseth for extracting some of the numbers. There's something I asked before, and I thought staff would do it, but I guess not. But most of the tables in the documents exist as spreadsheets, but when we get them, they're as PDF. And I asked this before, and I think I've heard from other members of the public that everyone would really appreciate getting spreadsheet access instead of being stuck with the PDF file, because then we have to hand copy all that stuff in. And it would really aid us with, and I think the public as well, increase the transparency, especially given this very accelerated process. So to me, I guess I would ask staff if we could give not just ourselves, but the public access to all the tables in spreadsheet form versus just giving it to us in PDF form. And to me, it's something that we already have that shouldn't cost any extra work. And it would make the whole process a heck of a lot easier than having PDF files that we have to cut and paste things in to do the calculations ourselves when we were trying to do scenario planning. So I guess could staff let us know when this could be available for the public?
Well, to your point, Councilmember, we have talked about it before, and quite frankly, that has not been where I believe our staff resources should be placed. This is an extraordinary level of effort, and to reproduce this information to ensure that you could do additional analysis really is not the priority. And certainly if the council were to direct us to do so, we would follow in whatever form you would choose. But again, in terms of allocation of existing resources.
Well, I guess what I'm asking for is all the things that are already in spreadsheets. So I'm not asking extra work, because whatever's in spreadsheet, because I can't imagine the stuff is just a Word document, because all of them have calculations in them. They're summing up numbers. They have to be in a spreadsheet somewhere.
They are in a massive system that is highly sensitive to assumptions and corrections that are made on an ongoing basis. So you get the snapshot in time that is after the work is complete. But again, even at that point, would really not want to add the additional stress on staff necessary in order to ensure that debugging every formula and every cross-reference is adequately proofed.
Can you go to the slide that where you said you guys are adding in the laptops? Because one question I have there is, I forgot what slide number it was, but it's many of the slides later. You know, the difference between laptops these days, the processor speeds have not really been changing that much. In fact, the laptop this year versus the laptop last year, the change is actually quite small. This is one reason why Intel's having a big time trouble right now. So, so I guess I'm just trying to understand the wisdom of trying to keep the laptop refresh cycle going versus just keeping what we have now, especially since a lot of the software is going on the web versus being run on the computer. So what's the wisdom of boosting that replacement given these kind of the slowdown in technology improvement in laptops, and also just most software is going to the web now? So
I could ask our Chief Information Officer, Darren Numoto, to comment on this, but let me give you the layperson's response to that. A couple of things. First off, we still have some laptops, I believe, on Windows 7, which is an embarrassment. And that said, you know, retiring those systems because they represent significant security concerns for us, given that Windows 7 is no longer supported, is the type of issue that on an ongoing basis, you really can't anticipate 4 years in advance when those issues will become ripe. So that's one example. And then along those lines, that maintaining, kind of similar to what I mentioned previously as it relates to project development, a constant discipline around replacement is really important to ensure that we don't end up in a situation where we have to do a surge replacement to take care of some antiquated needs that have been allowed to build up over time. And then finally, last piece is really that, you know, as we make these replacements, an example of the flexibility that it provides us, we were better able to adapt to work at home, working from home, than any other public agency I'm aware of. And that was because several years ago, we had made the move to laptops versus many of our colleagues in other agencies have a mix of desktops and laptops. And so that constant refresh has been really valuable to our ability to continue to provide services to the community. So
well,
again, Darren may want
to
comment on it as his area of subject matter expertise, but that said, turn it back to you.
Yeah, so I guess my point is, it's great that you guys did that. And my point is the difference between a laptop today versus last year, the speed difference is very imperceptible. So I guess my point is when we're looking at cutting people, maybe delaying some of the replacement cycle might make sense. So that's where my comment was.
One clarification for everybody, and Darren, I'll turn it to you for the technical side, but just one clarification. Staff originally on May 11th, 12th, and 13th proposed increasing the replacement cycle time to a 5 or more year replacement cycle. What this does is it just brings us back to our normal 4-year replacement cycle. So there is no replacing things every year or every other year.
No, I get that.
What this does is maintains our current service level.
I guess my comment is I think you had it right the first time. So that's why I was curious why move it back.
And I'll turn it to Darren for the technical changes.
Yeah, actually, we're not replacing computers. Sorry.
You're on. We can hear you.
Yeah, I just had an echo. Sorry. Yeah, we're not replacing year-old laptops. We're replacing laptops that are 4 or 5 years old during this cycle. So we're not replacing anything that has been replaced over the last 3 years. This is moving forward and replacing laptops that are 4+ years old.
And I will note that from an organizational management perspective, this is literally one that was enabled by the concession or the
and again
from the managers.
And Ed's point, these are Windows 10 compatible. All the other laptops are in Windows 7, so this gets up to current since Windows 7 has been out of support for almost a year now.
Okay, so the
sorry, that's 5 minutes.
Okay, I'll go on the next round. Thank you.
Did we lose Adrian? I think my hand was next, so maybe I'll just go. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yep. I have a quick question about furloughs and really understanding staff savings there. So are we talking about people taking unpaid leave and actually taking those days off? Or, you know, with salaried workers, are you basically still expected to get your work done? You're just spreading that savings over the year. So it's really a question of, you know, are we saving money, but decreasing our capacity at the same time? Or is the expectation that people still get their jobs done? How do we think about furloughs, especially for kind of the management team?
Sure. Let me start off, and then either Kylie and or Rumi may want to chime in. So the assumption behind the 10% and estimated at 10% savings for the managers does reflect a service reduction, a service level impact. And it was modeled after a 26-day furlough over the course of a year. So that's effectively 1 day every pay period. And as the council knows, we currently have, for many of our workers, a 980 schedule, which means officially at least 1 day every 2 weeks that certain services are closed. So this would involve this taking another day during that that pay period, a 2-week pay period, such that it could, in some parts of the organization, be effectively a Monday through Thursday schedule only, through which they would be providing active services. So there definitely is a service level impact associated with the furlough.
Okay, that's good. Let me go on to some other questions. The art on the public building, 1% for art, would that be part of the bonding through the COPs?
Good question. I need Kylie to respond.
I don't believe so. I can have Brad correct me if I'm wrong, but no, what staff does is they go through eligible projects every year, calculate that 1% and allocate it to the public art capital improvement project. So that wouldn't be considered part of the bonded expenses.
Okay, so that's going to hit us, and that's a big one for that building.
And that is correct, Tom, and that's already factored into the current 5-year CIP plan.
Okay, and would we bond the entire public safety building in fiscal year 21, or would we do that in phases? Would there be tranches of COPs?
It really depends on the market. Obviously, there are issuance costs, so typically it's more efficient for us to do one sale. And a sale of this large will hit certain levels from a financial market perspective because we would be in, the $100 million marker. But ultimately, we would look to our financial advisors on what would be the most economical way for us to do this, given the current market, as uncertain as it is, and what the cost of the issuance would be, both from our one-time costs to issue it from a consultancy and an underwriter perspective, as well as the actual cost of the debt itself.
Right, and matching it to expenses, like we start to pay interest on debt if we don't need the money, does it make sense to spread it out? I mean, it's complicated calculation, I think.
Yep.
And there was a thing in the most recent staff report that said we would possibly capitalize the interest as well. So we'd end up paying quite a bit more, right, in the terms of total dollars over the life of the project?
I would need to look at the numbers, but ultimately capitalizing the interest would allow us to defer the initial payments by about 12 to 18 months instead of starting the payments immediately after the issuance. I would need to look at the calculations in terms of the 30-year cost of something like that.
So you're talking about just one year's worth of interest.
Yes, we would defer that year's.
Okay. And last question, trying to get in 5 minutes. When is the Cal Garage scheduled to be done?
This is Brad. We're still working with the contractor to get an updated schedule that fully reflects the COVID delay. Our best thinking on this so far with the discussions we've had is late September, but that may change a little.
Okay, so you wouldn't be starting public safety building until after that, possibly.
Right, that would be the earliest. And really that kind of schedule on the public safety building would reflect a process where we have our building permit very soon and essentially put it to bid immediately thereafter.
Right, and you said
which is not necessarily what we're proposing, because we want to be more thoughtful about it and be watching the market and try to time it appropriately.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Koo.
So I just want to kind of ask, I'm still unclear.
Your volume is very low, Lydia.
Is this any better?
Not much.
Not much. Okay, let me see.
That's better.
Okay.
A little.
This better?
Yes.
That's
perfect.
better.
Okay, I found it. Thank you. I wanted to ask, I'm still unclear, the numbers of the vacant positions kind of changes for me, and I'm not sure if I'm catching it all, but I was wondering if you can tell me what are the actual dollar cuts to staff and services after subtracting the 67 vacant positions that I've heard, 67, it might be less or more, I'm not sure. So do you have the actual dollar cuts to that, to the vacancies that we have?
I'm not sure I'm following the question. Is the question how much of the current service level reductions are attributed to vacant positions?
Vacant positions, right.
I don't have that figure.
Okay, you don't have. Is that something that you would provide to us, or is that just?
So that would be a subset of the overall, right? Just to be clear on what we're referring to. So we've got the overall savings expected by the service reductions, and a subset of that is related to vacant positions versus filled positions. So Councilmember, is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, and also it would help with figuring out what the CIP deferrals are, knowing what kind of service, what kind of vacant positions, how does that impact the CIP projects too, right?
Well, at this point, I don't think we could identify deferrals related to vacant positions in the CIP. So maybe best to start with the ongoing operations piece. As Kylie pointed out, we have not segregated service reductions attributable to vacant versus filled positions. I think that may be pretty challenging for us to pull together because in some cases the service is a mix, both of filled and vacant positions.
Okay, because I constantly hear, with reduction in services, reduction in staff, and there's the reduction in services and programs. So I was just trying to understand how does that all work, right?
Yeah, I think maybe the key is it's just not a linear relationship, because as I think Kylie pointed out earlier during the presentation, that in some cases when we have vacancies that are ideally short-term vacancies, that others will fill in, or we may do overtime, and there are different ways that we try to cover those issues in the short term. And so that's where it's not immediately obvious to the public when a vacancy results in a service reduction. But here, where we're talking about changes that will last for at least a year, then we want to recognize the change in service that's associated with that.
Okay. And then can you elaborate a little bit more for me on the staff report when you said the 10 point, so in the staff report, it removed 10.6 million from specific CIP projects. And then there was 8 million that was redirected to other capital projects, FY21 projects. So how did that happen in this last week? Did we have this in our last budget study? It's somewhere on one of the slides that you put up. And I didn't jot down the slide page.
Let's see if I can find it.
I'm looking. Oh, the overall reduction in the base transfer from 15 million to 5 million of the general fund CIP. Is that what you're referring to, council member?
No, I remember one of the slides, it said something about a 10.6 million from CIP projects. And then there was something about 8 million redirected to other FY21 projects. Let me see. Maybe we'll come back to that one then when I find it. Lastly, so the CIP has its own reserve for capital spending, correct? Does it have its own reserve?
A very nominal amount. We try and carry a fund balance in that fund for unexpected project expenses, but we don't necessarily carry something like a BSR like we do in the general fund.
So there's not a set percentage that you try to achieve to have in that reserve fund?
No, the reserves typically in the general capital fund are for either restricted projects or restricted funds that by council or other legal restrictions. And then the other reserve that we typically have in there is, or was previously, for the 2014 council infrastructure plan projects. We would make sure that the TOT funds that were dedicated towards that plan were reserved. But as we're moving through the 5-year period, we no longer need that since we're completing many of those projects. I would say towards the end of the CIP, around 2024, 2025, we are recommending establishing a debt service reserve, because by then we would have about a $10 million annual debt service payment for the issuance of debt for the Cal Ave garage and the public safety building. So making sure that we aren't finding ourselves in a situation where we can't service that debt for some reason in the future. But otherwise, no, there's not a BSR.
Okay, thank you. And I see Monique, so.
And Kylie, we'll extend this maybe a few more seconds. The slide that Councilmember was referring to is slide 12. That's the citywide expense adjustments. It includes the second bullet, transfer to the capital fund. This is on the reduction.
That is correct. So overall, it's $18.4 million being reduced to the capital improvement fund, 10 million, as you mentioned, from the base transfer, 8.5 as a result of the TOT reduction. So all of those reductions or all of the adjustments as a result of those changes in funding levels are part of Attachment A, Exhibit 2, under the General Capital Improvement Fund, which starts on first packet pages are hidden. Packet page 43. Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you, council members. Let's please now go to members of the public who wish to comment on this item. And if the clerk would please help with that.
I will. Pat Burt, you have 2 minutes to speak. Your time starts now.
Thank you.
Pat, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So I'd just like to make a few points. First, at the highest level, on the capital improvement fund, the city manager touched on the history of this, but when we created the IBRIC and the subsequent infrastructure plan that came out of the IBRIC, we did have 3 buckets: catch up, keep up, or keep up first, catch up, and then the big projects. And we quickly implemented the plan for the keep up and the catch up. And then the big projects were only able to be achieved for the most part when we made the determination. We had the zoning incentives for additional hotels. We committed the revenue from the new hotels toward those projects, and we committed the revenue from the increases in the TOT tax. We've all seen that we've had a crash in the TOT. But what has not happened is we have not adjusted the capital plan in accordance with the funding sources that were really driving the ability to move forward on that very aggressive schedule of those new projects. And very minor, modest adjustments to that pace corresponding to the decline in the revenue that was dedicated for that would allow probably full restoration of the service cuts that are being proposed. I'd also just like to point out that the staff report talked about all the latest CIP being essential, but Rinconada Park, the public art, even the amount on the streets that we're spending on street repair is beyond what's needed for keep up or for catch up. And so those all are, and others are candidates for readjustment.
Thank you, Pat. Our next speaker, Steve Rainey. Steve, you have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Council. Want to call your attention to a message sent from Palo Alto Transportation Management Association on May 21. TMA is grateful for $750,000 in funding from the previous fiscal year, and our request as far as the budget parking lot, short-term parking lot item, our request is only $453,000. That's a 40% reduction. So that needs to be part of the parking lot discussion. And in our memo and in our annual report, we make arguments that the TMA is an essential part of helping Palo Alto businesses recover. And in the middle of this budget process, we request council take action to allow the TMA to serve the California Avenue Business District and call out that we are starting a very interesting bicycle program. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Our next speaker is Suzanne Keene. Suzanne, you'll have 2 minutes. Go ahead. Suzanne, your microphone will not unmute.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Now I can hear you. Go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, it was muted on this side. Okay, I'm calling about the Roth Building and the Palo Alto Museum. It has so many good things going for it. It actually has the parking. They've been doing a lot of working with other groups. They have a toilet in the park side. It has so many advantages for a community meeting room. And be able to put the archives there, the Palo Alto archives. What they're waiting for is a long-term permission lease from the city council. But it's really, from what I can read, and I think that's the building I went to when I was pregnant many, many years ago. It has a great history. And anyway, I think it's definitely a save, and there's people, as soon as the lease comes through, there's people that are ready to make some really big donations, and I think that it won't be that hard to find the money to finish it up. Apparently it is all ready to go, and it would be a shame. You know, we're going to need less office space. I think more and more people will be working from home or a few days a week. And let's not miss this opportunity to preserve a beautiful building and really enhance the city of Palo Alto. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. Our next speaker is Maya Adam. Maya, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, hello. I'm a member of the faculty in the pediatrics department at Stanford Medicine, and I would like to bring to your attention the incredibly persuasive amount of research supporting the need for children's community theater for the mental health of our children. I would like to suggest to everyone to really consider priorities here. I think we really need to prioritize our children's health, and things like public safety, building improvements, animal shelter building improvements, while very important, and even for that matter, things like libraries and park improvements. Our children's schools offer athletics around the year. They offer library services around the year. Children's theater year-round is a very unique way of proactively protecting our teenagers' health rather than sort of reactively addressing teen health crises after they occur. And I just would like to place that on the radar of everybody on this call as sort of, I would say, one of the most urgent, although it seems quite gentle and like it might be a sort of an extra in our community, it really is actually a fundamental stronghold that we need to protect in crises like this. And I would urge you to think carefully about any cuts that would affect the Palo Alto Children's Theater, an excellent institution that has served our community, that has protected our children, and that continues to do so through its excellent staff and through the relatively very small budget that it demands. So I would just like to put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Maya. Our next speaker is Michelle Wang. Michelle, you'll have 2 minutes. Michelle, you may need to unmute your side. There you go.
My name is Michelle Wang, and I've been a resident of Palo Alto for 20 years. I'm currently a board member of the Friends of the Palo Alto Children's Theater, and my daughter has been involved in the Children's Theater for over 6 years, from the time she was 8 and now she's 14. It's been an amazing place with incredible staff, a place where she feels accepted. She's learned confidence. She's found friends and caring adults. It has been her home. This is our most prized city service. And during this pandemic, I'm most concerned about the mental health and well-being of our children and teens. Being able to connect with others, feel heard and safe is vital. The Palo Alto Children's Theater also quickly pivoted in March and has been serving more than 800 youth each week during this pandemic. As a member of the Friends of the Palo Alto Children's Theater board, we are in support of the proposal to restore core programs. However, the restoration of funds in the current proposal addresses only the Teen Arts Council and does not restore the Children's Theater with sufficient staffing to carry out their current programs, productions, and when that is able to happen safely. Given that what is currently proposed is a 50% reduction of the Children's Theater overall budget and staffing, the Friends of the Palo Alto Children's Theater request that the restoration of the Children's Theater staffing be placed on the list of parking lot items currently under consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michelle. Our next speaker is Nancy Cohen. Nancy, you have 2 minutes.
Regarding the library options, I urge you council to pick an option. Yeah.
Nancy Cohen. Nancy, you have 2 minutes.
Yes, I'm speaking to you.
Nancy, can you hear me?
Yes.
We'll move on to Katie Brown and let Nancy come back in. Katie Brown, you have 2 minutes. Katie, go ahead. You have 2 minutes. Katie Brown. We'll try Rich Green. Rich Green, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Rich Green. I'm the president of the Palo Alto Museum. For many years, our board of directors, our professional staff, our many volunteers, and our donors have been working in good faith with the city toward a common goal. And that goal is to create a history museum in the city-owned Roth building. Now, we all know the building needs and deserves significant repair and preservation. To date, the museum has raised $6.8 million toward that goal. We hold a valid and current building permit, and the project is shovel ready. The gap to complete the rehabilitation project is $3.7 million. On March 2nd, the City Council voted to explore funding options for the Roth building to the Finance Committee. And then again on May 13th, we were very pleased that 3 council members voted to continue that conversation in the long-term parking lot. We have a meeting coming up this week with city staff and our contractor to explore a phased approach to the construction, which may be the least expensive and the most expedient path forward. So we're really looking forward to further discussions with the Finance Committee. And when the time is right, I am ready to sign a lease so that we may resume fundraising and release funds already raised to start construction. Thank you very much for your continued support.
Thank you, Rich. We'll try Nancy Cohen again. Nancy, are you there? Nancy Cohen? Nancy Cohen, you have 2 minutes. We'll go down the list and try the next one. Telephone participant ending in 603, phone number. You have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Yes, this is Terry Holzmer. I wanted to call in again to express my view and belief that it's critically important to the city to keep moving forward on saving the Roth building, which is really a shovel-ready project that should proceed because it benefits not only the whole community, but really future generations of Palo Altans. Besides its importance in establishing a awaited history museum, it's important to note that funding doesn't necessarily have to come from the general fund. There are other sources, including impact fees, that could be used to help move this project forward. The city should really initiate what it discussed long ago, which was entering into a long-term lease with the museum officials so this project could move forward. I urge you sincerely that the legacy that is Palo Alto's and its importance of having a true home for the pioneers that made this town, like David Packard and Steve Jobs and Thomas Foon Chu, for that matter, that they be recognized for their contributions, not only to the city, but to this region. I would like to be a little emotional about the importance of history and why this museum is so important. Too often, folks look at history as something as dusty old books or exhibits on file that are collecting dust. However, what history really does is inspire those truly, not really, who are really the young. I remember one story that I heard at a very young age from Ohio about Neil Armstrong and how he, at an early age, recognized the importance of aviation because his father took him to a museum of airplanes. I think that's very important, that people be exposed to things and learn from others. This way, they grow, and who knows what they might be. They might be able to solve some of our most important problems of cancer and other issues that we have today. So please do not forget the importance of history and support the saving of the Roth building. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Our next speaker is Swati Goel, to be followed by Lydia Callahan and Becky Sanders. Swati, you have 2 minutes. Go ahead, Swati Goel.
Hi, my name is Swathi Goyal. I'm a graduating senior at Gunn and a rising freshman at Harvard in the fall, hopefully, to study CS. I'm here to talk to you today about the budget cuts regarding the Palo Alto Children's Theater and my experiences there. I spoke last week as well. I just wanted to reiterate how vitally important the PACT is for young children. I used to be devastatingly shy. It was a terror to even raise my hand in class. Theater gave me the confidence to overcome that. Being cast in a show and being on a stage gave me my first spark of self-worth. But even beyond that, PACT is so much fun. I mean, if you've been to a show, you know. Kids get to do the tech, they can help with sets, they get amazing costumes, and all the staff are so supportive and knowledgeable. It's truly a privilege to be able to learn from them. I met my best friend at the Children's Theater back in 5th grade. Until this day, I have a circle of close friends and mentors from the theater helping guide me. The community that theater gave me is what helped me make it through high school. I understand that we must all adapt during times of crisis, but cutting all the arts programs for children is not the solution that will best balance the impact, especially during a time of hardship in which so much about children's lives has been warped. We must keep fully supporting the Children's Theater. I understand that you have a difficult choice in front of you, but I hope you will continue to fully support this beloved Palo Alto institution. Thank you.
Thank you, Swati. Our next speaker is Lydia Callahan, to be followed by Becky Sanders and Jeremy Ehrman. Lydia.
Hi, my name is Lydia Callahan, and thank you.
Lydia, we lost, there you go.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Lydia Callahan, and I wanted to thank the City Council for the hard work they're doing during this difficult time. I live in Crescent Park. I'm on the board of the Friends of the Palo Alto Children's Theater, and my twin girls, Faye and Madeline, who are now 15, have been doing children's theater here since they were in the 4th grade. I'm alarmed at the recent proposal to impose draconian budget cuts and cancel Palo Alto Children's Theater performances for the next 2 years. I wanted to point out that the Palo Alto Children's Theater has been a leader in moving online and pivoted early to hosting virtual classes, performances, and camps. Another example of how the Children's Theater has been on the vanguard of virtual performances is its partnership with Stanford's Compression Lab, which is in that school's computer science department. The collaboration is producing a piece of theater that can be distributed and enjoyed through a kit that provides audio content and headphones. The Friends of the Palo Alto Children's Theater has a proposal to supplement this year's budget with a donation that would allow the theater to retain staff and keep performances going when it is safe to do so. I urge you to consider this proposal. The theater inspires an important group of creative kids who are not served by our typical parks and recreation amenities. Enacting these budget cuts and canceling performances for 2 years would crush the spirit of the many children and teens that participate in the theater and attend as audience members. Please reconsider your plans and give our kids a reason to hope for the future. And my daughter, Madeline Weiss, wants to say a few quick words.
Oh, hi. So I think we also discredit what the Children's Theater will do for our youth in the future. It's a wonderful resource to have growing up. It teaches professionalism, cooperation, being a part of a team, public speaking and confidence. And I really think that it's a wonderful resource, and it would be devastating for our youth right now not to be able to grow up with it and with that resource.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Becky Sanders, to be followed by Jeremy Ehrman and Lawrence. Becky, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Beth. Y'all can hear me, right? Yeah.
Yes.
So, thank you so much for this discussion today. And I just wanted to reiterate that I'm one of the signatories to Pat Burt's letter that Pat Burt helped us all organize to send in about the budget situation, just reiterating that we really don't want to give up services and human services in service of infrastructure, buildings, and other things like that. So I just wanted to say thank you for keeping Bullware Park in your sites. That's just really important to Ventura over here. And then I have a wisecrack for you. It's, it's a little bit, maybe it's a little bit in poor taste, but I think it captures how we feel over here in Ventura. If you have to cut services to neighborhoods, could you cut them to every neighborhood but Ventura? Then maybe give us a little boost, and then we'll finally have parity with all the other neighborhoods. We still continue to have vehicle dwellers and unhoused people using Bullware for sanitary purposes. And I really hope that the city can use some money to help the unhoused stay clean and safe during COVID. I know Project We Hope over in East Palo Alto has their mobile sanitary van facility, and we need some real out of the box thinking about keeping the community safe, especially if we're going to be reopening, because I was just over at Bullware today, and I mean, there was just tissue and detritus and just bottles and such all over the place, worse. So anyway, thank you so much, and my time is up.
Thank you, Becky. Our next speaker is Jeremy Ehrman.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you so much. I'd like to add my voice to those that are supporting the Children's Theater. Also, I'd like to speak in support of Children's Library and also retaining the lease on Cumberly Community Center. I know the focus in the Children's Theater has been on the idea that performances need to be reduced because of the shelter in place, but the proposed cut to the Children's Theater isn't really just performances. It's about 50 to 60% of the Children's Theater's total budget. So this would severely hamper the city's ability to provide services, whether traditional performances or more innovative stuff. If you go online, you can see all the stuff that they're doing right now. Also, about 2 weeks ago at the previous budget meeting, I believe the director of libraries said that Children's Library had the second highest rate of circulation of materials in the library system, yet it's now being cut 4 days a week and not just 3 days a week. I really think this needs to be revisited. This is not just a neighborhood library, it serves the whole community, and its programs really can't be duplicated elsewhere. So I really urge the city council, city staff to relook at these cuts to Children's Library and how that will affect children. And just wanted to also then, I don't understand this idea of reneging on the Cumberly lease. I have not heard a clear discussion of what this means to all the tenants that have rented space there, including many community groups. This also deprives the Palo Alto School District of several $1 million. So all of these cuts seem disproportionately aimed at affecting youth and teens. So I really think that these should be really re-looked at. I know the idea is to find, I guess, discrete programs that can be cut, but just throwing these things out wholesale does not seem like a good idea to me. And I really think that you should think of it from the perspective of those of us that use these facilities and programs, those of us that rely on them or work there or know people that work there. And hopefully the council will look at it from our perspective and see if these are worth saving. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. Our next speaker is Lawrence, to be followed by Mona and Alvin Am. Lawrence, go ahead. Lawrence, you need to unmute from your side. There you go.
Yeah, this is Mark Lawrence. I'm a resident of Midtown. I'm also chief engineer for Stanford radio station KZSU, on which this meeting and countless others have been broadcast. I noticed in the budget that they're proposing to cut out funding for the radio broadcasts. The funding for KZSU's broadcasts on the council amounts to about $15,000 a year. I need to point out that the station receives essentially no general university funds. The operating costs are paid by student fees. Broadcast of the meetings on the radio is what lets people listen to the meetings from anywhere, including in their cars. It seems that in an era of social distancing and virtual meetings, that the radio broadcasts are more important than ever. I should also point out that the equipment and connections and staffing that lets us broadcast the meetings also provide a way for the city to go on the air on KZSU during emergencies and reach all residents of the cities, even when the networks are down. So I strongly urge the city to keep these meetings on the air and maintain this tradition of more than 40 years of Stanford serving the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Lawrence. Our next speaker is Mona, to be followed by Alvin Hom and Ian Jacobson.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Hi, I'm Mona. I'm a sophomore at Henry M. Gunn High School. Today, I'd like to talk about YCS, which is a program where students take action in informing other students about mental health. This is so important because many of us ourselves have experienced dealing with our mental and emotional health. And during this time,
everyone has to be loved.
And during this time, this support is the most needed. Although the budget includes $25,000 for YCI, it is important to have the full $50,000 because YCS Youth Connectedness Program is listed under Human Services contracts, not the City Teen Services budget. YCS Youth Connectedness Initiative works in partnership with the school district and other nonprofit wellness programs. This further emphasizes the importance of mental well-being and what our program does. Personally, coming from a place where I have dealt with mental health, YCSI has helped me understand the importance of reaching out. It has helped me bring a positive change to my community, and I'm sure many of the other peer leaders also can relate to this. This year, so far, we've accomplished amazing things by hosting several community events and projects because of this program and your support, to all of which students have had a better perspective and understanding of the issues students and people face within our communities. The following school year will be very uncertain, as we all know, and an anxious time for many students. Mental and emotional health should be prioritized. I ask you to consider renewing the full funding for our program so we can maximize our efforts in connecting teens. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ian Jacobs. Ian, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Ian Jacobs. I am 17 years old and work as a professionally paid actor. I was trained and developed my passion and enjoyment for theater at the Palo Alto Children's Theater, also known by their abbreviation of PACT. I attended the theater for 6 years, and I would like to provide to the council some insight as to what the theater provides to its participants. I would like to start off by saying how extremely unique PACT is. There truly is no other theater like it in the entirety of the Bay Area. I have attended Hope Musical Theater, Peninsula Youth Theater, the school programs at Bowman, Hausner, Cubberley, and Pali, and several other summer programs throughout the years. Through each of these theater programs, PACT still remains at the top of the list in being able to provide each and every one of its participants not only with skills in the performing arts, but with the social, emotional, and public speaking skills that they need not only to function now, but in the future as well. I would also like to point out another prominent feature PACT provides, and that is school relief. Palo Alto contains some of the most competitive high schools in the country, one of which I learned at. All of us attended high school at one point, and especially those of us who have or are in Palo Alto know the stress and rigor it demands of its students. Knowing at the end of the day that I have PACT, a place in which I can express my passions and learn alongside others in a community who are just as enthusiastic as me, gave me some much needed boosts in self-worth and self-confidence that were not at the place they needed to be at the time. PACT has also continued operating during the COVID-19 shutdown. I have attended several online meetings with PACT in which my screen was filled with happy families who attended. By doing this, PACT is giving both its young and old participants a reminder that even during these times, the community within the theater still exists, and we are all present and will continue to support each other. Cutting back on funding or shutting down the theater would be depriving the city of Palo Alto of a much needed hub for culture and community, something that I can guarantee many will be negatively affected by severely. Please take my insight into account, and I hope you make the right decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alvin to be followed by Linda Lenore and Blake Matthews. Alvin, go ahead.
Cool. Hi, everyone. My name is Alvin Hom. I'm currently a rising junior at the University of Michigan studying philosophy, politics, and economics, and I've lived in Palo Alto since 2002, and I'm here to show my support for the Palo Alto Children's Theater. Right off the bat, I know a lot of you guys have to consider different factors, and I don't know all the details, and money is tight, but growing up, I loved two things: acting and student government. I acted in 15 shows from 2008 to 2015 at the Palo Alto Children's Theater and was the student body president of Gunn High School in 2018. So I know firsthand that it can be difficult to make decisions like these, and I trust that in the end, you will make a decision that is best for our community. Politics now. Theater has made me who I am today. Performing on stage showed me how much I enjoyed making other people laugh and smile. It taught me the importance of enjoying life and made me want to find other ways to spread happiness in my community. Times are undoubtedly tough. Hard decisions will need to be made, but I hope it is not at the expense of the Friends of the Palo Alto Children's Theater. With all the negativity in the world, kids need a place to learn about art and get inspired now more than ever. I've spent the last 5 years thinking about how I could use politics to make my community a better place, when I should have been looking back at my own life. I was already a part of an organization that spreads happiness and makes our community better. Thank you for this opportunity to reflect on what the theater means to me. Thank you for also not completely closing the theater, and thank you for continuing to make decisions that will benefit youth creative endeavors now and in the future.
Thank you, Alvin. Our next speaker is Linda Lenore, to be followed by Blake Matthews and Rohan Solanki. Linda, go ahead. Linda, you may need to unmute on your side. We'll come back to Linda. Blake Matthews. Blake, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Blake Matthews. I'm a junior in high school at Menlo Atherton, and I've been a member of Palo Alto Children's Theater since I was 10 years old. And I just wanted to share my experience within the community, this community, in the hopes that after the COVID crisis, PAC can continue on with a sustainable budget. So for me, working with the staff and the group of kids that I met there has been a transformative experience. During my first show, I had severe separation anxiety, and I was tormented with the idea of my parents abandoning me, and it paralyzed me from doing the things that I really wanted to do in life. And slowly but surely, I felt comfortable enough to have my parents drop me off and leave me there because of the community that surrounded me. And I realized that PAC was a safe space for me. Around the age of 13, I really started to struggle with mental illness, and it was really debilitating and challenging for me. And there were so many days that it was an extremely tough fight for me. So many times throughout my adolescence, the only place where I felt like I could seek refuge was at the theater, surrounded by people who I knew, who loved me, supported me, and cared for me. And I always clung to the thing that I knew that I had there for me, no matter what, which was this program. I met a girl who I fell in love with in this community, who I still consider one of my closest friends. I've met people who, no matter what, have been there for me. My mentors have taught me how to work hard, how to find a sense of confidence within myself and overcome my demons with something that I love more than anything in the world. The messages that they have given me are ones that I will carry with me for the rest of my life. And I have been able to foster a sense of confidence in myself, which has changed my life forever. There's nothing in the world that I would trade for the experience and gifts that I've been given in the program. And I strongly advise the city council to approve a higher budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Blake, for sharing with us. Our next speaker is Linda Lenore. Linda, are you there?
I am you.
Linda, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So thank you, first of all, City Council, for reinstating some of the budget for the teen services programs. I'm calling specifically today about the other $25,000 that I'm hoping that you will also reinstate to youth community service. And as a board member, and also as a suicide prevention training manager from Stanford, I'm very concerned about not having the full amount that is needed for this particular program. So this past week, I've actually been on 2 State Department of Education webinars with our state superintendent. And in both of those webinars, there were administrators and also students who presented. And both webinars, high on the list, were the mental health needs that we will be having to face both now, we're already facing many, and also when our students come back to re-engage in school. And as many of you on this call know, from our contagion to contagions of death by suicide only a few years ago, we put out a survey out to our students during that time. And high on their list, we asked them, what kind of supports can we put in place for you? And what came high on the list were that they wanted to feel cared about and they wanted to feel more connected. And so part of why YCS came about with this connectedness initiative was in response to our youth and what our youth are asking for. So although I know that there are many things that are being cut, my hope is that some of the infrastructure investments, although important, as we all know, sometimes they can be delayed, but the mental health of our students, we've learned, cannot be delayed. And so I hope that you can reinstate the other part of the funding for YCS, because the more connections our teens have, the more likely they will reach out for our help. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Linda. Our next speaker is Rohan Solanki, to be followed by Katie Brown and Monica Young. Rohan, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Me?
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Rohan Solanki, and I wanted to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. The Palo Alto Children's Theater has been a huge part of my childhood and has played a major part in the person I've become. It changed me from a shy, quiet kid to a confident, outspoken adult. The place is just magical. I remember having to be dragged by my mom for my first audition and excitedly running into the theater for the rest of the 15 shows I did. I learned so many skills that I've applied in the rest of my life. Through the theater, I gained public speaking skills, and this year was able to host a school-wide TEDx conference with hundreds in attendance, and I would have never had the confidence to do that without the theater. I found a lifelong passion in the PACT, and while I have stopped performing at the PACT, I've continued to act in productions all throughout high school, and the memories that I've made in these productions have been some of the best of my life. I have made 2 of my most treasured friendships at the Children's Theater, and both of my friends enrich my life every day and make me a better person. But I really think that the part of the PAC that I love the most is the strong sense of community, a community that you can never really leave, even when you leave Palo Alto, as I am for college. For example, I'm a Boy Scout, and for context, it has been a couple of years since I had done a major production. I was looking for an organization to do my Eagle project for, and so I emailed Judge Lucky, the artistic director of the PACT. He emailed me back really quickly, and in no time, I was at the theater again, hard at work. I felt right at home, and Mr. Lucky made me feel so cared for, and I know that everyone involved in the theater, past and present, feels the same way. I was so glad to do my project for such an amazing organization, and I am proud to say that I am now an Eagle Scout. If budget decreases and staff cuts happen, I'm scared that future beneficiaries would not have the same experience and same benefits as I did. People, especially now, need an escape, whether it's the actors, the techies, or the audience members. The Children's Theater was really my second home during my childhood, and a major reason that I am the way that I am. And I can't thank that organization enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Rohan. Our next speaker is Katie Brown, to be followed by Monica Young and Jennifer Jacobs.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Awesome, thank you. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to speak. I'm Katie Brown. I'm a senior at Gunn High School, and I've been a proud children's theater participant for over 8 years. The theater has been a second home to me, and I don't know what I would do without it. I found my passion for the performing arts there. I've participated in numerous productions, camps, and classes throughout elementary and middle school. As I got older, PACT was still able to give me a platform to expand my knowledge of theater. I interned in the costume shop, volunteered over 500 community service hours, stage managed shows, and so much more. PACT was able to give me such amazing opportunities throughout the entire time there. I wouldn't be pursuing a degree in theater for college without them. The theater gave me lifelong skills that I will use for the rest of my life. At the beginning of high school, I was struggling with all the academic pressure and stress that comes with this very STEM-heavy environment, and I had a really tough time. But PACT swooped in and helped me. PACT gave me a place to express my creative capabilities and to be myself. I've learned how to communicate and work with young kids, peers my age, and adults. I've gained self-confidence, public speaking skills, and passion for the arts. The theater has done this for so many other kids, and it breaks my heart to think future participants might not get the same opportunities I had. I also made a video I sent to the council called What PACT Means to Me that has over 40 participants expressing their love of PACT. I would love it if you could watch it because it speaks volumes on how PACT has changed so many lives. We need the theater, especially after this time of crisis. Please consider the full PACT proposal for budget cuts. Thank you so much for your time.
Are we going to our next speaker? Seems like we maybe lost the city clerk's audio.
Let me check on that.
Let's try again.
Oh.
There you go.
Jennifer Jacobs, you have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Yes, the current proposal includes a restoration of funding for the Teens Art Council. However, this is not sufficient as the Children's Theater provides integral support of children of all ages. The current proposal is still a 50% reduction to the theater's budget and would pose a significant detriment to the Children's Theater's ability to continue to support our children during this pandemic. This theater is the city's crown jewel, one which the city can hold up as a model for our entire nation. It is one of the oldest theaters in the country for children by children. This children's theater has been an amazing resource for my children. Over the past 8 years, my children have experienced personal and emotional growth at this theater. The theater was a refuge for my children when they dealt with difficult personal issues. The theater provides a non-threatening entree into tech for many girls who get to work with their very sophisticated lighting and sound systems. It is critical to restore funding to ensure that the technical staff will be able to help our girls and all children build self-esteem to not only engage with technology, but also pursue STEM studies and professions with the knowledge and assurance that they can be successful in those pursuits. As the Children's Theater has a small, lean staff, it is difficult to imagine how a 50% reduction in staff and a 50% reduction in the budget can produce performances online or in person. I implore you to please restore funding back to the Children's Theater to ensure that they are able to retain the ability to support our children now throughout the COVID-19 crisis and in the future. It is really, really critical. These technical staff we will not find them if their positions are cut. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Jennifer. Our next speaker is Monica Young, to be followed by Carlos Aceves and Hal Mickelson. Monica, go ahead.
This is Monica Yergarima, living at 1032 Bryan Street. Thank you, council members and the staff members to create such a complex budget report. I like history, and I volunteer and sponsor in a lot of the history program, including the Stanford Chinese Rural Workers Program, the SPICE program, the exhibits that is exhibited in the library before and across the nation, and also the archaeologists programs that they have, trying to dig up who's been working and helping the Stanford family, which is a lot of the Chinese workers at the time. They planted the palm tree and all that. And it is important to remember all these things, besides the pioneer like Jobs, Variance brothers, and Hewlett and Packard, because it helped us to put, a balance into who we are as a person. And it create a fair playing field for less prejudice against minority, like the COVID-19. Seems like the Asian, actually is the Chinese, but immigrants or even the citizens are being blamed for the virus, or the job loss. When that happened, it's easy for the minority to be the scapegoat. To be able to balance that, I think we need to have more history, that people understand that we all contribute to this community and the historic community in the past and now. And I hope that you support the History Museum so it can move forward to start constructions for the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Monica. Our next speaker is Carlos Aceves, to be followed by Jonathan Ehrman and David Foster. Carlos, go ahead. Carlos, go ahead and unmute on your end.
Great.
There you go.
Thank you.
We did have it. There you go. Carlos, go ahead. We'll move on to the next speaker, Jonathan Ehrman. Jonathan, go ahead.
Am I unmuted?
You're unmuted.
Great. Hi, Council. I'd like to speak on a couple of issues. I'm worried about as many people funding to certain organizations, particularly organizations, the libraries, the theater, and the Junior Museum and Zoo are all organizations with dedicated friends groups that have the ability to do fundraising for these organizations. And I'm worried that the council is not taking into account enough the support that these can provide. Particularly, I'm worried about the Junior Museum and Zoo. With the incredible increase in ticket prices that you're proposing, it seems to me that this is very counterproductive, because it will keep people from coming to the museum, and it will also hamper the Friends' ability to reach out for donations and funds and grants. So it seems to me that the Junior Museum and Zoo, you should really take a close look at the entry fees that you're proposing, because I think that it will not help you. I think it will hinder you. And I think you're discounting what the Friends can do, and also the generosity of the community when you give them something for the community. Remember that our tax dollars pay for the Museum and Zoo, and much of the building was built through private donations. So it seems to me that this is a gift to the city, and that you need to welcome people in and let the Friends do their part to help bring support. I'm also worried about the losing the Crosstown shuttle. It seems to me, even with that, which serves, I think, at least 3 senior centers, 2 middle schools, Midtown, the downtown train station, the Rinconada Library. It's the only public transit that goes there, and you should take a look at that. The information about the shuttle is not good either on the website or in public, and it seems to me that there's not a huge expenditure needed in order to get that information just a little clearer. Also regarding the, I noticed that, that you're still planning on replacing the seats in the Lucy Stern Theater to the tune of over $400,000. And it seems like this could easily be deferred, especially since those seats are not going to receive the use that they would have this year because they've already been not used for several months.
Thank you, Jonathan. Our next speaker is Carlos Aceves, to be followed by David Foster and Evie DiMarzo.
Hello.
Carlos, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. This is Carlos Aceves. I am the technical director at New Conservatory Theater Center in San Francisco. And I had the true privilege of working at the Children's Theater for 5 years. In my time there, I saw a community that contributed so deeply to the well-being, both in terms of mental health and artistic and personal growth to the Palo Alto community. It takes decades to build a strong arts institution. And for the Palo Alto Children's Theater, that journey began in 1937. That's 83 years. And that work is so hard to pick up when an arts organization is forced to readjust with a budget cut. Wanted to express that. Furthermore, during this time of great distress, children not only need art as a means to escape, but really to process what is happening in the world around them. Children, we need a safe space after the pandemic has ended or evolved. And I believe the Children's Theater will be a place for them to go back to and start to reprocess what's happened and be able to grow from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos. And our next speaker is David Foster, to be followed by Evie DiMarzo. And our final speaker will be Hal Mickelson.
Hi there. I hope everyone is staying healthy and safe. My name is David Foster, and I'm a 2019 Pali grad. First, I want to thank you all, both on the council and staff, for your hard work. I can only imagine how hard this is on each of you, and the sheer amount of work from the city staff is often under-recognized. So I really appreciate it. Like many others today, I want to bring up supporting productions at the Children's Theater and supporting the theater in general. I really appreciate the changes you all made to the budget, allowing for 2 main shows and a number of smaller productions. In these challenging times, I know that every part of the budget must be trimmed, and the theater is no exception. But I'm here to ask if you can work with the theater to come to a financial solution to avoid permanent damage to our theater program. You've all heard all the other people talking about this, so I thought I'd bring in a themed profile picture to spice things up. I had my acting debut in 4th grade at the Children's Theater, and over the past 10 years, I've learned just how many people are connected to making a show. If you look at my profile picture, hopefully you will see this adorable picture of the 2010 Busytown cast that just shows how many people get hurt when we cut funding to theater programs. It's every child on that stage. I'm the one in the little blue and green lowly worm costume. It's every student behind the curtain running lights and sound, building props and sets. And it's every member of the technical, artistic, and administrative staff, like Carlos, who just spoke, who are needed for both the shows and classes at the theater. Simply put, the Palo Alto Children's Theater touches thousands of lives, even through virtual media. And I appreciate all you can do to support it, if not for the sake of my good memories, for the 4th graders who might never get a chance to have the opportunities the Children's Theater opened for me. Thank you so much, and stay safe.
What's going on, Connor?
What happens in Animal Crossing New Horizons if you catch all the fish and bugs?
I don't know. The new museum has everything.
I will take care of that.
Hello? Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
Hello, my name is Eve DeMarzo, and I'm here to talk about the Palo Alto Children's Theater. I have been participating in the Palo Alto Children's Theater since I was age 8 until present day, which is over half of my life, considering I'm 17 years old. I'm a junior at Palo Alto High School. I began performing at the Palo Alto Children's Theater when I was just in 3rd grade, as soon as I was able to, because actually my mom had taken me to come see a show when I was 7, and I wasn't quite old enough to audition, and I just spent the next year waiting and begging her, am I old enough yet? Am I old enough yet to perform, to go and do what all those other kids were doing? And it really changed my life. I mean, the productions, if any of you have seen them, are impossibly professional for a children's theater. The level of direction, the level of perfectionism with the music, the acting, the costumes, even the technical elements, which are also done by kids age 8 to 18, are all phenomenal. I mean, for a community theater, let alone a community theater that is put on mostly by children. I am planning on going to college for musical theater. I will be auditioning for schools in the fall and the spring. And that is entirely because of the nurturing and absolutely amazing experience I had with the Palo Alto Children's Theater growing up. They cultivated a love for theater in me and for theater and people all around me who I met through the theater that has completely altered the course of my life for the better. I've found something that I'm passionate about, something to give myself purpose. I ask that the board consider restoring more of the theater funding so that the Children's Theater can give opportunities to kids like me who just want to be a part of a community, to perform, to be themselves, and to have that creative outlet for themselves. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Eve. Our next speaker is Hal Mickelson, to be followed by our final speaker, Karen Kwan.
Beth, can you hear me? Beth, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you. This is Hal Mickelson. I'm a resident of the Green Meadow neighborhood. I'm speaking on behalf of the Palo Alto History Museum. Why are we talking about this in these very difficult times? There are 2 silver linings here that are worth mentioning. The first is this is potentially an impact fee project that can be funded without dislocating money needed for other current purposes. And it's a capital investment, which means that it's not going to go onto the budget as something that needs operating expense support in future years. As very forcefully pointed out in the letter that I think all of you have from Supervisor Simidian. Second silver lining, it's a shovel-ready project. This is a chance to save some money in the long run by spending money now, particularly if impact fees can be used. I'm going to read briefly from a letter that I think all council members have from John Northway, who was an associate of Burge Clerk, the architect of the Roth building. John Northway points out that the structure of the Roth building is acutely vulnerable to earthquakes. The interior walls are made of hollow clay tile and unreinforced masonry. This is going to be a disaster in a seismic event. It's essential to renovate the Roth building now before the first earthquake arrives. And the fastest way forward to protecting the Roth building is a partnership between the city of Palo Alto and the museum. As Rich mentioned, the museum stands ready to go out and raise the money if we have a lease. We have an approved and active building permit and an outstanding construction firm, Vance Brown, lined up for it. So we're looking forward to the discussion that will be taking place in the Finance Committee. We appreciate your support.
Thank you, Hal. And our final speaker is Karen Kwan. Karen, go ahead.
Hello, this is Karen Kwan. I'm the Director of Development with the Palo Alto Arts Center Foundation. I just wanted to reiterate our thanks to the City Council for your continued support in our nearly 50 years history. The private-public partnership that we have enjoyed has been such a treasure to the success of the Palo Alto Arts Center. And just over the weekend, we sent in a petition to our foundation members, all 500 plus of them. And we heard back from more than a quarter of our members urging City Council to maintain adequate funding to the Palo Alto Arts Center. The foundation is ready to step in and step up, and we just need the council to do your part to support the arts in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. And that's our final speaker for today.
Thank you so much. Thank you to everyone who called in or joined our Zoom to share your thoughts, ideas, and questions. We truly appreciate it. I'm gonna call, I think, a 14-minute break. We've been here since 1 p.m. So let's all plan to be back here at 4:10, and we'll resume with council questions and comments. See you all in a bit.
Eric, this is Jessica. Would you mind turning off your video? Thank you.
Okay, I think I see 4 council members. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep, I can hear you.
Great, thank you. Again, apologies for the connection trouble. Just want to again thank all the members of the public who shared their comments, ideas, and questions with us. I know everyone on council and staff really appreciates your dedication to Palo Alto and the input you all provide. So we want to bring it back to council. I've got a quick couple comments and then want to leave it open to all of you for hopefully a round of questions or two and then comments and motions. So just a quick reminder of what we're trying to get done tonight. We want to go through the $839,000 of quote unquote surplus and decide how to allocate that, whether to the budget stabilization reserve or to other programs. It would be great if we can get to the long-term parking lot, items which the council has indicated we may be interested in for further work by the city staff, but outside of this budget process. There is the matter of the ordinance allowing council members to waive their monthly stipend. And then finally, and kind of the big thing is direct staff to come back with an adopted budget, the attachments 1 and 2, the municipal fee schedule, tables of organization, and a revised capital improvement plan. So that's really our goals. I think, you know, when I get to you all, let's maybe start with the general questions and then try to focus on the parking lot issues. And then the other ones are a little more minor in my estimation. So could I just have staff go to slide 4 of the presentation, please? I just want to talk through 1 or 2 quick slides kind of in response to a number of public comments we had. And so I just wanted to highlight that slides 4 and 7 of the staff presentation really detailed some of the budget restorations we were looking at. So things such as recreation, teen programming, such as the Palo Alto Youth Council, MakeX, the Art Center, the Drop Center, also restorations to library services and building inspections. So that's on slide 7, I believe. And slide 4 highlights some of the partial service restorations at the College Terrace Library, the Art Center, and the Children's Theater. So obviously it's not back to the levels where these would have been in a normal year. But I just do want to highlight to the community, these have been issues you have raised repeatedly in dozens of comments and hundreds, if not thousands of emails. And staff and council have really tried to be responsive to that in partially restoring some of these programs. The other one I want to emphasize is, and there's more information about these in pages 7 and 8 of the staff report. Sorry. The other slide I want to highlight is slide 29 of the presentation. And this is where I would really appreciate if we can start and focus our energies for the next while. These are the short-term parking lot items for our consideration and direction. And these are detailed in the staff report on pages 12 and 13. Just for members of the public listening, but maybe not watching. The items listed here, these are things that the council decided we want to take another look at before finalizing our budget. So they include a strategy to manage attrition in the police and fire departments, estimated at about $500,000, revisiting funding for the Transportation Management Agency. It's currently at $750,000. Revisiting funding for City Council minutes transcription, which is $35,000. Funding for the cost of printing City Council materials, such as our packets and budgets, $35,000. And revisit funding for YCS Youth Connectedness Initiative. I believe it's $50,000 annually, and right now we have allocated $25,000, so we could allocate an additional $25,000 to fully fund that. As you all know, we have about $839,000 of remaining fund balance. As I mentioned, it can go to these items, it can go to other programs, or we can dedicate it to the budget stabilization reserve. So those are my framing comments. And with that, I'll kick it off for a round of questions. The first hand I see is Councilmember Niss.
I actually want to go directly to one of the short-term parking lot items. Do you want us to start there? Because if you want another round of questions, I can start there. What's your pleasure, Mr. Mayor? So
I think we should focus on the short-term parking lot issues. and go through maybe a round of general questions. And then my inclination is we go through these one by one. So we would start with police and fire, then go to the Transportation Management Agency, then City Council minutes. But maybe the first round questions anywhere you have through our process so far.
Okay. Let me tell you, when we get to it, I would very much like to, looking at page 10 in the short term. Hang on, this makeshift home office doesn't satisfy all of the needs for a budget meeting. So looking at page 12, and I'm not sure quite how to make that into a question, Adrian, but I'm very interested in being sure that we pass this strategy to manage attrition in Palo Alto, particularly in police. I think fire may have done a pretty good job of taking care of what they were concerned about, what we were concerned about. So at this point, after you go through a round, I would like to make a motion on this. So, but let me start someplace else. I'll start with the usual council member Cormack question, which is, I am very troubled that not any library is staying open in the evening. For many people, that has to be the best time to go. And I would like us to find some way, I don't know what the cost would be, to extend either Rinconada or Mitchell, but both of those are very crowded in the evening. And maybe they are in the morning as well. I haven't checked that out, but I know that normally in the evening they are full. So if there is some way staff could either answer that, or we can just move that we want to stay open. One library should stay open. Ed, do you want to comment on it?
Sure. Well, actually, I was going to ask our interim library director, Gayatri Kent, to speak to both hours as proposed, both maybe currently as well as proposed, and the usage level.
Hi.
Perfect.
Hi.
Thank you for that question. Actually, under the current proposal, Mitchell is open in the evenings.
Ah.
So it's only...
Takes care of my question. Unless you're going to close it after we pass the budget.
No. We would love to restore services, not close after the council decides.
So you will continue, even though I think, unless I misread it, I thought it read that the library is closed at 6. Was I wrong?
Rinconada Library will be closed at 6. Both Mitchell and Rinconada will be closed one day a week. But the rest of the days, it will be open until 9.
Mitchell will be open till 9. It's the only one that will be open till 9.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Sure.
Okay, so that takes care of mine for the moment, Adrian, except as I said, I will be supporting the strategy to manage attrition, which is on page 12.
Thank you, Councilmember Niss. Next, I have Councilmember Cormack.
Mayor Fine, I'm still confused on if we're doing the short-term parking lot or anything, because you said both, so.
So I do want us to focus on the short-term parking lot, yes, but I also understand there may be other questions from the presentation or jogged by a comment from the public.
Okay. So then the question with respect to the short-term parking lot and attrition, I was extremely concerned about police funding 2 weeks ago, as some of you know. And later that week, we did add back $600K for police, and I see what staff has done in terms of admin. So I am less concerned about that than I had been in the prior version of this. With respect to the TMA, I wonder if Ms. Nose could clarify. It was $750 in the budget, and Mr. Rainey has said $453. Is that money available to add to the $839, or did your reference to the downtown parking fund suggest that it is not available?
Always picking up on those details, Councilmember Cormack. That's a good distinction to ask. And Molly can help me out if I step in the wrong here. Ultimately, those funds can be used for a broad range of investments. Council historically has allocated those funds for use in the downtown area, but that's not necessarily the legal restrictions on those funds. So it would be a deviation from a policy perspective.
Okay, that's very helpful. Ms. Stump, anything to add?
Just yes, I agree. And I don't believe there is a formal policy. There is a history and practice, but the funds are general funds and they can be allocated to the budget purpose that the council determines is appropriate.
Fantastic, thank you. So we'll see where we end up on the TMA. I am very excited about it being extended to California Avenue. That's been something I've been talking about for a long time. Short-term parking lot. Let me just clarify YCS because we've heard a lot of things. There are two separate sources of funding for YCS. We are not cutting the main source of funding for YCS as an organization. Is that correct? That maintains.
There's the county grant and then the city's quote unquote matching grant. Although
there's another part. There's another part of YCS. Director O'Kane pops up just when we need her. Could we just get clear once and for all about YCS? The funding that we have traditionally given the organization for the organization has remained throughout this, and that is proposed in next year's budget. Is that right?
So yes, they have funding through the HISRAP grant program, which is separate from this county matched grant program for the YCI initiative.
Okay, so the YCI initiative is a separate new program that started a year or two ago. Is that right?
It was 3 years ago.
3 years ago. Okay, and we have traditionally funded that. But I just want to be super clear that it's not cutting it in half. It's right now they'd be at 75% of what they had asked for. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, great. And then in terms of minutes versus printing, I would definitely prioritize printing as long as the minutes are available through that other transcription. But I'm open to hearing from my colleagues on that. Okay, now I'm going to use my remaining time before Monique appears and start at the very top level. We have heard an outpouring of support from people in this community who are offering time and money. People want to volunteer and they want to donate. So not today, but at some point in the near future, we have to figure out how to take advantage of that in this community, because some of these problems aren't going to go away, whether it's revenue problems or the other things that we're dealing with. So I just want to start at the top level and say that's what I hear when I hear people calling in and writing. I hear them saying, I want to help. So we got to figure out how to take advantage of that. Shuttles. Mr. Cami, if you could appear, and if Connor comes too, that's just fine. We love seeing and hearing from him.
Yes, apologies for that earlier.
It's nice. You often see my dog, so happy to see everybody else. Councilmember Phil Seth asked about the Crosstown shuttle, which is the 380K. If we were to add that back, would that be the one that you would choose? I mean, I'll tell you my thinking while you're thinking. My thinking is that's the one that, our senior citizens and our teens and tweens use. And we're not hearing from them. Some of them speak other languages and they're not, calling in and speaking to us. And my sense is the other one is really primarily a commute thing. So am I right? If we were going to add back one of them, is that the one that you would recommend?
Well, I'll give you the two sides to it. The first is that, you're right. I think that you could probably consider the Crosstown as more locally serving as far as the riders and actually the ridership is typically much higher in the Crosstown as well. That said, we get a significant cost savings on our investment in the Embarcadero shuttle because of Caltrain or Samtrans investment in the service. So that's the reason why we pay significantly less money for that service. But that said, yes, I think probably from a management perspective, from our capability to manage the shuttle, which we don't really have with the Embarcadero shuttle, as well as the locally serving benefit to the crosstown. My preference would be to keep the more expensive one, frankly.
Great, thank you. I'll have more questions when we come back around.
Understood.
Thank you, Councilmember Cormack. Councilmember Filsath.
Thanks. Oops. That's the one I wanted to hit. The budget stabilization reserve. Where are we in terms of what % of where we're supposed to be are we at this point?
Great question, Councilmember Filsath. Right now, if everything in fiscal year 2020 is as it was earlier forecasted, that we would see about a $20 million reduction, and we took no other balancing actions. We've talked about that 20 million potentially coming from the BSR, which would drop you to about a $25 million funding level. That would be below the 15% minimum by a few $1,000,000. I will say that on the tentative agenda, staff does expect to come forward at the very end of June with revisions to the 2020 budget based on whatever information we have at that time for COVID-19 to do our best to minimize the impact on the BSR in fiscal year 2020, obviously with the goal of at least maintaining within the targeted level of council, which is 15% to 20%. I highly doubt we'll be able to get to the 18.5%. That's the stated goal, but I am hopeful that based on forecasts and frankly pulling back on prior actions from council, that we'd be able to keep within that 15% limit. I know that's a very ambiguous answer. It's because data is moving, but that would be our goal.
How is that possible if we're gonna drill a $20 million hole in the BSR in the last few months of 2020?
That is a very good question. Part of it is your expenses have gone down significantly in 2021. So your denominator in the equation for the BSR has gone down by nearly $40 million. And when you're talking about 20% of $40 million, it's a sizable number. So your math on it changes, frankly. But that's not to say that we are not in dangerous territory when it comes to that. I don't want anyone to think that it's easy. And you're right, we need to be watching it very closely, frankly.
I mean, I want to make sure that, we need to take the BSR seriously, and I want to make sure that we're not sort of simply funding operations out of it, because we're going to have to replenish it, in the near future. I mean, there's other things that could go wrong. Okay, we could have an earthquake. There could be a COVID mutation, God help us, or something like that. So okay. So then my other question is Kristen. Can I ask a question of Kristen? So CSD has taken a fairly sizable hit over this period of time. What's the next thing that you would restore if you could? I put you on the spot here.
Wow, council member, that's a very good question and a tough question. I think I would restore more to the Children's Theater, anything for youth and teens, and possibly the Art Center as well. We were able to restore quite a bit of our teen programs and some of our parks maintenance contracts, so I think we're okay there. I will also add that the Baylands Interpretive Center, the Environmental Volunteers Group, is going to help us staff the facility 1 day a week, so we'll actually have it open 3 days a week instead of 4, so the sort of 2 remaining are the Children's Theater and the Art Center.
Okay, thanks. That's helpful. Couple thoughts. I'm with Councilmember Cormack. I was very worried about the police side a couple of weeks ago. I think the combination of some creative work and restoring at least a little bit has ameliorated that somewhat. And then, I'm torn a little bit. Is that the dynamics in our city are so fluid that what we think the world looks like today may look quite a bit different in September. And we may be making choices today that if it were September and we had the same choices, we might make them differently. So I'm sort of grappling with that a little bit too. And is there some way we can decide some things now and leave it give ourselves some flexibility to do other stuff, maybe a little later in the year and so forth. So I wonder if there's some way to do that as well. I'm probably at my 5 minutes, right?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Filseth. Just following up on one question there, Director Nose, was I correct in hearing you that come our June budget adoption, you'll also be returning with fiscal year 20, and there may be a reduction in the BSR spend from 20 million to somewhat lower than that? Maybe.
Staff will do our best from that perspective, but just to be clear with the line of questioning that Councilmember Filseth was asking, it's not that we will be able to get ourselves up to that 18.5% target. That's somewhere on the orders of $11 or $4 million away from that, even with our reduced spending level in FY21. So it is no small feat to get back to where we are. It's, but we obviously are watching it and we'll do our best.
Okay, thank you. Next, I had Councilmember Koo.
Thank you. Councilmember Filseth asked something, that was actually very in the same line. I was wondering, is there any way to do, and this is probably for Kirsten, to do a phased approach for the children's theater? Because we have COVID conditions right now and the social distancing, perhaps there's some programs and classes that can't take place, but they're still doing a lot of it online. Is it possibility to phase more in at, say, September or at a later time?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Koo. Well, there's a lot of pieces there. And when you say fee-based, do you mean for the participants who are in the performances?
Mm-hmm.
So we did look at that, and the amount that we would need to charge is pretty steep to get to a cost recovery level. Right now, we do not ask participants in the theater to charge. The Friends of the Children's Theater also provide some support for that, so we don't have to charge. So our preference would be to not do that, but it's certainly something we could explore a little bit more. And then, did you have a second question, Councilmember?
Actually, I was going to say, so in the children's theater right now, how much was cut? What was its original amount and what is cut? I mean, what was it reduced to? Do you know?
Well, it was cut by 42%. And maybe Kylie has those numbers handy.
Okay.
I have the previous version of that. So,
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question? I'm sorry.
I was just wondering, what was the original children's theater budget? How much was it at? And then how much has been cut from it?
Give me one moment. I'll look at the service.
What is it reduced to? And then while you're looking that up, thanks, Kirsten. I was just kind of wondering with the police and fire, right? So I'm trying to understand, in planning and development, in the last meeting, there was the mention of a couple of building inspectors, and I'm trying to understand, are they fire inspectors or are they building inspectors?
The current proposal is the addition of building inspectors.
Okay, and are they firemen or?
No, this would be on the building and planning side. I can have Jonathan Late expand further on this, but after evaluating the needs, this was the recommended additional resources to help support the business community.
Okay, but just to make sure also that Jonathan has a response for this. I remember specifically that there was some mention about a couple of fire inspectors that were going to be let go, right? Let go, is that true? And then if it is true, then are they terminated from our organization, or what happens with them?
Right. So I'll take that. This is Jonathan Late, the Planning and Development Services Director. So the fire prevention program is housed within the Planning and Development Services program. It's a 8-member team, as I understand it. And 6 of those individuals provide, or positions provide, inspection services for building and also fire prevention related services. So the proposal to meet our target reductions was to reduce the fire component by a certain dollar amount in order to help us meet our end target. So so what we've done, and this is through coordination with the fire department, is those positions get returned to fire. Maybe Kylie can help me out with some of the details. And I think that one of those positions, I think, may there's some bumping issues that I'm not 100% dialed in on, but we've returned those positions to fire, and I think fire is now having to navigate how those positions get resolved. But they are located within PDS, and they would be returned to fire, and then there's some adjustments that take place over there.
And that's all 6? You said 8-member team, all, no?
We have an 8-member team in policy or in planning and development services, but only 80% of their time is billed toward our operation. There's another 20% of their time that is billed to the fire department.
And then what do they do? So they're from the fire prevention group. So
Right.
it's mainly to do fire prevention. And are they cost recovery? Do they have cost recovery fees that come in to support their inspections?
Yes.
And does that go to your, okay, I'll finish my question then. Thank you.
And Councilmember Koo, I have the answer to your previous question. The Children's Theater expense budget is typically around 1.7 million, and we're proposing to cut about 700,000 of that.
Thank you, Director O'Kane, and thank you, Councilmember Koo. Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I appreciated all the comments from the students on the Children's Theater impact on their lives. In the YCS-run Youth Connectedness Program, again, it was a response to the teen contagions that the CDC studied here. And, you know, our cuts are magnified for them. So it's a 2x cut because they lose the county match. Kristen, what other homeless programs remain unfunded? I saw the unhoused program. Are there others?
No, everything else is really funded through the HISRAP program, and then we have the additional HISRAP contingency fund, which is also called Emerging Needs, that we just issued grants out of that fund. So majority of them are already funded through HISRAP.
Okay, this unhoused program was another grant program, or?
This is, it's an agreement we've had with the county for some time, and it funds people who are coming back into the system after being in a jail situation. So it gets them on their feet, and typically it's evolved a bit over the years. So it was intended to be for people who are Palo Alto residents. It's evolved a little bit where now it's North County residents. So it's not just Palo Alto. We've had quite a few conversations with the county on this topic, and over the years, just to really try to understand that our dollars are making the most impact that they can. We're not sure that they do, honestly.
Okay, thank you. I think that's good.
Okay.
I wanted to switch topics to the reappropriations, or the kind of the rollover amount. So talking about 88 million reappropriations. You know, often we have millions of dollars at the end of the year that aren't spent at rollover. Looking back at past budgets, we usually get a schedule of detail about that. Can we get one of those schedules? Kylie, what point could we see details on that 88 million?
That is already part of the schedules that you have before you. Let me find it.
Thank you. I think I saw like the additions, but not all of it, but maybe I missed it. I'll go on my next question. So usually the PTC reviews the capital budget and sends that to us before Finance Committee starts. And I understand they're scheduled for June 11th, but what's the point considering Council's already weighing in on the budget?
Well, remember the PTC is opining on whether or not the capital budget is in compliance with our general comprehensive plan. So what they would be doing is checking and ensuring that any new projects or changes to projects are in compliance with that. So I think that's still potentially a worthwhile effort to have them review the comp plan conformance.
Yeah, I think we've been really clear in the past. We go beyond that and really like their input as we go through this process. But so that they'll just focus on that piece, I guess. So last meeting we applied 600,000 to police, and staff is suggesting that that be used for unsworn positions. And I just wondered why you ended up there and why not use those for some of the retention and focus on the sworn positions.
Sure. I think it is really about keeping our resources at the most cost-effective levels to continue the business. And I can have the police chief Johnson weigh in on this a little bit further, but ultimately, right, civilian staffing are frankly less expensive, both from a present day cost as well as a long-term liability perspective. And so allowing and being able to keep those two duties discrete is an important tenet of our balancing strategy. Chief?
Yeah, good afternoon, Council. One of the things that also got factored into that, it was the fact that in our budget reduction proposal, we have several managers that are being proposed for reduction or elimination, as well as 15 part-time support staff. So it was a combination of that sandwich, so to speak, that drew concern that if we also eliminated some of the core professional staff, we wouldn't have the capability to do some of the legal things we have to do. I almost equate it to having an engine in a car. We can have the officers out there driving around all day, but if the engine's not in place, it's not going to go very far. And that's really what this staff does, is gives us the ability to provide the core internal services that we have to have in place.
Okay, thank you. And then back to Kylie, has staff modeled at all any expectations and changes in the construction environment going forward? I mean, we've really been in a boom time with, materials going up, labor going up, and the profit margin for construction. And it seems like that would really impact the 5-year plan if we started to model like some scenarios in a recession. Maybe we can get more done with less money in the infrastructure budget.
Definitely, and I think Brad is equipped to answer this, but I can tell you at a high level, when we looked at it, what we were seeing before this contraction in the economy was basically bids coming in well above engineering estimates. And so what we were seeing, in prior projects is we had a budget, we had an engineering estimate, then the bids came in above that and we'd have to come and revise the budget. What I think staff is really expecting now is hopefully that our engineering estimates stay. And we aren't going to see the bidding be exponentially above our engineering estimates. And so our capital plan would be appropriately sized from a funding perspective. But I know Brad was doing some research on the trends in the last recession on construction costs as well. Brad?
Yeah, thanks, Kylie. And thanks, Vice Mayor, for the question. We don't have modeling yet, but as Kylie said, we are hoping to see costs start to come in later. And in my view, when City Manager Shikata was talking about the cadence of keeping smaller projects going, Part of that is our interest in being able to see what's happening with prices as we go, and help give us valuable information about bidding our higher dollar value contracts. Just, more anecdotally so far, I would just say that in talking to people, we're hearing that subcontractor costs are softening, and I've heard through contacts that developers are expecting costs to be falling over the next 6 months.
I think I'm probably out of time. Yeah, thanks. I do want to say when we get to the short-term parking lot, I'd love to think about KZSU again as well.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Next, I have Councilmember Tanaka.
So I actually had a similar question as Councilmember Ness, and I think you guys answered most of the question. But the thing that I wasn't clear about in terms of the libraries is, because I do agree that shifting it to the evening or weekends make a lot of sense, as well as staggering the hours. And it seems like a lot of the hours are like, maybe even when school's in place. And I guess maybe, I don't know if the library director is still online, but I'd love to get your comment on, can we just shift that back to the evenings and weekends when, I think more people could possibly be using these facilities, and also perhaps staggering the schedules so we have more coverage. So at least does the library open at most times? And maybe already doing that, but I wasn't sure by looking at the staff report. Is the library director on? Yep. Okay. Yes. Please go ahead.
Thank you again for the question. Yes, we are definitely looking at staggering schedules, and also that every library will be open at least one weekend day. So that's how we are looking at the schedule right now.
How about shifting hours back more so that maybe less during school hours and more during non-school hours and non-work hours?
Well, we're looking at that one too, but one of the biggest clientele for us are story times, and that happens around 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock. So we're trying to balance all needs as much as possible in these situations.
I see. Okay. Next question is for our chief transportation official. So in terms of the shuttle, I heard from a lot of community members, especially kids who use the shuttle to get to school. What would the cost be if we just kept the shuttles at the time during school hours, like during the morning and evening, when there's like regular demand? So it's easy to be sure that the shuttles will be filled versus driving around empty. So if we just did during the school hours, during the weekdays when there's school, versus like all the other hours. I mean, my school hours means like during the morning and the evening, so that, because that's like steady demand. Other demand is a little bit harder to predict. So I don't know if our chief transportation official can talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, so I'm here. I'm happy to respond to that. So just to dispel the myth a little bit, we don't only have ridership at the school peak time. So we do have ridership throughout the day, and it's actually pretty well spread out throughout the day. But further to answer your question, we have some trouble because we have a difficulty keeping a vendor if we don't give at least an 8-hour block of working time. So that is a little bit of a difficulty. We currently book or operate for more than 8 operating hours per day. So we could reduce service in a manner that potentially is a reduction. And that is, of course, a possibility that you have on your plate. But the operaters primarily would need at least an 8-hour block of operating time in order to staff.
Okay, thank you. And then on to the discussion about the art for the public safety building. I think it's 700,000 or perhaps even more, so quite a bit, which, at this dire economic times, it seems like a lot of money. And so I guess why not just cut that art right off the bat, especially if you're not using COP money to do this? That's the part, like, that to me doesn't seem to make a lot of sense.
Sure. If I might, Councilmember, let me ask Kristen O'Kane, our Director of Community Services, which also oversees the public art program, just to speak specifically on where we are with the art for the public safety building.
Sure. Thank you for that question, Councilmember Tanaka. So the public art for this public safety building has already been completed. It's already been fabricated. It's in storage waiting to be installed.
Well, okay, water on the bridge then. So one thing I want to just, and just have a couple high level things. One of them is, we're talking about a $39 million drop, which, we estimate as being our projection. But I don't know if the rest of you guys saw the New York Times article on the California economy and how the California economy is just falling to pieces. And I look at what other cities have been doing, like for instance, Santa Monica, and their cuts are a lot larger. I mean, the budget's about our size, but their cuts are much larger than ours. And so I do wonder whether I actually think the 39 million is actually optimistic at this point. I thought I was optimistic before, but I really think it's optimistic now, and I do worry about what we're really going to see as time goes on. So I am very concerned that even though the cuts we're making now are very painful, at least from what I'm seeing in the economics, it looks like it's going to be much worse. So I'm concerned about that, and I don't know whether we as council should talk a little bit more about that, especially once some of the actual numbers come out for 2020. So because that's something I think we need to kind of look at reality and see how that is matching up to our projections, and we may find that the reality is not hitting the projections. And so I think that's something that we got to be very cognizant of, because otherwise we're going to be cutting again, like another quarter or 2 quarters from now. And I don't know if that's going to be good or not. So I think we need to kind of plan that out.
Councilmember, if I might just very briefly comment on that. What we have seen very clearly is that the health emergency is impacting communities in very different ways. So using Santa Monica as one example, they're probably actually, for what it's worth, on one end of the spectrum, in that so much of their revenue has been based on the tourism industry. And as you know, that both hotel taxes as well as parking revenues in particular really significantly impacting that particular community. In our case, while we depend on hotel tax, it has not been a tourism-based hotel usage. It's been largely business and academic oriented and tend to be more stable. But that said, obviously we're experiencing a big impact. And on the other extreme, take Mountain View, which we talk about a lot. They're actually not experiencing very significant economic impact at all based on the mix of their revenue sources. So clearly communities are feeling very different impacts, even locally as well as across the state.
Yeah, no, I agree. But we also have Stanford Shopping Center, which is a fairly significant, I mean, not just our shopping center, but University Avenue, California Avenue, and our retail has all been shut down. So I think you make a good point about maybe we don't have as many tourists, but we do have a fairly substantial retail in our city, and that's been hit. And something like 50% retailers are projected to shut down, like not come back. So I think while I understand what you're saying about tourism, we are actually a little bit stronger in terms of retail. At least we're stronger in retail, and so this may be a handicap for ourselves. So I guess my point is we can't really debate this because we have to look at the real numbers. But my concern is by looking at the economic data, it looks like things are not headed the right way, and that this $39 million that we're talking about right now may not be enough. And so that's a concern that I have. I don't know if my fellow council members have much thinking about this. I know right now we're struggling with 39 million, but I'm concerned that it might be a lot more, unfortunately.
Thank you, Councilmember Tanaka. I just have a couple comments and questions. So I actually share Councilmember Tanaka's question, maybe not the same impetus, but I do think it would be helpful for council to get, I don't know, maybe it's monthly indicators of estimates of sales tax or hotel revenues. Another big shoe to drop for us is what happens with Stanford in the fall. I know a number of large companies in Palo Alto have recently said their workers don't have to return for the rest of this year. And I think that goes beyond some of the scenarios we planned. So I'm not going to make a motion, but I think at some point staff should propose something to us that kind of gives us, marks every month or every other month that we can follow and see where we're tracking. That would be helpful. On the public art, had the same question as a few of my colleagues. I'll just note it's an ordinance, I believe, that we devote 1% of public projects to public art. So if we didn't want to do that, we would have to change the ordinance. One quick question. If I look at the capital improvement adjustment, so starting on page 40 or attachment A, exhibit 2, page 1. If I look at the column 5-year CIP revised and the expense funding is zeroed out, that means those projects have no funding over the next 5 years in the CIP. Is that correct?
Yes.
And does that mean that we are effectively canceling those projects or just defunding them? So if I look at, the Baylands flood protection levee improvements, El Camino median landscapes, Ventura Community Center, a few pages down, Ventura building improvements. If they have nothing in the 5-year column, what does that mean? Are those projects canceled, or are they just going to sit in the CIP but not have any money?
Essentially, it means for the intents of the 5-year plan, they are canceled. In some cases, there's different circumstances with the projects. I think we talked at our last meeting that the flood protection levee improvements project, we were not pursuing the same route for delivering the project as intended. So we're still working on it, just not with funding from the CIP. But probably another good example is the Ventura improvements, where that essentially goes kind of back into our catch-up list of deferred maintenance now, since we've removed the 5-year funding.
Okay, so just a comment, there's maybe half a dozen to 10 that get blanked out in the next 5 years. We should make an effort, if we adopt this, to communicate to those various stakeholders. Some of them are community members. There's the turf management plan at the golf course. There's an IT disaster recovery, which is internal to City Hall. But I would encourage us to make some effort at communicating that out once it's finalized. It just comes, it's interesting to me that we haven't heard from those specific groups. There's things like a conservation plan for the foothills and the Bay and Pearson or Ostradero. So I don't know, just stands out to me. I think those are all my questions. So I would encourage us to kind of move on to the first item in the short-term parking lot, the strategy to manage attrition in police and fire. Of course, you're welcome to ask more questions, but at this point, going to open it up for comments, questions, and motions on that item. So for members of the public following along, this is page 29 of the presentation, and in the packet, I believe it's page 12. Let me make sure that's correct. 12, thank you. And the first hand I had was Councilmember Koo, followed by Nis, followed by Cormac.
Actually, I just have more questions because I didn't finish it in the first round. I want to go back to the Children's Theater. So with that budget cut, are there going to be positions that are going to be cut in that department?
Probably.
Probably?
Yes. This is Kristen. So yes, there are positions that will be cut from the Children's Theater.
How many would that be? Do you know?
So we originally had, in last meeting, we had 8.26 FTE. So that included some full-time, but a lot of part-time. And we've restored about 2.7 FTE with additional funds that were provided to CSD.
So that's still about 5 point something that is let go.
That's correct.
And how does that affect the operations then for the Children's Theater?
It definitely affects them. They'll be doing less. So typically they would do 4 main stage productions per year. They'll now be doing 1. And they did about 12 Playhouse productions per year, and now they'll be doing 9. And there'll also be reductions to the educational programs in the schools, and the Twilight Summer Concert series will be eliminated for fiscal year 21.
At the Twilight concerts, that's something that I can kind of work with, but to have an impact on the theater itself and what it provides to all the people who do attend, I'm having very much difficulty in that cut over there. But I did want to also go back to the Fire Prevention Bureau. So the 8-member team is going to be going back. Thank you, Kristen. Is going to be going back to the fire department. What does that do to the fire? No, it doesn't go back to the fire department?
Sure. So let me just clarify one thing. Yes, the part of the Fire Prevention Bureau, or rather the Fire Prevention Bureau sits in the Planning and Development Services Department. They're part of the Development Center, and 80% of those positions are fee-backed. A few things to consider as we talk about this, as we consider the reduction in development, we are seeing reductions in revenues generated by the Development Center. So similar to the general fund, we are balancing the Development Center resources also based on revenue estimates and frankly reduced revenue estimates associated with the work being done over there. Ultimately, there are two sworn positions that are recommended for elimination in the Planning and Development Services Department, 2 fire inspector positions, in addition to the positions that are recommended for elimination in the fire department. There will be movement of employees between and amongst the teams due to bumping, but from a service perspective that the council needs to opine on, there is a reduction of 2 inspectors, and Chief Blackshire can correct me if I'm wrong, but I want to say there's 6 positions, sworn positions being reduced in the fire department. So that would be 8 sworn positions in total from a fire perspective that would be reduced.
And is that the number of sworn that is going to be in the attrition strategy?
Yes, we have 1 vacancy right now in suppression, and therefore it would be 7 positions that would be affected or impacted by the removal of both 2 fire inspectors and the 40-hour captain.
Okay. Now, with this Fire Prevention Bureau, why is it over at Planning and Development and not with you guys at Fire Department?
The Development Center, when it was established, was created with a matrix reporting where there are multiple departments that support the Development Center. And so those staff both report up to the Development Center as well as to their home department. So this impacts people like Public Works, Fire, Planning, Utilities, because we wanted to create out of the Development Center a one-stop shop for customers when they come in. So it's really a budgeting thing where we have them allocated in different places, but ultimately the fire marshal, which also reports to Chief Blackshire, is part of that mix and is directing it. So I don't want us to get confused by the organizational reporting matrix vernacular going on here, because the Development Center is a combination of multiple departments.
Okay. Oh, just one last question. So how is the Fire Prevention Bureau adhering to the state mandated inspections of all the buildings here in Palo Alto?
The fire chief should respond to that.
Yeah, Chief Blackshire.
Yeah, so there are approximately 800 mandated, state mandated inspections that have to be done annually. And there'll be 2 less inspectors to handle that. So, ultimately, there have to be a prioritization between state mandated, the occupancies that are high hazard, as well as inspections that have to be done for development, fire inspections as well.
And those are all revenue generating, right? All
Correct.
these inspections. So potentially,
correct,
they could pay for themselves and even more. But it's not going into your budget, Chief. It's going into Planning and Development's budget.
That is correct.
Their revenue coffers, correct?
No, it's actually not quite like that.
Not quite like that. Okay.
So there's as Kylie noted, we share resources. We share the fire resources to help us with the fire related building inspections that need to take place, and the resources, and then there's real firework that these folks are doing. So that money gets, any revenue that's generated goes to the fire department that's related to the fire department, and money that is related to building comes to the building department.
I'm speaking specifically to SB 1205, which is the state mandated inspections. That pile of money, does it go to you, Jonathan, or does it go over to the chief's coffers?
Well, without knowing the details of that bill, if it's not building inspection related, it shouldn't be coming to the development center.
Okay, I'd really like to find out where that money goes, and then because it's actually a large chunk, And at some point, we should talk about, these departments kind of housed under planning and development.
Yeah, I'll just note, Councilwoman Koo, that the entire DC operation, including the fire aspect of it, is cost recovery. So every aspect of the operation needs to pay for itself. And so when we're making reductions in the development center, we are making reductions to that entire program, understanding that there's going to be a reduction in revenue that we anticipate through less or fewer applications coming in.
And the 20% that pays for the prevention personnel comes from fire's salary.
Thanks.
Just
Okay,
to clarify one point about cost recovery, the cost has to be the actual cost. It's not cost in excess. Yeah. So just to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that, but then the thing is on the inspection part, under the state mandate, this is an annual, if I understand, and if I read the Senate bill correctly, it's an annual inspection of all of these buildings here in Palo Alto. So in addition, so that is a bucket of revenue that has to be done every year. And if I'm wrong, correct me, but I would love to find out more about that, because potentially that is an area that we can really delve deeper into. I just wanted to put that out because I've been looking at this bill for a while now.
Okay, we'll take a look. We'll get back to you.
Thank you, Councilmember Koo. Just a reminder, folks, we can certainly revisit other items such as fire inspection and the children's theater, and you can use your time for that, but I would encourage us to focus on the police and fire attrition strategies. Next, I have Councilmember Niss.
So let's concentrate on that one exactly. So of police and fire, particularly of police, as I run into people, I walk a lot, as you know, they say, what are you talking about? How could you cut fire? How could you cut police? I ran into a former mayor this morning who said, not police. So let's come at this one very strategically, because we know this is a major concern of the public. And looking at, so I'm on page 12, I'm in the middle of the page looking at the strategy to manage attrition in police and fire, and knowing that there isn't enough money in this budget to follow through on the 500K to 1.5 million, much as I'd like to support that. I think we're going to need to look for some concessions on this in order to be able to fund it. I would dearly love to do it. It's something that I think we should do, but the well is running dry. And I think as we go forward in June, if we can see that there's going to be some more funding available, then what I'd like to do, Mayor Fine, is continue to keep this one in short-term parking until we can get to the point where we can, with comfort, talk about how we will fund this going forward. And by the end of June, hopefully we may have an answer. So my motion would be that, rather a strange one, but would be to leave the strategy to manage attrition of police and fire in short-term parking until we can identify that that potential well of funding that we hope to encounter.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Can I just ask the city manager to comment on this, and maybe the budget director as well, in terms of the motion here?
Sure. I think what Councilmember Niss is referring to is, as we've reported to the council, we are in discussions with all of our bargaining units regarding the potential for labor concessions to provide funding necessary to address and mitigate some of the reductions that have been identified in this proposed budget. Those discussions are proceeding, and certainly and proceeding positively. So let me just acknowledge that. And that said, we don't have conclusions to those processes. So I think what the council member is suggesting would give us an easy mechanism should that those discussions come to fruition to be able to then come back to the council quickly and let you know here's where we are and the extent to which it can mitigate the layoffs that are anticipated.
So, okay, just one other question. In terms of our process of trying to adopt a budget in the third week of June, this item would not be in that budget. Is that correct? If and until we find the funding source. But is that I guess I'm asking, is that a problem for your team to have this one item kind of floating out there?
No, I think if understanding the motion, if it was a motion correctly, that this would position this outside of the approved or the budget as would be coming back to you. So again, it would only be funded if additional dollars are identified.
Okay, so this is kind of being moved into like an airport parking lot where we don't do it until people come in or something like that. All right. Okay, so Councilmember Niss, do you want to speak to your motion, and then Councilmember Tanaka to your second?
I think it's clear that this strategy is one that I would like to see us adopt and use. However, we're caught in a tough position. That this is a year of uncertainty, unpredictability. There is almost no way to know where we're going to be in September, October, even November. I'm not saying this flippantly. We still may be sheltered in place come October or November. I can't see where that ends at this point, but I know that we will continue to need police and fire. But at the same time, we have said this is one of our more challenging budgets. So I hope that we'll approve this. It's a somewhat unusual move and strategy, but I think this gives us an opportunity at least until the 22nd. And I want to ask one other thing of you, Ed. Would it be better to leave this until the June 29th meeting, or don't we have a meeting on the 29th?
You actually don't have a meeting scheduled on the 29th, so the 22nd would be the last opportunity.
22nd would be the right one.
I would note that assuming all the logistics come together, we are planning a closed session for every one of your council meetings from now till June 22nd. So that will give us the ability to act quickly and move as quickly as possible should we reach agreement with any of the bargaining units.
Great. Then I feel comfortable having done that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I think Councilmember Niss is correct on this. I mean, we hear from the community about a lot of different needs, and a lot of those needs we can't actually fund. The police is probably one of the biggest needs, and it's literally an essential need as well. And so I think that what I'm hoping, just as the management has taken some pay cuts, I'm hoping that labor will also take some pay cuts. We would get some concessions for temporary pay cuts that would allow us to fund things like this, and as well as perhaps other programs. Because I think laying off employees in probably the worst job market since the Great Recession, or like 100 years, is not a good thing. And temporary pay cuts are good because they'll allow us to scale up or down. Hopefully the economy is better than we expect, and we don't have to cut back as much as we're probably going to have to, or perhaps we do, but then we could keep some of the services. So I think this seems like the right strategy, and I'm hoping that negotiations and shared sacrifice among the employees would be possible, so that we can enable not as deep as layoffs as are going to have to happen, and as much cut up to the services to the community that we don't want to do. So it seems like the right strategy, and I'm hoping that the city manager and team is able to make some progress in this area, because I think it's critical, and I've seen a bunch of other places doing this now. Even our local, both cities, but as well as, of course, in our own city, you have Stanford Hospital. You have so many other organizations in our city who've taken, rather big, substantial pay cuts, like 20, 30%. My neighbor, who are doctors, they've taken a huge pay cut. So I think this is the right thing, and I'm hoping that this gives time for negotiations to happen to allow for a better outcome for everyone.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, I have Councilmember Cormack.
I don't need to speak to this motion. I'm happy to just wait my turn for the next round.
Okay. Councilmember Filseth.
I was going to wait. I was looking for the next round too, but I'll speak real briefly to this one, which is, we got a $40 million revenue shortfall, and as Councilmember Tanaka points out, it could actually be worse. We got to get the expense line down, and this is a better way to do it than straight layoffs. But it's going to cost. We're going to have to fund it somehow, right? This is a better way to do it, but one way or another, we got to get the expense line down, right? So hopefully it'll move forward this way, but if not, we got to get the expense line down.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yeah, just to build on that, and for the public, payroll is our biggest expense. And we had $3 million in expense reductions from our non-unionized staff through future pay increase freezes and unpaid time off. And we really are going to need collaboration with all of our unions. This is, as Councilmember Filseth just said, $40 million reduction. This budget is tight, and it's built on expecting to be able to collaborate and get some degree of concessions. And the cuts are painful. And if we don't get those concessions, we'll probably have to cut more in the future. And so for safety, I support this motion. I think we need to understand, what some of our officers want to do. And if there is some attrition in our force, it could have a meaningful impact. So I think this is actually the right thing to do for this item.
Thank you. Councilmember Koo.
First I want to just say thanks to Councilmember Nis for bringing this forward. It's an opportunity for us to look at what concessions that we can get, but and the thing is, the community has spoken that it is one of the more desired areas where they would like to see safety preserved. At the same time, we do have a budget shortfall, so there has to be something that is done. There's a great concern, even with the 911 dispatchers that are going to be reduced. And that's a big part of public safety, where there is guidance that goes on in there. There is talking. The dispatchers are actually professionals who can talk people down from all sorts of talk them through and down from different incidents. But I just, I'm in support, and thank you for bringing this up.
Thank you, Councilmember Koo. So I think I'm supportive of this, and I think there's a smart strategy here in not committing to additional expenditures yet, but expressing a desire to see this program go forward. Just for those listening, what this program is roughly looking at is, in our proposed budget, there are 21 sworn positions which are planned to be reduced. 7 of those are vacant, so we don't have to actually reduce or have layoffs. But then there are 16 positions that are filled and would require layoffs, including of many recently hired police officers and firefighters. The city spends hundreds of thousands of dollars to recruit, train, and hire those newly hired officers and firefighters. At the same time, both those departments have some more senior members who may, in the next 0 to 6 months or a year, be considering a retirement or separation. And so this is a strategy to figure out, can we rather see some of those retirements happen sooner so that these newly hired officers and firefighters can be kept on the department, and we keep that investment we've made in them. So I guess I'm supportive of this. I may have also been supportive of actually funding this. This is one that I really think is important for the operational strength and health of our 2 departments. But it seems like a majority of council is behind this. So thank you to the maker and the seconder. Councilmember Cormack, I see your hand. Are you hoping to speak to this or back to the main thing? Okay, so it's back to the main one. All right.
I'm ready to vote if you're ready to call it.
Yep, that's what I'm doing. So let's vote on this because it seems like we've all had our chance. Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois,
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth,
Yes.
myself is a yes. Councilmember Nis,
Yes.
Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Great. That passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone, for that. The next item on our short-term parking lot is to revisit funding for the Transportation Management Association, currently at $750,000 out of the Downtown Parking Fund. And the hands I had before we got onto that previous issue were Councilmember Cormack and then Filseth.
But we're still in the main round, right?
On the main round, but moving down the short-term parking lot to bullet to the TMA.
Okay, well, I addressed that in my prior comments, so I'm going to circle back to the shuttle, and I think there'll be an opportunity at some point to, connect a few dots here. Mr. Kami, I just wanted to pop back in and say if we put 380K back, would you want to do the crosstown shuttle? Would you be interested in moving to the on-demand model you talked about last time?
I perhaps would, if you don't mind, Councilmember, just interject here briefly to note that, as was pointed out earlier, the precedent to date has been to keep the funding or the expenditures related to the funding generated from the parking revenues closely connected to the parking revenues. I do think a shuttle can stretch that connection, and obviously it's a council policy decision. But that said, just to remind the council where these revenues are generated, they are paid by the permits that are issued to employees of downtown businesses, and as such, the prices were increased over the last few years based upon the TMA need. So as you're considering what other uses to put these funds toward, I think maintaining at least the recollection of the source is useful for the purpose of your next steps.
I so appreciate that. It's also the only public transportation for those of us who live in South Palo Alto to get downtown, right? I mean, that's the only way to get there for those of us who live miles from downtown, and probably rather have us, taking that than parking. So, all right, I guess I'm going to set that one aside unless Mr. Kami wants to jump in with any.
Well, I would just add that I don't think it's necessarily a decision between the two. It's really if you were to consider an on-demand service, you actually potentially have where I mentioned earlier that you would need an 8-hour block in order to make the shuttle worthwhile for a vendor to actually operate it for us. With an on-demand service model, potentially you could operate with fewer dollars. Of course, you just limit it based on how much money you have available.
Okay,
well,
great.
So Mr. Kami's offering an audible, as they say, perhaps, and there may be an opportunity for a set aside to identify a different service model. If the council wanted to set aside dollars rather than specify the particular use. I would note, as has been perhaps referenced earlier, that the shuttle in the current environment does suffer from the challenges of operating in a coronavirus environment as well.
Of course.
So,
of course.
I mean, there may be to our advantage to figure out other strategies.
And we still have the 839, so it's not necessarily right. Okay, great. That's very helpful. Thank you. Last week at the UAC, Utilities Advisory Commission, the commission recommended that council add back the $1 million in offsets for natural gas so that we retain our ability to be carbon neutral. I don't think that's reflected in this budget. And what does staff have to say about that?
May need our utilities director to weigh in on that if Kylie's not. Okay, very good. Let's do that. See if Dean is on.
And it might take a little time to research, so can come back on that. But okay. I just wanted to flag that from the UAC last week.
Thank you.
Dean, you are on mute. I can see you trying to talk. Dean?
Sounds like your audio's cutting in and out.
All right, we'll come back to that.
Very
Okay,
good.
we'll move on. Coverly. So MakeX, for example, is one of the places that is their space is at Coverly. So now we've restored their funding. But I wondered if Director O'Kane could just talk about the impact on the tenants who are on the school side, what we can do for them, and what we might need to ask the school district to do.
Sure. Thank you for that question. So Coverly staff have been looking at what might be available on the city side of the property and trying to do our best to find new space for those tenants that will be displaced or otherwise evicted and move them to the city side. This includes talking to some of our tenants who have a lot of space on the city side and seeing if there is something they would be willing to either consolidate, share, or give up completely while still being able to operate their own programs. So this is something that we're doing actively. An example is PACO, which is the Palo Alto Youth Chamber Orchestra. We've already met them at Coverly and have showed them some alternate spaces where they could use on the city side. So we're working on it and we're pretty confident we can meet most needs.
Okay, and the school district is going to work with the people whom we aren't going to be able to assist?
That would be up to the school district to decide.
Well, happy to help with that transition should it be necessary. And I see the virtual time clock. Okay, so other people have gone over, and I'm just going to say when we come back around, I'd love Chief Johnson to talk about the parent project. Because we hear a lot from people who are in things that we talk about happily, like the Children's Theater. And we haven't, it's harder for people to come forward and say that they have a troubled teen and how helpful that was. And then the final remark I just want to make is that I am intrigued by Councilmember Filseth's mention of uncertainty and how we might think about possibly reserving some of this available money to make some decisions in a few months when we have more information about what might be able to come back.
So the police chief might want to take that opening to speak to the parent project, could reduce another round.
Sir, no problem. I apologize. I was trying to hit the right buttons. I thought we were going to do that on another round. But as far as the parent project goes, that's connected to the school resource officer program. They help facilitate that program. They offer it every year, and they have for several years. But with the reduction in services, and part of that reduction is the SRO program. So therefore, we would not have the resources to continue that partnership. That is still a program that may be offered through the Palo Alto Unified School District or through the adult school district as it is now.
Thank you for your forbearance to my colleagues.
Thank you, Councilmember Cormack. Just a few housekeeping items. One, I am keeping a list of things that you all bring up, not on this subject, but for example, the 1 million carbon offsets, the Children's Theater, the building and fire inspections. So hopefully we can revisit those tonight, but let's keep that list short. And two, just was speaking with the clerk, aiming for, I think, a dinner break around 6 or 6:15. I would like us to get through this item of the TMA, and if we do it that quickly, we may be able to get one of the other bullet points, but for the cooks out there or for your spouses or partners ordering you dinner, aiming for a 6 o'clock break. Next, I see I had Councilmember Filseth.
Well, this round I had a really brief one. And so I want to ask about something that we haven't spent any time talking about, which is code enforcement, which is a lower priority than most of the stuff I think that we're talking about, but it does come up from time to time in the public. Looking at the staff plan, it looks like we're going to save $250,000 and reduced by 2 people. but I thought there were only 2 people working there. So are we getting rid of code enforcement entirely?
Let me ask John Late, who lives and breathes this, to respond.
And loves it.
Well, no doubt it's an important aspect of our operation. And we do have 3 employees who have been, 3 positions that have been dedicated to that program. We've been trying to recruit for those positions. We were able to, let me rephrase it. We've had some challenges getting the positions filled the way that we've wanted them to be filled. And so, we've got 3 positions. We got 1 person who's been working the program for quite a long time and knows it very well. And so the idea, as I've mentioned before, in other aspects of our operation, we've got, code enforcement is not just one individual. It's several people supported by a manager and other people throughout our department. So that's the deal. We have, it's a 3-position team, and we've got 1 to go forward with.
So if I understand what you are saying, it's that we shouldn't necessarily inspect a big reduction in code enforcement bandwidth versus what we have today, but we won't see any more next year or the year after.
So, yeah, I mean, so it's not entirely true. We have been able to get an hourly position to support us, a former employee who's since retired, and that's helped us in terms of sort of keeping pace with the demand. So that's not included in this next round, and so it will be a reduction in services, at least in terms of our ability to respond. We will have to prioritize the complaints that we get, to those that are life safety and down the line.
Okay. Okay. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councilman.
Oh, you're back.
Yep. Yeah, stepped out for a sec. Thanks, though, Tom. Next, I actually had you, Vice Mayor.
Yep. Thanks. So getting to the TMA. So if I understand it, they're asking for $453K, which is saving us about $300,000. And I think that makes sense. I think with COVID-19 and the reduction in commuting and reduced use of mass transit, you can understand why they ask for less money. And you have to admit, reading about what's going on with Caltrain, I'm concerned about Caltrain's funding going forward. So I think I have 2 options for where we could use that $300,000. I think one option, and both of these I think are appropriate given the source of funds from selling them the parking permits and the RPPs. One would be to use this for additional COVID-19 expenses to support our businesses. So we've got a ton of emails about using outdoor spaces. That's actually going to be somewhat costly for the city if we set up parklets or do other things. We haven't really budgeted for that. The other one that jumped out at me was we have $360,000 in our capital improvement fund for University Avenue parking improvements. So we could put the money against that and save that money in the capital improvement fund. And this meeting is getting long, so I guess I'll make a motion and happy to modify it. But I would move that we reduce the TMA to $453,000, and we take the savings and apply it to support kind of COVID-19 related business support.
I will second that.
So I think I explained what that is. I think we should leave it somewhat flexible as COVID-19 business support funding as staff figures out what are the right programs to do and how best to use that money.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Just speaking to it briefly. So I've been a big backer of the TMA and think it has showed some nascent success. But as the Vice Mayor just mentioned, the transportation needs and environment have really changed significantly over the past few months. And the TMA itself is asking us to fund it at a lower level. So I think that's appropriate. I still think we need to support the TMA going forward. And then I think there is a nice nexus, as the Vice Mayor laid out, with some of the COVID-19 business support, businesses and parking being intimately related. And furthermore, I don't think I've ever seen so many emails we've received at council as we have the past week or two on supporting our businesses with ideas like parklets, closing university, closing Cow Ave, making it easier for businesses to do pickup or storefront sales. And the city has already committed $500,000 scrounged from a few other areas for business support. I know some of us were uncomfortable with that. I think we all knew it wasn't enough. But I think this motion really kind of reinforces that. And I'd especially encourage us to look at it in terms of public space improvements and innovations we can do in Palo Alto during this pretty radical change to what our city looks and feels like.
Just to get the motion, could you say use the savings to assist COVID-19 business support efforts?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Next, I have Council Members Tanaka and Nis.
So actually, I wanted to speak about something else, but since this motion came up, I'll speak to this one. So I also have seen the emails, and I had actually 2 or 3 office hours already on how to help reopen some of our local serving businesses like the restaurants, etc. And there seems to be very strong support in the community to using the street space, maybe some of the parking there, to allow the restaurant to spill out so they could actually have some reasonable type of volume of business to stay in business. Because as everyone knows, the margins on restaurants are really, really low. And with the social distancing, they're not gonna have the ability to run at full capacity, which means it's gonna be very, very difficult for them to stay in business. So I think this is actually very essential. I've seen a lot of other cities actually start to move in this route as well. And I don't know if the city manager could talk a little bit about this, but I'd love to know, like, we're supposed to be opening up maybe another week or so. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of hard to tell when's really something really going to happen. But I see other cities, at least, maybe not necessarily closing streets, but at least letting the restaurants kind of go into the street, like Castro Street style. And I think if we don't allow this or enable it, I think a lot more restaurants are going to go under because they simply can't stay in business with the current space constraints. So I think the Vice Mayor and Mayor are correct on this in terms of what we're trying to do, but I do worry about the timeline because I think even if there isn't money, is there ways to permit or allow the restaurant to spill into the street so that they can do business, or even perhaps when we're still sheltering in place to give us a trial so that there's not a lot of traffic going on, right? You can walk down the middle of California Avenue right now and not get hit by a car because there's just not traffic, right? So can we maybe give it a try now to see if it works, get some learnings from it, and enable some of these restaurants to continue. So I don't know if the mayor or Jonathan Late or someone can talk a little bit about this.
Sure, happy to just comment on that quickly. We are actually very positively excited about the possibility. We've got a team already working on it, both internally to deal with, as you mentioned, whatever types of issues and approvals would be necessary, as well as working directly with a number of restaurants that have identified a specific interest. As you pointed out, and I should mention, currently not allowed. Currently still shelter in place, and so it gives us a buffer of maybe a week, as you said, to figure it out. There may be some issues of approvals necessary, and we're fleshing that out with the city attorney's office, and we'll come back to the council if any council action is necessary to make it happen. There are also lots of logistical pieces to it, such as safety. Obviously want to ensure that the public is safe if they were eating in the street, so to speak. And so costs associated with everything from traffic controls to just ensuring that the environment and furniture and who's going to do the cleaning, a variety of different dimensions that could come into play with different variations on the theme that have been suggested. So again, important for us to continue to work directly with the restaurants that would be participating in it while we're dealing with the system issues on our side in order to resolve these as quickly as possible. So I think the motion as presented does give us some resources to make things happen quickly.
Another quick question, which is, I know that in the past there were some things around Manzanita Works, right? How might this fit into this? I don't know if staff has much experience or thoughts about it, but that's the other thought. That's the other question I have about this and the TMA and stuff. Does staff have any thoughts about how or if at all Manzanita Works fits in this picture?
I'm sorry, I could barely hear it. Did you say Manzanita Works?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Yes, I do know that there have been some discussions, certainly I believe, between the TMA and Manzanita Works. So from what I understand, and as I know that they have been kind of standing up their own business model and structure, that I would see it as a resource that the TMA can use as well as we could use directly. Recognizing, again, I think that it's still in startup phase or startup mode. And so Manzanita's business model may change in their focus area as well. So I would certainly consider it a resource as we move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Next, I have Council Member Niss.
So Adrian, I wanted to bring up something else, but I think you probably want us to vote on this first, don't you? And get this over with?
Yes.
Okay, because I'm really enthusiastic about what we could do for our businesses. And I think we should do it as fast as possible. This puts some money into that, but this one is still really about the TMA. And so I'll support the motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Niss. Just a PSA, the best thing you can do for our businesses right there is shop with them when safe, or buy gift cards, and you can go shop there in the future. Councilmember Filsath.
Sorry, pass.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Fine. I think the reason we've gotten so many emails is because Cafe Venezia and Zola have an outstanding email list. I'm just willing to bet that might be perhaps why it is. So question, assist COVID-19 business support efforts seems extraordinarily expansive to me. Would staff interpret this that you would then be able to fund more business recovery grants? And the reason I'm asking this question is I'm willing to be supportive of doing this if it's used to remake physical spaces. But I also want to so first question is, if that's what this means, could we be more specific? And then the second question will be, how does this work with downtown? We just spent a lot of time talking about how these funds are from downtown. Would this be applicable to California Avenue or not? Because that will also determine whether or not I can support it.
So maybe the Vice Mayor should answer first. My feeling was this was somewhat separate from the business grant program, but I also
awfully broadly.
Understood. You raise a good point. And answering your first question, I hope this could support a range of public space initiatives in Midtown, Cal Ave, University, to support our businesses. But Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, so again, this is RPP money. It's in the general fund. It's our decision where this money goes. I purposely did not want to specify only one thing because it's been a very dynamic situation. Right now we're talking about parklets, but as so we can't even do that right now under shelter in place. And so I want to give staff the flexibility to be able to adjust as the situation adjusts. And if they came back and said the best use, there's another outbreak, would be additional grants, I think that would be an option, but I think they heard the intention and staff can comment, but some of the early pricing to set up parklets was surprisingly high. And so I think we need to work on getting that cost down and figure out the issues the city manager talked about. So I would love it if my colleagues could support keeping it more vague, with the understanding that that is the intent, to kind of reshape some of these outdoor spaces. But that's kind of the current best idea given the situation.
I wonder if staff could respond.
I would certainly agree that we understand the context in which it's being suggested. Given how broad it is, I do expect that before we actually spend it, we'd want to come back to the council to make sure that any proposal for how funds are spent is consistent with your intent.
Sorry. And what about whether or not it could also be spent outside of downtown, which, as I recall, seemed to be an issue in the prior round. So
yeah, I think that continues to be an issue. So once again, I would describe it as we'll come back to you to ensure that what we're proposing maximizes, kind of that overlap and the synergy between the source of the funds and the use of the funds.
Well, I would clarify if the vice mayor agrees that these funds could be used citywide. That was certainly my intent.
I would agree that's the intent, and let staff figure out how to move and encumber the funds as appropriate.
So I think council's saying we're changing the policy for the use of these funds for this year.
So then my direction to our staff would be what you come up with, and again, just extrapolating a bit for clarity, that what we come up with related to parklets or however it would apply would be tools that will apply citywide, that will be certainly applicable downtown, but also applicable elsewhere. And so walk that fine line to whatever extent that that's useful.
okay, then what I'd like to do is offer a friendly amendment, since we're changing the policy about how we use these and where, and suggest that 250 of this 453 be used to restore a shuttle service, and the remaining 203 be available for the business support efforts, specifically, around changing the physical environment. I mean, I can leave out the last part, but I'd like to offer a friendly amendment on the first part.
Sure. I think, though, the numbers you've 453 is what's remaining with the TMA, and so there.
Oh, right. So sorry. So it's the delta is 297. So 297. Okay. Well, let's split the difference. So 150 to the shuttle and 147, if I'm doing my math right, to assist with business support efforts.
So I'm not going to support that. I've been a huge supporter of the on-demand model for our shuttle. And I think what I heard our transportation department say was, given the change in mass transit, they could use this time to come back with, and what we heard last time was they want to come back with a plan for an on-demand transportation model. And I'm really interested in hearing that plan and seeing that. So I don't think we need to dedicate dollars to this right now. I think they should come back with that plan.
I think that's what Mr. Kami was suggesting, right? When Mr. Shikata jumped in, he said we could allocate money that Mr. Kami could use to do that.
So
when I say shuttle, I just mean like shuttle in general.
At our previous budget meeting, he said he was going to do that without the money. So again, I don't.
Let's check with
not
Mr.
accepted.
Kami.
Okay.
Yeah. But let's just ask a quick question of Mr. Kami. Is that on-demand program funded, or is that not funded?
So there's currently no funding that's been programmed for an on-demand shuttle service. I also want to add that an on-demand shuttle service might not be the most applicable use of funding that comes from a parking fund, because especially if we're saying that the funding should be held in the downtown area, because an on-demand shuttle by nature, you typically wouldn't want it to serve only one location. And that might be the way that you would set up an on-demand shuttle service that's getting funding from downtown parking, is you would want the nexus, I would think. And this is probably more legal than for me to answer, but you probably want the nexus to downtown if you're using parking funding to pay for it, or to some place where there's parking.
So again, to be clear, our RPPs, it's just been a policy decision. There's no nexus required. I think Molly answered that question clearly. And so I think again, we clarified this motion to want it to apply citywide. But again, I think I'd like to hear a plan before we fund something that we haven't seen a plan for.
I'll just point out that there's no plan for spending this money either, right? There isn't a plan to spend it.
I think the amendment was rejected, but the floor is still yours, Councilmember Cormack.
Well, I'll offer it as an unfriendly amendment and see if there's a second to restore $250,000 in funding to our shuttle program to be used to the best abilities by Mr. Cami and his team, and for the remainder to be available to assist COVID-19 business support efforts, particularly with respect to changes in the physical environment.
Okay, so there is an unfriendly amendment to change the 297,000. So it's 250 with the shuttle and the remainder for public space business support efforts. Sorry if I'm paraphrasing.
Yeah, I think I got my numbers wrong again. Sorry. It's 297, right? Total?
Yeah.
It's available? Okay. So 150 to the shuttle and 147 to businesses.
Okay. Is there a second for this amendment? And sorry, there's so many hands. Just please speak up if you support this. Going once, going twice, seeing no second, I think that amendment fails, Councilmember. Back to you, is that it for this item?
That's it for this particular motion.
Okay, thank you. So back to council. So let's please, can we put the word citywide in there somewhere to assist COVID-19 citywide business support? And then Councilmember Koo, I think you're the only one who hasn't spoken on this first round on this topic. So if you'd like to speak, I'll go to you before going to second round.
So thank you so much. I will support this. I think that we have to look, long-term strategically about ensuring that the businesses are supported in their efforts to come back with the economy. And as much as I'd like to see the shuttles, I don't think on this one here, I think that's something that we can bring back at a later time and to see what Philip Cami is going to propose. But at this point, I'd really like to see that we do move forward on the efforts. And I do know that, getting the streets ready and cleanliness, sanitation and all that is going to cost the city. So having this funding will help out a lot. The small businesses have asked, for the city for support in making sure communication goes out, posters goes up, that this is a safe and clean city to come to. So I think there are costs and expenses that we're going to have to incur. So this is a good start to help them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Koo. So second round on this motion, I think I have Councilmember Tanaka and then this.
Oh, no, I'm not on this round. I was waiting for the next round.
Okay.
I'm ready to vote.
Okay, if there are no other comments on this one, we can vote and then go to our dinner break, I guess. Okay, Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
Myself is a yes. Councilmember Niss.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Okay, thank you all. That passes unanimously to allocate some funding previously from the TMA towards citywide business support efforts. We are 5 minutes ahead. Do you guys think the minutes transcription one will be 5 minutes, or should we just go on a break a couple minutes earlier? Feel free to pipe in.
Big break.
Take a break? Okay. Let's take a 35-minute break. Let's all come back here at 6:30. I hope you enjoy your dinners, and I hope it's like local takeout or groceries, something good like that. All right. Thanks all. See you in a bit. Okay, so it is 6:30, and I think I see 5 of us ready to get going again. Just checking in with staff. Any comments or questions or advice before we move on with these next couple items in the short-term parking lot?
No, I don't have any. I'll just wait for any questions from council members.
Okay. I'm sure the city manager's on his way. All right, everyone. So just level setting a little bit. We have 3 items in the short-term parking lot, and we also have the remaining fund balance of $839,000, which can be used for those items or other purposes. Then we have the long-term parking lot, which are items we have reserved with 3 votes, but staff needs 4 votes to move forward on further direction or action after this budgeting session. It seems that a couple of us do have additional questions about areas outside of what we've discussed tonight, the carbon offsets, the children's theater, Maker X location, code enforcement. We can get to those. We also have the municipal fee schedule, the table of organization, and the ordinance about, council members being able to forego their salary. So anyways, let's get back to work here. So the next item I'd like us to discuss and focus on is City Council minutes transcription, a cost of $35,000, savings right now. We can restore it if we like. The first hand I saw was Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, thank you. So I didn't actually finish my round of questions on the higher level, but I'll also talk about the transcription as well. But let me just kind of try to talk more about some high level stuff. So the first one is just our budgeting process. This is, as we all know, a very, very difficult budget because of all the revenue shortfalls. And we're having to make some pretty dramatic changes, and we're kind of rushed in some ways. And I guess I just wanted to. I think the vice mayor actually sent out an email, which I thought was actually covers some of the questions I also had, very, very similar. So, like for instance, like how many of the cuts are true cuts versus vacant positions? It's really hard to know. We kind of know this on a very higher level, but like for instance, in this gigantic table on Exhibit A, it doesn't really say which ones, how many of them are existing versus vacant positions, and that's something that would be really nice to know. And the other thing is that it's not clear which of these services cannot be delivered because of COVID-19 type of issues, like for instance maybe the shuttles. And I think that would also be kind of relevant because those things are kind of maybe we simply just can't do even if we want to fund it. And then the third one, which was what kind of efficiencies can be found. So for instance, one of the long-term parking lots is, can we do delivery of medical services more efficiently, right? So that's an example, but I think there's a lot more other efficiencies. And in fact, I'd love to push more on the efficiencies because that's one where it's kind of a win all around. And it's kind of in our process, in our budgeting process, I think we haven't really, I think this kind of clarity of these questions haven't really been there. And I know staff is struggling to try to make all this happen because it's also a prerequisite change for staff as well. But even something basic like, for instance, we're talking about $39 million revenue drop, but is it really $39 million? Because we had a almost 20% increase in revenue for our overall budget, which was $123 million. And then for the overall budget, and I realized $39 million is only on the general fund. And then, but the general fund itself went up by 9.4 million, right? From fiscal year 2020. And so this $39 million is really more like a $30 million. But then again, like we heard from Kylie, that our 2020 expenses are probably going to be lower than our budgeted 2020 expenses, right? So really, in some ways, what we should be benchmarking is ourselves against the actual 2020 budget, right? Because if we do that, we may find this is not much of a cut at all. So I guess kind of my concern here is just there are a lot of kind of rather kind of basic stuff that I think is a little bit missing in the process, and I don't know, Kylie, if you could talk a little bit about like how to address some of the stuff, because I know when I saw Tom's email, I realized like, I'm not the only one who has these questions, that there's other people. And so I think it would put a lot of us at ease and also allow us to make better decisions on a very, very critical budget.
Well, Kylie, you could feel free to jump in. There's a lot there, so maybe to unpack it a bit. I guess the top line response or comment I would give in response is that the budget is a plan. The budget does not reflect an expectation that nothing will change over the course of the year. And so it's really important to recognize that we've got things changing every minute of every day. So if you take, for example, the effect on COVID or effect of COVID on the services provided, to the extent that we could, we have baked those expectations, those variables into the budget proposals that you have. And we can and should talk about those individually. As it relates to vacancies, we tried to cover it in the presentation, but just to reiterate a couple of dimensions there, that in the reductions that you're discussing and have been discussing for the last few weeks, there are a combination of some are vacant positions and some are filled positions. That's the nature always of service changes and service, certainly service reductions. There, I would take the leap here and say, some people think you can cut positions without cutting services. And that's a fallacy. Whether it's vacant positions or filled positions, that in broad terms, we are delivering services with an understanding that there's always some level of vacancy, but we don't deliver or design our services around assuming that those vacancies will exist on an ongoing basis. So there, like I said, there's a lot to unpack there, but let me stop, and then perhaps Kylie want to chime in either on the specifics of the math or the.
Well, it's more, you know, so first of all, I think it's also a fallacy to think that there's no efficiencies to be gained in the city, because I think there are.
Absolutely.
But, yeah, and so, but I guess what I'm really trying to get at was, I think some of the things that the vice mayor talked about in his email, I also have those concerns as well. I'm not sure who else on the council also have those concerns, but it's something which is hard to make good decisions when some of the basic information is missing. And so I don't know,
5
Kylie,
minutes.
if you can. Okay, I don't know if Kylie could maybe just try to answer this, because I think this information actually exists. It's just we don't have it.
So thank you, Councilmember Tanaka. I guess just one commentary there. It would be helpful if you could vocalize the specific questions.
Well, I did. So I basically read off Tom's email. So basically, his questions.
Let's bring it into the public record. That was the hiccup there. And so if you have specific questions, let's ask them in a public forum so people can.
Well, I just did. I just asked those three. So the same. It's literally the ones that the vice mayor sent in, and it's the same one I'm asking.
Okay. So vacancies versus filled, COVID-19 non-deliverables, and other efficiencies.
Yeah.
Okay. I've got them written down, so we will get back to all of these. I promise.
I think the vacancies versus filled was actually answered earlier today.
I think the city manager did just answer it in terms of service delivery, not people being filled in positions or not. But
And I referenced the actual numbers as part of the presentation.
Yeah, I guess what I was referring to is on attachment A, exhibit 1. So when I look at that, it's not clear what is vacancies and what are, so on a high level, you do address it, but on specifics on that table, it's not addressed. At least I don't see it there.
It's not addressed proposal by proposal. That is correct. We are able to articulate what we did verbally articulate the vacancies versus filled on the macro scale. If it is the will of the council that staff go back and add in what's vacant versus filled in attachment A for each of the positions, that's absolutely a body of work that staff could do at the direction of the majority of council. I will say, I caution the use of that information in what I'm assuming will be the assumption is that if the position is vacant, the service is not being delivered right now. And oftentimes that's a fallacy, frankly. Multiple people are wearing different hats. we are using consultant services or temporary positions. So even though I might provide this is a full-time vacant position, it doesn't necessarily mean that that service is not being delivered. We probably have some sort of backfill that's helping fill that gap. So I understand the question. Like I said, if that's the will of the council, we can go back and provide that information. I just caution the corollary between a vacancy and a service impact. That's all.
Yeah, and just perhaps to reinforce that, I actually believe that the conversation, again, for the purpose of where are the cuts and what is the service impact, is better framed at the actual service level. So rather than looking at it in terms of broad statistics, ask us about a specific proposal that you have concerns with, and we can talk about vacant versus fill, how the service is continuing to be provided today in spite of the vacancies that exist, and then be much more specific about response and understanding of what's going on, rather than to use some statistical measure that will lead to inaccurate conclusion.
Okay, well, I could go on, but I don't know, Mayor, if I have time, or it's up to you.
We'll come back, I promise. We're gonna have another round.
Okay.
I understand there are lots of questions outside of these couple of bullet points in the short-term parking lot, but I do want us to work our way through those. Folks are welcome to ask other questions, and I'm taking notes. Councilmember Niss.
So let me make sure I'm unmuted. Can I get boringly practical?
Sure, please.
So I'm going to try doing a lumping together. If that doesn't work, I'll break these apart. So I would like to suggest that we fund the minutes transcriptions, that we fund the cost of printing materials, and that we revisit. We don't need to revisit the funding for YCS anymore. Didn't we take care of that, Kylie?
We have funded it to Council McCormack's questions 75% of what their normal funding is.
Right.
So Councilmember Niss, I'm going to implore you to please, let's stick them one by one. I think it'll be much easier. So let's just do the first one.
Yes, sir, Mayor. So let me start out with moving the funding for the City Council minutes transcription.
Second.
It will cost you $35,000.
Second.
Did I hear a second? Okay. Okay. You all know what that is. There's no mystery whatsoever. I'm moving it forward. I support it. It does need 4 of you to vote for it.
Thank you. I'm not sure if that was Councilmember Filseth or the Vice Mayor who got the second. So you two choose.
Go ahead, Eric.
I'll choose Eric.
I concur with what Councilmember Niss just said. I think this is important for transparency. It's not that much money. Let's do it.
Thank you. Councilmember Koo.
I don't have any comments on this. It was when Councilmember Niss was going to lump them all together. Thank you.
I unlumped. I de-lumped.
Okay. Councilmember Cormack.
I wanted to ask staff, someone mentioned, Councilmember Tanaka mentioned a few weeks ago that there's a
Something happened to the sound?
Eric, can you hear me? Eric might need to turn back in. Okay. Okay. So Councilmember Tanaka mentioned that a transcription is easily available on YouTube now. Could staff please confirm or rebut that before?
Actually, can someone give me permission to share my screen? I could show you right now. Can I get permission to share?
Councilmember Tanaka, I wonder if while I have the floor, we could just ask staff to respond, and then if they need your help, I'm sure they can ask for it.
Thank you. Let me see if Darren Numoto is available to comment on that and how it applies given our system, or perhaps Beth Miner.
This is Beth. What I had heard from Councilmember Tanaka when this was brought up before is that it only does short clips. When you're looking at our meetings that go 5 to 8 hours or even 9 hours, those short clips will not work.
And what about the search feature? So what you call Control F? Are we able to do that on the current minutes that we have available?
Yes.
Okay.
And also on the video that MidPen puts up, they break it down to each agenda item.
Right.
And also put the title of the agenda item on the page so that you can click on that item and then go see the video. So
and that part's super helpful, having had to do that before I was on council. Okay, so what about the Control F feature though with the YouTube transcription? Is that something that perhaps our Mr. Nomoto is familiar with?
I am not as familiar with that.
Okay, great, that's very helpful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Cormack. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, can I get permission to share my screen?
Sorry?
I'm asking, I guess, Beth or whoever is admin of this session to give me permission to share.
Councilmember Tanaka, this is Nellie Baum in the clerk's office. You have permission as a panelist.
Okay, can you guys see my screen? Okay, so this is the automatic transcript that YouTube does actually, and so this is the recent, I guess, table talk that the mayor and the city manager did, and pretty much it gives you the ability to search, ability to jump to exactly where in the video it happened, and it's vastly superior to any transcript that I've ever seen the city produce, because it's instant. It's like as soon as it's uploaded, you see it. So you don't have to wait weeks to see a transcript, and better yet, it's free. Now to the question about, well, gee, you know, our videos, I mean, our meetings go on for hours and hours and hours. My suggestion there is, like, for instance, we just came back from break, right? We had several breaks already. I think it would behoove us anyways, just to during every break, we stop the video and then it would automatically transcribe it for us. And it's much more transparent. It's actually much easier for people to search this transcript and also see whatever screenshot they have at the same time. And it's free. So for me to pay for an extra transcription service when you get this real time, and it's incredibly accurate. In fact, I found it to be more accurate than you know, our own hand transcribed minutes. To me, it's like this $35,000 could be used for funding the Children's Theater, for instance, or be using it to fund some other program that we really value versus paying for something that's actually already free on YouTube. And instead of having uploading an 8-hour video, we should just we should turn it on when we start the meeting, turn it off during the break, and then restart another YouTube stream for the next section, right? And this also makes it easier. It makes it easier for the community to find the videos to watch versus having to like watch and sift through an 8-hour video, which is extremely difficult. So I think instead of paying for a transcription, we should just use the fact that it's actually done already. It's actually a lot easier to search and a lot easier to find your stuff than having to pay for it and have something that's not as good quality. Because this links it to the video. Like literally what people say is linked to the video. And it would be free if we just basically stop the recording and start it again during every break. That's all we would have to do. So I can't support this motion.
Councilmember Tanaka, my concern there is that it does not cover the motions. And oftentimes the maker will make a motion, then they go back and change it, or things are added or deleted. We don't get what the final motion is in that transcription. We just get the talking in between and not the final motion on the YouTube one. And that's my concern. It's not a clean, clear one for the public to be able to read through.
Because when the vote happens, you basically click on it on the YouTube, wherever it is, it will show you on the screen exactly what the motion was that was approved. You see, in fact, I've taken screenshots of it. So you could see like who voted for what. And it's a heck of a lot easier to find because you could search this. And then it's timely. It happens as soon as you upload it. It's way better than what we do now, which we have to wait weeks to get it. So to me, it's just like, why pay for something when we're cutting things that the community really values when we can get it for free here, when we can make the videos basically shorter, but just by stopping it during every break, we just stop it and start a new YouTube stream. To me, this seems like a vastly superior way of handling it versus paying for paying $35,000 when we're looking to cut so many other programs that people really care about. And this is actually, the community can already do this right now. It's not anything special we have to, there's no subscription we have to have or special service. It's right here in front of us, right? And it's available for every YouTube video. So why not? So to me, it would be pointless to actually do this and pay for it when we could get a service already that's done here.
No. God.
Okay. Is that all, Mr. Councilmember Tanaka?
That's it on this item.
Okay, thank you. I see Vice Mayor Du Bois, and then I think we can vote.
You're muted. Mute.
Thank you. I started off by saying $35,000 item. I'll try to be super quick, but I think the clerk is correct. I did search after Councilmember Tanaka brought this up. It's not on many of our meeting videos that are longer. And I think not all of our users of minutes are technically savvy enough to look for local. So I support the motion.
Okay, let's please vote. Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Filsath.
Yep.
I'm a no. Councilmember Nis.
I'm a yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
So that passes on a 5-2 vote with myself and Councilmember Tanaka voting no. The next item is printing city council materials, also $35,000.
You want me to move that?
You can go for it.
Okay. So this one says, this is because I've unbundled and I'm still on the floor. A revisit funding for the cost of printing city council materials. We put this in the short-term parking lot. It was eliminated at some other time. I think it has great value. The rest of you get to decide.
Second.
So, thank you.
Okay. Would you like to speak to your second?
I would. This isn't about being environmentally correct. It's really about us being able to make effective decisions, which is different than efficient. I'm certainly happy to come down and pick it up if delivery is part of the cost problem. But I just don't think with the level of detail that the community expects us to review every single week on, up to 15 items, that spending more time in front of a computer is the most effective way to do it. And I do like the option of having a printed copy available at the downtown library. I know there are members of the public when we reopen that library who utilize that feature. So I look forward to my poor printer, which is not double-sided, getting a break when this is over.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Tanaka, Vice Mayor Du Bois, Councilmember Koo.
So for me, I declined to get the printed packet, mainly because from my office, I've pretty much gone paperless. And the reason why I've been able to go paperless is because I have a ton of monitors. So I'm able to kind of see everything all at once without a problem. So as long as we shelter in place, I have no problem skipping the printed copy. I realize some of my colleagues don't have this set up. The monitors actually are very cheap these days. But the problem would be if we start meeting council meetings, then it gets to be pretty, without the printed paper, it's really hard because we have that tiny little screen on the dais, plus maybe our laptop. And it makes it really hard to do electronically. If we had a bunch of monitors on a dais, we could probably do it, right? We probably go paperless, but a bunch of iPads or something. But the other thing I've been thinking about is there's 7 of us, $35,000. You could have a pretty nice setup. If you just took that $35,000 and divided by 7, we could have a pretty nice setup. You could just literally buy a bunch of iPad Pros or something and save a ton of trees and a bunch of carbon footprint. If we just had a bunch of iPads or a bunch of screens, we could probably do something very similar. So for me, I'm actually more efficient with it electronically than I am printed, but I think the money could be used towards getting a better setup where we can go paperless. But that would be my preference versus, having more greenhouse gas. And I realize we could all drive over there ourselves, but that's actually even worse for the environment. It's probably more efficient for someone who's dropping it off to drop it off to all of our places. But I think in general, I'd love for us, especially we're Palo Alto, we're supposed to be center of technology, for us to actually move into a more advanced technical state versus what we've been doing. But again, I think I can only do this right now because of the fact that in my setup here, I have a ton of monitors, so I could do it. So that's my thoughts.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yeah, I support this motion. Again, there's often materials that are quite hard to read online, charts, tables, building plans. I want us to be efficient, and if this is not the place to do it, but I think it's related, is the KZSU money. So we could either put that in your list, Mayor, or I could try a friendly amendment if there was a openness to do that.
You're right. You're right. It's not on this list. Let's get to it after YCS. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. So I support the motion.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes. So I'm going to support the motion. Thank you for bringing it forward. I think more importantly, each council member can be asked by the clerk whether they want a hard copy or not, or to use it online. And, the individual can decide how they want to do it. For me, I think that I don't think I can be working with due diligence without the hard copy to study it the way that I need to. And again, respecting each person's preference is what I think is also why I'm going to support this motion. I respect the sustainability and all that, but there's a job to do. And I don't think that, going one way is the way to push everybody towards when they're not comfortable with it. As it stands today, I still love opening a book because there's a special smell in it. So, especially a new one, So, I mean, there's all these kind of things that we kind of have fancies towards, and I hope people can respect that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Koo. There's certainly a special smell to a fresh council packet, delivered on Thursday. So I've gone back and forth on this one. I was actually disinclined to support this, but I see there's at least 4 or 5 votes for it, so I'll vote for it. I will just make a few comments. Especially over the past few months, it's gotten much easier for me to use electronic documents. And I would say, even when we got printed documents, I was still referring to the electronic ones pretty regularly. And for me, it's much easier to search for terms or numbers or sections. And so I would just say, if we can, it seems like this is going to pass, but I would ask, let's not lose sight of making the electronic documents more useful. Maybe it's like chapters or sections in the PDFs. So folks who do prefer that can really use that to their greatest effect. Councilmember Filsack.
Well, I was just going to add on to what Councilmember Koo said. When I think about curling up with a book, the staff packet is exactly what I think about too.
Glad we still got our sense of humor here. So guys, I do see 2 more hands, but I think there seems to be consensus around this one.
Funny.
Actually,
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, it's actually pretty quick. So what I'd like to do is maybe propose a friendly amendment, is that, so we still budget $35,000, and maybe what we do is we give people a choice. They could use the money to get printed copies, or they could use the money to perhaps buy more monitors or buy an iPad or whatever, so that it's a choice.
No, too complicated, Greg. I'm sorry.
Okay, well then I can't support this.
Okay, let's please vote on this motion to refund the cost of printing city council materials for those of us, and also, as Councilmember Cormack mentioned, in the libraries and a few other places. Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Filsack.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Councilmember Niss.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Okay, that passes on a 6-1 vote with Councilmember Tanaka voting no. And so printed packets have been restored.
So if I
The next
can have
item,
my last motion,
hold on. I see Councilmember Ku's hand first anyways. I've given you the floor twice now, so I'm gonna go back to the hand thing.
remember, I'm trying to do 3 at once.
I know, but I wanted to go line by line. So this next item is YCS Youth Connectedness Initiative, which is currently funded at $25,000, meaning there's a reduction of $25,000, which we could restore. As Councilmember Cormack adroitly asked earlier, there are 2 YCS programs. Let's not mix those 2 things. So Councilmember Koo, the floor is yours.
So I know Councilmember Nis wanted to move this and make the motion, but I would like to actually move to have restore the YCS Youth Connectedness Initiative for the city's portion to be 50,000.
Second. You're meaning 50,000 total.
50,000 total, yes. Thank you.
That's what I support.
Councilmember Koo, would you like to speak to this?
I think it's a very important program. As many of the community members have spoken, we have medical professionals behind this, and I really feel that we need to support the mental health as well as youth mental health and well-being. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Nis.
Amen.
Councilmember Cormack.
YCS is such a wonderful program, and I support it personally and have for a number of years. I wonder if we could perhaps wait on this, because I think Councilmember Filseth mentioned something a few hours ago about the uncertainty we have. And I wonder if we could put this along with some of the other things that we would love to do, children's theater and a few other things, into a, I'm not going to call it a parking lot, but into basically an uncertainty kind of reserve, because we would be able, with the funding we've already got in the budget, to fund the first semester of the program, assuming that it's all run virtually. So this question then would be, what would we do in the second semester, right, starting in January? And it's a similar question we have with children's theater. So I just think that it's possible that there's another way we could look at a few of these things that we would really like to do, but we aren't certain if we're going to be able to restart them or when. So I'll just toss that out and see. It's not really a question to the makers so much, perhaps to the mayor or the city manager. Is there a way to think about doing some of these things collectively rather than one by one that would allow us, when we have more information about how much money we might or might not have available and what the impacts of COVID-19 might or might not be on some of these, amazing, amazing resources?
Absolutely. Yeah.
So
go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'll let the city manager explain. I think what you're kind of identifying is, an add back or a restoration list beyond our current budgeting cycle, which is something other cities have pursued. So we can certainly do that. Mr. City Manager?
Yep, I definitely agree with that. I think that Councilmember Cormack also raises an interesting question in terms of timing, and similar to Councilmember Tanaka's comment earlier question regarding COVID-19 impacts, to the extent that there are some things we know either can't start, or as in this case with YCS, perhaps there is enough money to start, but then it's a question of how long the money would last. That I think it does set up an appropriate and interesting mechanism or kind of criteria by which we would use for making decisions that do not need to be made tonight.
So structurally, I don't know, Mr. Mayor, how you want to take this, but I think that this is in a category where there are other things in the category. And so I'm sorry, I don't quite know exactly if we want to continue going at this specific level of detail, or perhaps contemplate other ways to move forward.
So you are certainly, you're right. I mean, we could, vote this $25,000 up or down. or you could make a substitute motion, which would, I guess, establish some kind of contingency or add back fund, including for the time being $25,000 to YCS Youth Connectedness. I think
I'm thinking of something broader, because I think we are making a lot of small decisions without enough information about the full year. We'll have the same issue with when we get to children's theater. We have the same issue with the shuttle. So it's possible that there's a different way of handling this. And I'm sorry if this doesn't quite fit with your structure, and apologies to the maker.
No, totally okay. And I understand, that the structures I've tried to stand up here are artificial and just, they're imperfect, no doubt. I guess what I would suggest is if I understand what you're saying, you could set up through a motion a bucket of items, which we can reevaluate at some later date with more information and potentially money. And this would be the first item in it, is I guess what I'm saying.
Not necessarily the first item in it, but there would be, maybe it's some amount of this 839, right? We set aside and don't spend tonight because we actually don't know what's going to happen in the next 3 months. So I'm confident that YCS, the Youth Connectedness Initiative, has what it needs for the first semester. I'm pretty sure that I read that email correctly. I would love to be able to give them this money, but I don't know what money we're going to need for our other places and what we're going to be able to use. So I'm wondering if, rather than trying to make full year decisions on some of these, we view this partial restoration as a way to get through the first 6 months. And at some point during those first 6 months, we come back and we've set aside some money. And for all we know, contact tracing is going to be a huge deal. And we're going to want to spend the money on that. Maybe YCS will come back and say they have something else. But I just feel this level of detail at this point is hard for me to make confident decisions, given the uncertainty.
So I think.
I mean, I know we're going to have council meetings for the whole year. So yeah, we got to have minutes. But this is different.
Yeah, I mean, I think the options are, we vote on this motion up or down to restore it fully, or you make a substitute motion and you can begin sketching out your idea and we can work with that.
Well, okay, I guess my substitute motion would be, can we put it in the short-term parking lot and revisit it at the end of the day?
You mean revisit this YCS funding later on?
Yeah, and see if there's a group of things we could have on a list to consider later.
So let me bring this up to the maker and the seconder, and sorry to run some arbitrage here. Council members Nis and Koo, would you be open to that? You guys do have a motion on the floor. What Council Member Cormack is proposing is taking, it sounds like, some amount from the 839,000 and allocating it for a relook later this summer or early fall. And YCS 25,000 would be one of the items in there.
Yes.
So I do want to kind of bring this up that, when you say that by doing the 25,000, we'll be funding the 75% of this program, it's not that way. 50,000 is what the city pays. That's 100%. And then the other half, no, actually, it's only 50%. The other half is a matching grant from county. Without this 50,000, they're not going to get the other 50,000 from county. So we have to be very careful about how we do this motion. It should not be part of anything else, because the way I'm hearing it, when you're saying that we lump them in with the rest of all the other team programs, we risk the chance of not funding this fully. And I am sorry, I'm not going to take the mental health of youth lightly.
I don't want
to. I just need to jump in. I don't think any of us take the mental health of our youth lightly. So let's just be clear about that. Mr. City Manager, you want to help me?
Yes. Well, I just actually wanted to make one clarifying comment, and I'll ask Kristen O'Kane to confirm. But in doing our due diligence on this program, I think we did understand from the county that their grant would come forward, irrespective of the city's funds. So, Kristen, could you confirm?
Yes, that is correct. So we had That was originally their position, that they would only fund if we had the matching, but in conversations in the past 2 weeks or so, they have confirmed that they will fund the program regardless of whether the city contributes or not.
It's just a clarifying point. And I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, if you wanted to redirect in a different direction.
So Adrian, I am very concerned because the county has not done their budget yet. And they are as short as they can be. And I feel strongly that what Lydia has put forth is what makes sense for YCS.
Okay, also, it's got the wrong number here. So there's already 25 in there. So this says 50. It's really a $25,000 decision. Is that right?
No,
yeah.
Okay.
So Councilmember Cormack, the floor is still yours.
I'm just going to withdraw it, but I think the main topic is an important one, and I don't think we are going to be well served. We will not serve our whole community well by making small decisions. You know, the Art Center is going to be one of them too. We're not going to be in a position to add everything back. So I'm just concerned about this method.
Mr. Mayor, point of clarification. Our 25,000 is already in place. Is that true? Yes.
Yes.
So the 25 completes the 25.
To make it 50, but remember, there are two programs. There's the general YCS funding of 50,000.
Yeah.
There's the Connectedness Initiative of 50,000.
Right. This is a different.
Which
this is the 3-year-old program, right?
Right, which we are funding currently at 25,000. You and Councilmember Koo are making it whole. So YCS as a total would get $100,000.
So can we make sure that that's understood in this motion, that we're restore funding for YCS Youth Connectedness Initiative, 25,000 for a total of 50?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to move down the line. I next see Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yeah, so again, I want to make sure everybody's clear. It shares the name, but this is separate from the regular YCS programming. And I think Councilmember Koo clarified again, this program is not 75% funded. It was going to be 50% funded. And so I support the motion to restore this particular program. Again, I don't want to risk any of their matching funds by us trying to time it by adding more, mid-year. I do want to say I do support the idea, the add back list for other things that we haven't talked about. I think this one's been very specific, and so I'm comfortable supporting this one. This is a mental health program. I've talked to several leaders of YCS. They believe it's critical, that it's going to be used now. I think we have some teens that are stressed now, and that's why I support this one. Thanks.
Thank you. So two just quick corrections. So one, I think when folks were saying the 75% funded, they meant YCS's entire pre-allocation budget of 100,000, 50 plus 50, and this one at half. And as staff just mentioned, it doesn't seem like the grant funding is at risk. Councilmember Filsath.
Yeah, I was going to say what I'm sort of sitting here thinking about listening to the discussion is that I think what we're really maybe talking about is some kind of September, October parking lot, which comes with a certain amount of money allocated and an add back list. And we sort of make final decisions based on what we see then. And I thought the city manager had an interesting observation on this, which is there are some programs, and I'll take the children's theater as maybe an example, that, whether theaters are open or not, okay, is going to make a difference on our ability to deliver on those kinds of services. So there's stuff beyond our control. And so maybe that kind of thing would be a good candidate for an October parking lot. This one doesn't seem like it's dependent on, theaters being opened or some other kind of things being opened or something like that. So this one may or may not make sense to be in such a parking lot. That's all.
Thank you. Councilmember Koo.
No, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka, have you spoken on this one?
No, but I don't need to.
Or would you like to? Okay. So my comments here, I feel this is going to pass this one, but I am actually quite persuaded by Councilmember Cormac's strategy, let's call it that. There are certain things that we do not need to fund until later in the year. We don't know if we'll be able to actually produce and make those programs work. And we also don't know a clear financial picture of what that is. And I think the Youth Connectedness Initiative falls into that. And even if it is a smaller dollar amount of only $25,000, we are allocating money today for the whole next fiscal year, which may not be able to be spent. And that is kind of a strategic concern we should be aware of. So I'm a little stuck on this. It is a small dollar amount. If this passes, Councilmember Cormac, I would encourage you in another round to try and set up the parking lot, or revisit in the fall budget. I think that's a worthwhile effort. Councilmember Koo.
I was wondering, are you going to go to public comments or has that passed already?
We've already had our public comment at the beginning of this meeting.
I see.
And it wasn't noticed. It wasn't noticed to have two sessions. That's unfortunate. You raise a good point, but I think we need to get our work done here. Okay. Any other comments, motions, amendments on this item? Let's please vote. Councilmember Cormac.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Filsa.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Councilmember Niss.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Okay. That passes on a 7-0 vote. Thank you all for the discussion. I think it raised some good issues, and we have restored $25,000 to YCS. One last item the Vice Mayor raised was KZSU. And I just want to quickly go to Mr. City Manager if you have any comments on that.
Sure. I would just note for the council's information that following your last discussion 2 weeks ago, I did reach out to Stanford University to see if they would be able to assist in funding the KZSU presence. The question as of this afternoon is still pending, and so do not have a response as to whether they will be able to provide any financial support for this continuing service.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor, or Mr. City Manager. Mr. Vice Mayor.
I'll steal from Councilmember Niss and make a motion that we leave this item in the parking lot until the 29th. And again, since it's a small item, I'd actually suggest that maybe, well, I think we just leave it there and see what Stanford comes back with. I think we'll have to wait to deal with it. So that's the motion, just to leave it open.
Okay. Is there a second?
Seconded it.
I third it.
Sorry, I can't hear who's making the second there. Councilmember Niss, thank you. Okay. So the Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilmember Niss, has moved that we keep the KVSU funding in the parking lot until our discussion of June 22nd, pending further information. Would you like to speak to your motion?
No, that covers it.
Councilmember Niss?
Yep, thanks.
Councilmember Koo?
No, I support it.
Okay, Councilmember Cormac?
So much like with the transcription, when it comes back on the 22nd, I'll want to understand any information we might have about people who listen to it and any other way that people can listen. So for example, if you can listen on YouTube on your phone, that kind of thing. The other question that I will have is there was a public comment about disaster, in a disaster, that being the source that we would use. Is that true? May I ask the staff, is 90.1 where we would be broadcasting in the event of an emergency?
Need to see if Mr. Duker is on the meeting. Absent that, I had heard something to that effect, so we'll need to.
So that would just be something I'd love when you come back on the June 22nd to share information on.
Will do.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I guess just to follow on to what Councilmember Cormack said. So I'm also very interested in kind of hearing the numbers in terms of how people listen to it. It may be very hard because it's broadcast, but I've talked to a lot of community members that now that we're actually live streaming to YouTube, a lot of people are actually watching it that way now. And I think we're happy to reach more people now, at least that way, than we probably ever had before. So I just do wonder, given the decline of kind of more traditional media and the rise of things that more people use, and the fact that a lot of people have smartphones now, whether we should go towards more modern ways of distribution. So staff could have that as well as a breakdown, even perhaps like through television, like cable network. How does that happen? Because I think we are in dire economic situation right now, and we want to focus on what has the biggest bang for the buck.
Okay. Mr. Vice Mayor, your hand is up.
I just didn't take it down, sorry.
Okay, Councilmember Koo.
Yeah, KZSU is the PSA and alert for Palo Alto and Stanford during an emergency. So, and they operate out of City Hall also, so they can transmit out of City Hall if necessary. So it is, and everybody, and I know a lot of people who actually listen to KZSU on the radio, especially when they're traveling from one point to another point and they can't get to the meetings. As a matter of fact, I have a friend who comes back from American Canyon that is on that radio all the time listening to council meetings. So that's all.
Okay. Let's please vote on this one. Councilmember Cormack.
I'm sorry, are we voting or did you recognize her?
Could I say something
I don't
before we vote? Even though we're
sure.
Even though we're, I don't know if I'm muted or not, even though we're putting this to one side, does that make sense if we know that this is the radio that we use in an emergency? Or should we simply pass it tonight and not have to continue to carry it forward?
I just wanted to find out if Stanford would pay for it.
Yes. Okay, that's fine. Just
okay.
They're not terribly generous, with this.
All right. Just reminding folks, if you're not speaking, please go on mute. And if you want to speak, please do raise your hand. It really helps us run this meeting. Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Filsath.
Yes.
I'm also a yes. Councilmember Niss.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
I'm a yes for now. So we'll see when the numbers come in.
I'm sorry. Which way do you vote? I didn't hear.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So that passes unanimously to keep KZSU funding in the short-term parking lot until our June 22nd budget adoption. Okay. So we are done with the main items on the short-term parking lot list. The staff have a quick calculation of how much we just spent and took off that 839. I guess it's going to be
95.
We have 744 left.
764. Did I do that wrong?
Uh-oh. Let's not shake the faith.
Well, we all know.
I'll give you guys a moment.
I was gonna say we all know how good I am at mental math, so
744.
got it.
So we started with 839. And how much did we just spend?
Yeah, you're right.
Reallocate?
44.
Okay, 744. Okay, so there's $744,000 in unspent reserves. I'm sorry if that's the wrong term. Projected surplus.
Unallocated.
Unallocated reserves. Thank you, Mr. City Manager. We have a couple of options to what we can do with it. It could go into the budget stabilization reserves. It could go to restore other services in the budget that we're concerned about. It could go to the CIP to restore projects we're concerned about. Or it could go into something, as Councilmember Cormack highlighted, or at least some portion of it, for a later in the year look back to reevaluate. So I'm going to open up the floor. Happy to it may be most helpful for us to start with some questions and comments about this money before we get to motions. But otherwise, we will just duke it out with motions. Councilmember Koo.
I just have a couple of questions actually for now. So in the staff report on packet page 11, this is the newest one that they gave us. A staff report that was ID 11376. It says in preparations for COVID-19 recovery and return, it's recommended staffing be restored in the city clerk office, which remains critical to running virtual public meetings for the organization. The virtual meetings are a key component to our public work. So is this something that was a recommendation that we're supposed to look into right now? So I just want to make sure that we are addressing it if we need to address it.
Understood, Councilmember Koo, thank you. So as a point of clarification, as part of the May 11th, 12th, and 13th hearings, staff had, in consultation with the city clerk, recommended a reduction in the city clerk staffing. And as we are looking at the management concessions and we're looking at what we are needing to do as we move forward, part of it is us realizing what the new service delivery model requires. And that's one of the areas where we pull back on that proposed reduction. So if council is in agreement with that, meaning council is in agreement with not reducing any staff in the city clerk's office, no action is required.
And so how many was going to be reduced?
Half of a position.
Half of a person.
Mm-hmm.
Half of a person. Okay, well, I don't want to do anything. I want to leave it as it is with their half a person.
Then no action is necessary.
Okay, and then my second question is about the money from CDBG that came in at $294,909, and it's going to many different areas, right? Is there a have you divvied up the money and decided who gets what and how much it's going to be? If you can let us know that would be also great. Do
yes,
you have the figures?
That was provided, the Finance Committee reviewed the allocation of those additional funds, and the CDB allocation recipients will be brought forward to the full council in June.
In June, okay. That's before the adoption then?
Either in concert with or before. Jonathan, do you know what date it's specifically agendized for?
Gosh, we just went over it this morning. It's before June. I think it's before your 22nd meeting.
Wonderful.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have to ask. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes, so couple of thoughts. So I appreciated Councilmember Cormack's discussion about Coverly. We got that at Places in one of those very long meetings. And again, looking through that list of people on the school side, there were some frequent rentals. There were a lot of arts and music programs, the Friends of the Library, church. And, I fully support this idea of an add-in list as well. And so I would like to see on Coverly, I heard what was said about looking at how we use our city-owned space. As we negotiate this new lease, it would be good to know if we could have an option to incrementally rent more if needed, or if PAUSD is going to rent to some of these places. I don't want us to be totally hands off and just abandon a lot of the people that were renting there. On the Junior Museum, we had a discussion last time about the number of new hires tied to the opening date, and potential opening date of March of next year. I think we should treat the opening date as TBD. And, you know, even though we've approved those heads, I would hope that staff would not hire those until we have a much clearer picture of when we would actually open. I think, again, that could be a way to kind of smooth some of the budget timing. In terms of the rest of this 744,000, somewhat torn about what to do about the budget stabilization reserve. You know, again, I think it might be wise to just keep the 74,000 unallocated and start to create this add-in list and agree that we're going to have frequent budget updates. And basically, I think we're all aware, you know, we should expect changes to this budget, more changes than, you know, budgets in the past. And part of that, I think, for many reasons, we should avoid committing ourselves to any large infrastructure projects, like actually signing contracts, probably for 6 months. So, you know, if we think about a mid-year budget check-in, hopefully we check in before mid-year. But if we start to get some data on construction trends and things, I could see us holding off on a lot of these, what we funded in our infrastructure plan, kind of not committing to the timing of spending that until we get a much better view of whether we've been too conservative or not conservative enough in cutting the budget, you know, and all of those issues that we've talked about. I think there is probably more we could do to kind of flatten the curve on that infrastructure bulge, you know, but I'm comfortable with where we are right now, as long as we agree we're going to, you know, check in before we move forward, particularly with the $100 million public safety building. So those are just kind of my thoughts based on many hours of meetings we've had.
Thank you. Councilmember Cormack, then Nis.
Thank you, Mayor. Fine. I'll just pick up where Vice Mayor Du Bois left off on the police building. We haven't discussed it tonight, but I just want to be clear for the public that, you know, what the staff has proposed will give us the opportunity to decide later in this year when and if it's appropriate. And there are too many moving pieces and parts right now. But I think what the staff has proposed and understanding the constraints we are under and may be under is totally appropriate. I feel, Ms. Nose, like I didn't really get the answer on the BSR that Councilmember Filseth posed earlier. So what exactly do we think the percent would be with this proposed budget for 2021?
Thank you for the question. If we were to fully draw on the BSR for 20 million in FY 2020,
yes,
you would have a roughly $25 million BSR.
Okay, and what percent would that be on the 195.9, I guess, right?
Right. Oh God, what is that?
I can do it.
Yep.
11%.
Thank you.
I get 12.8.
Okay, you got it.
The fact that you can do it in your head.
No, I'm not doing it in my head. I'm doing it rounded. What I'm trying to figure out is like, how big is the delta on the BSR in next fiscal year between what we're projected at and the 15%?
You got it. So if that is where we land, is at 25 million, the delta between that and 15% would be $4.5 million.
Okay. Thank you. Okay.
If you wanted to get to 18 and a half, it would be $11.4 million.
Got it. 4.5 million. Super helpful. So that helps me think then about the 744 that we have remaining. 744 is not a very big part of 4.5. And I was thinking of dividing things up. And I'll just run through the list of things that I feel uncomfortable about today that I would like us to revisit in the next, maybe September, October. And setting aside that 744. Community services, and it doesn't matter if it's the Children's Theater or the Art Center or something that someone doesn't know that is being cut and they haven't just had the opportunity to email us about it. COVID response. So if I look at attachment A, exhibit 1, page 17, sorry, I don't have the packet numbers, but I think it's the last page of attachment A, exhibit 1, right? We've got some things in there. I mentioned contact tracing earlier. Earlier the Vice Mayor brought up what's going on with businesses. I don't think we're in a good position to predict what we might need with COVID-19 response. We're still going to be responding in a few months. Public safety, who knows what's going to happen? I want that in the bucket of things, and I want the shuttle system in there. So those are the 4 things I have on my list listening. And if I've missed a general category, I'm sure my colleagues will add to it. But I think the mayor was not asking for motions on this round, really for thinking through what we might do. I had come into this thinking maybe we could split some with the BSR and some refund things, as we have been, and some set aside for the future. But I think given the, given the uncertainty that's a way that I'd be interested in proceeding, is setting that 744 into a bucket. We'll call it the COVID uncertainty reserve, or whatever your naming people in budget want to come up with. And that really is the main thing I think I have left going forward. And then I assume at some point we'll come back to the long-term parking lot issues. With respect to Coverly, I do feel like, Director O'Kane is not leaving people out to dry. I know she's absolutely been in touch with tenants and working on that. But I'll just reiterate that if there's something we can do with the school district to help them work with anyone we're not able to help, I'd like to be a part of that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Cormack. So correct, we'll finish off this short-term parking lot in the next round. Please do make a motion. The city clerk has one question for us about printed packets we should get to, and then we'll move on to the long-term parking lot. So next I saw Councilmember Niss.
So Allison, looking at you, I think what you have suggested is what sometimes used to be used, Ed, I'm looking at you, as what was called an add-on. So that was a category that used to be used. And I think what you're suggesting is that this amount, this 744 hovering out there, goes into a reserve and it lasts for how long? Through the fall, through
6 months. 6 months of the fiscal year.
So,
I'm just picking that out because I know a lot of what we've discussed, even today, think about the drop not restarting till January, et cetera. But open to staff suggestions when we get there.
Okay, but it would seem like 6 months is about right, because by that time, we're going to know what we do. We'll be halfway through the next year. That's going to be a really telling time, I think. So, and included in this is contact tracing. Looking at you, Ed, would you actually see contact tracing coming from this kind of fund or not?
It's something of a placeholder for us, Councilmember, given that we know we have a specific request from the county for assistance with contact tracing staffing. There's also been perhaps less formal, but nonetheless a direct request for support for individuals who are contacted and then need to be isolated, but that do not have the means to isolate themselves. So those are 2 specific requests, as well as I'm sure your favorite testing is still out there. Now, this would not be sufficient funds for testing, but again, there are a variety of areas that we can anticipate the public health side of our coronavirus emergency requiring some funds.
So you think this could come from this 744? Possible?
Oh, from the 744, I thought we have a separate line item that had been identified for the contact tracing, but again, that was the placeholder.
Councilmember Cormack had mentioned contact tracing, so I just want to make sure that we've got our right buckets, because that's potentially a big item. I don't know where it'll actually end up, but it's big at the moment. And Allison, you put the public safety building in that?
Not public safety building, public safety departments, just in case.
So nothing to do with the building? No,
not the building, no.
Safety that we have kind of pushed to the side right now?
We've had to we are making some tough decisions, and it's possible that something will happen over the summer that will change our mind about where we want to redirect our next dollars. And
No.
this will give us some dollars to redirect. I don't know today, you know, if we're going to want, you know, another police officer, or if we're going to want a different way of responding to COVID, or if we're going to want, you know, something in services for children. It just gives us a little flexibility.
So basically what we're saying is we're not going to identify this money as for anything in particular. We're going to identify it, as you called it, a COVID uncertainty reserve.
Okay, thought we were having this discussion the next go round, but
meaning something, what we're saying is we're taking 744 and not precisely assigning it to any particular area. We're leaving.
I listed 4 areas, and if when we get there that there are others that seem super important and relevant that we can get 4 votes for, then we'll look at those. I mean, there are some things that are not on this list, right? This is not just for anything. These are the 4 things that I feel concerned about as we're making these important decisions. Well, that we might want more money at the margin in a few months.
So if I were adding to this list, though, I would add any items that involve our teens, our youth, in that category as well.
That's why community services is first. That's why that's the first one listed. All those programs are under community services.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you say that.
No worries. First one is community services. Second one is COVID response. Third is public safety operations, and fourth, shuttle system.
Shuttle. I got the rest. I didn't hear you say community service. So.
Absolutely at the top of the list.
Perfect. Okay, good idea. Are you going to make that a motion?
Again, I think the mayor. I think the mayor was waiting for that on the next round, but I'll defer to him.
I'll come back to you after this, council member Cormack. I see a hand from our utilities director. Would you like to speak, Mr. Batchelor?
Yes, I would. Thank you, Mayor Fine. I'd like to answer the question from Councilmember Cormack that she asked earlier about the gas fund for the carbon offset costs.
Go ahead.
Please.
Thank you. So Councilmember Cormack, thank you for asking the question. Yes, we went ahead and we refund that $1 million into the gas fund, and we'll continue to run that program for this coming year.
Fantastic. It just happened and you didn't even tell us about it.
Yeah, we were able to find some additional funding.
I'm glad I asked. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Director. I saw Councilmember Philsett's hand, but it went down. I don't know if you'd still like to speak.
Sure, briefly. So I concur with all the things that Councilmember Cormack and also Councilmember Niss said about the COVID uncertainty reserve, CUR for short. The one thing that goes through my mind listening, one thing that's, well, we don't want to be curtailing this, but the one thing that's gone through my mind listening to this is how much definition can we put on sort of timing and time frame and when we choose to revisit it and so forth, as opposed to it just goes open-ended somewhere. So as much structure as makes sense, we ought to think about. That's all.
That's why I thought 6 months was about right.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka.
So, by the way, if I can add to that, the CUR thing is a reference to Allison's dog.
Mayor, just to be clear, so you only want to talk about this leftover money, right? At this point, not other topics?
Yeah, I think for now, yes, but I mean, that's a pretty wide field, right? It could be other things. And right now we're just going through a round of questions and comments. And it seems like in the next round, there's some support for an uncertainty reserve.
Okay. As I mentioned earlier, I think there's a very high chance that the 39 million that we're estimating is actually too small, and we're gonna have to do a lot more. I hope that's not true, but it's looking like it. So I think trying to save as much as we can is gonna be important. And you know, our finances are already really complex. So I do wonder if we need yet another reserve, another fund, right? or whether we just use the ones we have. Like, why not just put it in the BSR? I guess I'm trying to understand what's the rationale with having yet another special fund, because our budget is incredibly intricate right now. And so maybe maybe the finance director can talk a little bit about this in terms of what are the advantages of having yet another fund versus, because I could see this being needed for a lot of different areas. It's hard to know what the economy is going to be like in a few months. So what are the advantages of having yet another fund versus just putting the BSR and trying to start building it back a bit? Or not really putting it back, but not having it go down as much as it's probably going to be.
Sure. Thank you, Council Member. It's really a policy call and a transparency thing, not in a negative or a positive, just whether or not you want to call out this funding specifically as part of the reserve and getting towards the reserve goal versus knowing that you want to allocate it in a certain way and setting it aside in its own pot. Staff can support either of them. It's really a call from a council perspective.
I guess for me, it would be better just keeping the BSR, because I think we should simplify our finances versus making it even yet more complex. And it's hard to know exactly where it's going to go. I mean, I think people have already mentioned 4 or 5, probably a lot more that it might be needed. And when we take action, we're going to all have to vote on it anyways. So I don't know in terms of if it's increased transparency or not. So I think I'm just in favor of trying to make already really complex budget simpler.
Thank you. Councilmember Koo.
So actually, I mean, I just want to say that, you know, I feel that the whole framework is now only around the 839,000. It's kind of interesting that, you know, there's also all these complexities, yet even though we have all these capital improvement projects that staff has actually framed this whole way of looking at our budgets around the numbers that you give us, and when we can actually be looking at even more. You know, I think, you know, I don't want to pick on the public safety building. It's a build, but it is the biggest one here, and it's all written on page 19, packet page 19. One, it's not shovel ready, so the design still has to go on, and then you have to go out on a bidding strategy, and then you have to look at the financing strategy, and it says over here that you admit that there is a risk, that there is a risk. That there is a risk in doing the debt servicing, the COPs and everything. But what we don't know is what is the cost to bring this project to shovel ready. Obviously, there's a cost to do that for all the designs. We don't know what is the cost to analyze the construction market or the financing implications. So what are those? And what is the cost of bidding for the project? What is the cost to obtain the capitalized interest as part of the debt issuance? And then, you know, so there's a lot of questions that you don't provide to us in order for us to look at all of these kind of things, all of these projects, and they're not itemized. It's just all lumped together and say, you know, we're going to decide on how we're going to, we found $1 million here, 839 here, and we're going to frame it just for you to talk about this. And meanwhile, you know, we're having to choose between continuing with CPI or how are we going to par down all the community services and programs. So I really do think that there's a flaw in doing this. And I just kind of had to state that, you know, just pointing out just this project here. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Koo. So just a couple comments. I think I'm the last speaker on this, and then we'll go to another round. So I'm generally supportive of an uncertainty reserve. I think to answer Councilmember Tanaka's good questions about a new reserve versus the BSR. As Councilmember Cormack mentioned, you know, this wouldn't take us a huge amount towards refunding the BSR. And this fiscal year and next fiscal year are certainly down years for our city, where, at least in my opinion, I think it is okay to draw on those rainy day funds, and we should refuel them as we can. But I think given the level of uncertainty here, $700,000 on a $195 million budget, is quite a small amount. It's 0.00035%. And throughout our days of discussion now, we have had a number of questions about, are we providing the right level of services to teens, or for the libraries, or for the art center, or for public safety? And we've also had questions about, what can we not do given COVID-19? What services are non-deliverable right now? We have questions about staffing models and some openness in terms of our labor negotiations as well. So I do see an uncertainty reserve as a smart move on our part. In a way, it's like kind of bringing back some of the contingencies that council had, but we're identifying specific uses for it in service of the residents in the community this year. One last comment before I'll turn it over to Councilmember Cormack. We began this process about 3 or 4 weeks ago, and I want to remind all of us that we as a council decided on the process. We as a council decided on the goal, and we as a council also share and have identified priorities for our budgeting process and our budgeting expenditures. We chose to cut $39 million. We chose to hold hearings of the whole city council. We chose, small things like the 5-minute rule and, public comment on each big budget item. We chose to go with service areas rather than individual departments. I understand this has been messy. It's been a lot messier from my perspective than maybe from yours. But I think we have actually come a long way, and that we are now winnowing down some of our choices to smaller dollar items, I think is a good sign. After many public comments on our Zoom meetings and thousands of emails, both staff and council have responded in terms of refunding certain things such as YCS or the teen centers, or some of our library programs such as College Terrace. And I think that is how this process works. That doesn't mean it makes us happy, but we are doing the right thing with public resources that are scarce in this year. So I would please encourage us all to remember that we agreed on the goals, we agreed on the process, we agreed on the strategy and our priorities as a council. So let's try to keep that in the mix as well. Okay, now open to any questions, comments, motions. I did promise Councilmember Cormack a first go at this, though. Go for it.
Thank you, Mayor Fine. All right, well, I will make a motion that we put the remaining $744,000 of the unallocated, is it a reserve? Unallocated something? Unallocated funds into a COVID uncertainty reserve, and that we revisit in September and again in December. And staff brings forward proposals in the following 4 areas at those times to help us decide how and if to use the funds. Community services, ongoing COVID response, public safety operations, and shuttle system.
Thank you. Is there a second for that motion?
Sure, second.
Thank you, Councilmember Filsack. Councilmember Cormack, do you want to speak to your motion?
I want to sum up, as they say. We are doing the very best we can collectively, the staff, the council, the community, during a time of change and uncertainty. And frankly, some of the things that people are facing every day are quite scary. And given that, I think it's prudent for us to not make every single decision at the margin now. So this is going to give us just a little room at the margin to correct things, just as we've done over the past month. And I know it's been frustrating for some members of the community because we sort of put things up and then we revise and change them or whatever. But I think it means we've gotten, as the mayor was saying, to a better place. But I'm not confident that we've done it perfectly. And so I think this will give us the opportunity in September and then again in December to take a look and see if there are needs that We didn't foresee things that have changed. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Councilmember Filsath.
Yeah, I don't have too much to add to that. I think that's a good summary. I personally don't know what we should have asked that we didn't, but there's probably something. And so we'll know more in September about lots of things. So.
Thank you. I would concur with that sentiment that we don't know what we don't know. Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yeah, so I think I agree with almost everything I've heard from every council member in this section. So I support the idea of putting the money into some kind of reserve. I think it could be the BSR. I also support the idea of a potential add back list. I kind of like the idea of actually just putting it in the BSR. It applies to our reserve policies, but we all understand that we'll be ready to use it if we need it. So I'm not sure the name of the reserve is important. I do think the add back list should be a working list. And I also agree with what Councilmember Koo said that, this isn't necessarily just the 744K. I think we will have more clarity in the fall. And again, if we flatten the curve on our infrastructure plans, adjust the timing, we may be able to save some money there. So we could have more, we could have less. I'd also like to just introduce another idea that we touched on in some of the early questions. So our current policy of 1% for art, we could consider changing that policy and having a temporary 2-year abeyance. If we find, we might want to just keep that in our back pocket. We could put that on the add back list, reevaluate it as a temporary policy. Maybe we could take it up in August. But, as I think about it, who in the community is going to say that 1% for art is more important than community services or public safety or, funding the art center itself versus, putting a statue somewhere. So it's just something that I've been thinking about. We have some of these policies. A lot of things are being temporarily placed on hold. Maybe this is one we should consider as well. So to the motion here, again, I support the overall concept. I guess what I don't support is how specific it is. I really think we should have more of a general add back list and not limit it only to these 4 specific items. So I would propose a friendly amendment that we just delete from the to be used on to the end and just say that we will revisit in September and December.
Okay. Council members Cormack and Filsath, do you accept deleting everything after December 2020? The words after that?
I wonder if I could ask the vice mayor what's not on there that he thinks should be on an add back list. What's missing that's concerning for you?
Right now, nothing. I just worry that it's very specific, that it's only these 4 things. And what if it was in a department that's not community services or public safety?
I think ongoing COVID-19 response gives us a lot of space there, much like your earlier motion. So I'm pretty comfortable staff could, maybe there's something that happens in, I don't know, planning or transportation that's a real issue because of COVID-19. I feel like it gives us plenty. I'm not inclined to accept it because I think it's actually important that the community know what are the things that we're looking to add back soon, rather than it just being sort of, as Councilmember Tanaka said, just another fund. But let me see what my seconder has to say.
So just to clarify, when I see ongoing COVID-19 response, I think that is specific things to COVID-19, not things where we might want to restore.
Let's focus. Hold on, Vice Mayor. Mr. Filsath.
Yeah, I kind of concur with the maker of the motion. I like having some structure and some definition that says we're going to look at these things. I think what Councilmember Du Bois wants is that it not be a closed list, that we should have the opportunity to consider other things besides those 4, and I think that's reasonable. But I do kind of like having those 4 in it as the initial structure for it.
Okay, it
So if I
sounds like
could-
your amendment is
Yes.
not accepted. Do you want to go unfriendly?
No, I would just like to clarify, if I could, with Councilmember Cormack again. When I see COVID-19 response, I think that refers specifically to items caused by COVID-19, not necessarily caused by budget reductions. Are you saying you think this could apply to any budget reduction?
I think it's pretty broad. Maybe we could see if staff would interpret that way.
Well, speaking as one individual among staff, I would read it explicitly as stated. And, again, we don't know what we don't know. So come September, should something specific that's not on the list be related to COVID-19, then that would certainly give us the opening. And I think that, not unlike the prior discussion, that we would exercise some judgment in what we bring back to you. Ultimately, it's for council discussion.
Yeah. I just
Perhaps
don't want
if
to
we
see it.
expand it from ongoing COVID-19 response and impacts, does that perhaps, Vice Mayor Du Bois, capture your concerns about budget? Because the impact of COVID-19 is on the budget. Does that help?
So I just don't want to get to September and have this item be noticed in a way that, maybe we want to do something with grade separations and staff says it's not noticed for that, right? Because it's in the planning department. I just want to avoid that.
I'm okay with grade separation not being on this list, but maybe there's something I can't imagine. I mean, we have money set aside for grade separation.
I'm trying to think of an example, but you get my point, right? I mean,
I think we're splitting hairs here. I can't imagine a scenario under which if we change our mind in August and we want something to be added, we can't add that in. And I'm guessing staff also has the ability when they prepare their report, which they will do, to say, by the way, you asked us for these 4 things, and here's this other thing that we offer for your consideration. So I think what we're doing is providing structure and not going overboard. And my seconder would like to say something.
I was going to say, you could probably fix this by putting a few more words at the end. You could say, or others as proposed by staff or something like that.
That would be good.
Fine.
Okay. Mr. Vice Mayor, the floor is still yours.
That was it. I'd love to hear my colleagues' reaction to thinking about other things like the one.
Okay.
And it's 5 minutes. Thanks.
Good timing. Councilmember Niss.
So I think this is worth an experiment. It's sort of a rainy day fund in a way. I have a couple of questions though. How does the money come out? We're putting 744 in. How does it come out?
Presumably, staff would come forward and give us some options, and then we would decide then to make a budget amendment. And as I recall, that requires 5 votes. Is that right? I'll have staff pop in and tell us the answer.
If this is established as a separate reserve, then yes, this would require a majority vote. And what would happen is in this either September or December report, staff would bring back appropriation ordinance amendments to move the money from the reserve to whatever the recommended action is.
And you would need 5 votes?
Correct.
Interesting. Would one of us be able to bring this forward? Say we discover we find something that we really feel strongly about. We need 50 to 100,000.
I will commit to all of you that if this is passed, I think we should all have some input to staff in terms of how it shapes up. But we're working in partnership with them. So it's not just, Councilmember Niss or Councilmember Fine wants this. But we should certainly have input to staff about where we see the needs in the community.
Perhaps we could even have a study session the month before, a few weeks before, where staff provides us, here's what's going on, here's what we're seeing. During a study session that would be public, I think that would really be the best way to do it. That could be in advance of this.
Okay, I think that should be in the minutes. It doesn't need to be in the motion, but it sounds a bit loose to me. And that's what I'm concerned about. We haven't done this before. It's something new, not bad, but I don't know yet if it's good either. I think this is an experiment with, basically $750,000. It will be quite interesting to see where we decide to use it and how we decide to use it. I, in particular, I know didn't we have contact tracing here?
So
did that go away?
I think there's already $500,000 in the budget for that.
yes,
Right.
450.
Okay.
Yeah, 450.
You took that out. Okay, good. I'll support it. I'll be interested in seeing how it gets handled. And I think maybe this is going to be one of the aspects of COVID and the learning response that we get as it goes forward. We'll see.
Councilmember Niss, I just need to correct one thing I said. I thought I heard you say majority and you said 5 votes, which is a super majority. So just wanted to clarify.
I thought I heard Allison say 5 votes.
I was thinking of a budget amendment, and that's why I asked staff to jump in.
Yep, sorry. I was conflating vote number and amendments. So
that makes me feel better. Okay.
Yeah, if this money is set aside in a reserve, it requires a majority vote, which means it will require 4 votes to move the money from the reserve to a new project, program, whatever council's pleasure may be.
Far, far better. And I like this fund better than BSR.
Okay. Just a reminder, this money may never materialize at all. So, Councilmember Koo.
So just to clarify, Kylie, it's 4 votes in order to get the money out. And then, and Councilmember Cormack, you said that it's going to be, how do we get it onto the agenda to discuss disbursements of the funds and so forth?
Well, making it up here as we go. The motion is that staff would come before us in September. But as we were talking earlier, I think it might be wise to have a study session, a few weeks before, where staff could share with us the concerns that the community has. And then we could give input before they bring that report forward. That's just a thought.
How will the staff be reaching out to the community to be informed on what is needed or what is a priority?
I'll let staff answer that, but they're doing that almost every day right now. But perhaps the city manager will be best poised to answer that.
Sure. It sounds like, based on the discussion, that we staff should put a bookmark for our work ahead, such that in August we would do a check-in among ourselves, as well as kind of a, call it, environmental scan on what's happening. Are there issues that have bubbled up? Again, it's really hard to anticipate what will be happening in August, but I suspect when we get there, we'll know, hey, here are some issues we might want to check in with the council on, knowing that in September we want to have a formal discussion of the use of these funds.
Thank you. It's good to know this because it's, like you said, very new.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so I guess I'll be really quick on this, which is I think this is not that much money compared to some of the stuff we have to talk about later, like the Coverley and other issues. And so for me, I think we should try to streamline things as much as possible, because I think we have a lot of, we should spend the amount of time on a topic that is the dollar value, and that's probably a better strategy. So I would like to, from there, let's vote on this thing.
Thank you. I just have 1 or 2 comments and questions. So one, I'm supportive of this. I think this, as I've articulated, is a good strategy given the uncertain times. One question for the city manager: are these dates? I mean, I don't know how to ask. Are they the right dates? Are they good, or something sooner, better, or later?
Well, I think practically speaking, there really couldn't be any sooner, especially now that we've backed up the potential for a study session, say in August, before September action or what have you. In terms of later, we will, some of our reporting data sources are really lagging indicators. Sales tax, in particular, hotel tax. I think the revenue itself is very lagging, but we do get more up-to-date occupancy information to give us an indication of what's happening. So I think there are various factors that come into play. I think in the fall, as well as at the end of the year, are good milestones for us. And Kylie, feel free to check in.
I think that's fine. You're absolutely right. I think the idea of having 2 check-ins, frankly, is helpful because timing of the information will trickle in.
Okay. Fair answers. Thank you both. I don't see any other hands, so I'd encourage us to vote on this. And then I have 2 tiny little items left, and then we can open it up again. Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Councilmember Niss.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Okay. That passes on a 6-1 vote with Councilmember Tanaka voting no. Thank you, council members, for that motion. So just 2 really, really brief items, and then maybe take another break. So one is Clerk Minor. I believe you had a question for all of us about packets. Is that right?
Yes, I was trying to unmute. had the issue with it. My question was, we're still in the COVID stay-at-home phase with getting packets. Will we stay in the current condition until we get out of it and then start doing packets? Or are we going to go back to packets now or when?
Okay. So, I mean, I would assume you have enough budget flexibility if some council members wanted their packets printed. So if you would like your packet printed, could you please just raise your hand and it would be left at City Hall for you to pick up.
Yeah. What's the date you're going to start?
Since I've already been printing them for one council member, I can start this Thursday.
Yes, I'd like one. Thank you.
Okay.
Me too.
Councilmember Niss, Councilmember Cormack, Councilmember Koo. Anyone else?
Vice Mayor Du
Okay.
Bois, do you want one?
Yes, my hand is up. Sorry. My virtual hand.
Do you want a packet, Tom?
Yes.
Okay.
So I have Niss, Koo,
All right.
Cormack, and Du Bois.
And Filseth.
And Filseth.
You could just,
we
you
shouldn't
could
have
just
voted
go
on-
by the vote.
Councilmember Koo, what's up?
Oh, I just wanted to let Beth know that I already have my June 1st, so I don't need it anymore.
I will have to print other stuff for that because that agenda is being revised.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
That's part of this issue with printing the packet and agendas being revised.
Would it help if we pick it up?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, everybody still has to go pick it up. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, one more thing. I'm also happy to deliver them. So it seems a little silly for everybody to go separately. So I'll let the clerk decide if that's a good way to do it and she can manage that, but I'm happy to offer to do that.
I'm glad to have you deliver it.
To our city attorney, Molly.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. So I just have a brief note on the last item. The budget director and I were having a side conversation about the vote required to move money from the from the set aside pot that you just created. And we need to do some further consultation and study around the law. The Palo Alto's rules on this are fairly complex, and this is somewhat not typical, and so we do need to have a conversation. So we will get back to you with further information as to whether 4 votes or 5 votes will be required to move those monies to a specific purpose in September.
Understood. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So the last item I just want to bring up really briefly, hopefully you'll see the one attendee who still wants to speak is Steve Rainey, the director of our TMA, and he wrote us a very brief email saying, please give my TMA direction to expand to California Avenue. So just to staff really quickly, do we need to give that direction if we are interested in the TMA expanding to CalAV?
I have heard the issue. I'm not sure where the constraint is established. So either Philip or any other staff person may wish to chime in.
Yeah, I'm happy to chime in. I believe that is part of their funding agreement that exists that requires them to keep the TMA focused to the downtown. And I think originally was set up based on the funding agreement as we've discussed a bit earlier tonight. So I think it probably would take some council direction. Yeah.
Okay. Please indulge me, folks. I'm going to make a quick motion that we allow the TMA to expand the CalAV in the next fiscal year.
Second.
Thank you. Hope we don't have to discuss this much. I know we have some questions about the TMA, but they're asking to expand to CalAV. I believe they have a matching grant from Facebook. Councilmember Cormack, do you want to speak to your second?
Yeah, they had a successful trial of it, and I've long been a proponent of offering the same things to California Avenue that we offer to University Avenue.
Thank you. All right, I don't see any hands on this one, so let's please vote, and then I'm going to suggest we take a break before moving on. Councilmember Cormack?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois?
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Councilmember Niss?
Yes.
Councilmember Ku?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes, but also, Mayor, just out of curiosity, I know there's some other people who may want to speak in public. Do you want to give people a chance because we have like a lot of hours?
It was the one speaker was Mr. Rainey from the TMA, and he sent us an email which I happened to read over dinner, and it was simply this request. So I'd rather just keep our meeting moving. Okay, let's take a quick break. I guess
Mr.
until
Mayor, I
Yeah.
just wanted to state something. You know, my last vote on the motion that Councilmember Cormack made about the 744,000 going into the reserve, it was a lot of it was based on what the vote was going to be and how easy it would be to bring it back for discussion. So I do have concerns, you know, at this point that I might have made my decision based on something that I didn't fully get the correct answer to. It's just on record for me to say that.
Mr. Mayor, the budget director and I will have a conversation during the break, and we'll see if we can provide some more specific information tonight, or if we'll need more time.
Absolutely. And if it takes longer than just tonight, you know, just a memo and update to council and community will be what's needed. Okay, let's take a break until 8:30, and then we will reconvene. Thank you all for all the hard work here.
Oof.
Councilmember Cormack, you're always so prompt. It's appreciated.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Mayor, at the appropriate time, I have a report on the item about the vote total.
That was quick. Sure, there are 5 of us back here. City Attorney Stump.
Okay, so we did get a chance to take a look at the code and have a more detailed discussion than we could do by text. And we have a consensus that the original answer given by the budget director is correct, that with this dollars that you've set aside into this policy reserve, COVID uncertainty reserve can be reallocated during the year with a simple majority of 4 votes. So thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. And we will look at that come fall. Okay, so just want to reiterate the few items we still have left tonight. Let me just find my notes. So 1, there are, I believe, 4 items in the long-term parking lot. That's on page 21 of the staff report. And these are items which we voted on with 3 votes to put into areas for further policy work by the city. And if we want staff to continue with those at a further date outside of budget season, they'll need a majority vote of 4. We also have the council pay waiver ordinance, which I expect will be relatively short. And then we need a large motion. I'm going to get this wrong, but it was at the beginning of the staff report. Direction for staff to finalize the adopted budget, including attachments 1 and 2 and other actions we've taken tonight, including the muni fee schedule, the tables of organization, and a revised 21 to 25 capital improvement plan. So those are the items we still need to get done. That said, I promised you all one last hack at our operating and capital budgets. So I'm going to call this a lightning round. If you have items you want to bring up, changes in our budgeting, and I'd ask you all to be reasonable and respectful of the 4 or 5 days of conversations we've had over the past couple weeks. Now is the time to bring those up. But I'm calling it a lightning round because I don't want any speeches or stumping or politics. If you have something that you want to refund or defund or whatever it is or change, just put it out there. Let's get through it quickly and move on to the other items we still have to go through tonight. So if you have those items, please hit your hand and let's go through any remaining items that you want to parking lot or act on. Hopefully there are none. Vice Mayor Du Bois.
So I'm going to try. I have a quick question on how the 1% for art budget works. So we're showing 1.7 million in the CIP for that. Do we pay that only on buildings?
Kylie, why don't you go ahead and respond?
Yes, actually, I'm going to ask either Paul Harper or Brad Eggleston to do it. It is not a 1-for-1 calculation. We do go through and it is associated with certain types of projects. Brad or Paul? I don't know if either of you are back.
This is Brad. I'm back. I probably can't give a perfect answer, but last time I worked on this, it wasn't the total amount of every project. And it also wasn't projects that are just maintenance. So for instance, we have one of our park improvement projects where we're resurfacing and upgrading a playground and irrigation systems, work like that would not pay the park fee. But a project like the public safety building or the Cal Ave garage would pay the fee, but there would be an effort to try to break out the parts of the structures that were above ground and visible to the public. So can't give all the detail on that, but it shakes out that way.
So it sounds like it's not just buildings, but we don't pay 1% for sidewalk repairs. Might we do it for grade separation or some new park or new project?
I would, from my understanding, a new park we would likely do, but maybe not for portions that had to do with things like underground infrastructure, grade separation, maybe to the extent we had above ground visible elements of a structure that weren't just other types of infrastructure.
Okay, so I'm gonna try a motion. I guess I'd go for the 4 votes to add it to the long-term parking lot. But it would be that we just temporarily suspend the 1% for art project fee for 2 years, which would apply to everybody, new, private, as well as city projects. And we would reevaluate at the mid-year budget check-in. And the idea again is for the city project, this is potentially money we would use to do other things.
So there's a motion, just one quick thing, Mr. Vice Mayor. Let's just make it a motion right now, not add it to the long-term lot, because we're getting to that right after this. So let's just go through it.
Yeah, but I guess I'm saying the motion would be for the staff to bring it back, right? Not that we.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
fair.
We would need to bring that back. The private program is an ordinance and the city program is a policy. So there's some complexity to that. And we would need to do some research and bring that back to you.
Okay, so there's a motion to direct staff to come back, suspending the 1% for public art for 2 years. Seconded by Councilmember Koo. Councilmember Koo, do you want to?
Suspended for 2 years.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
That wasn't the full motion.
Okay.
2 years with the mid-year check-in.
Councilmember Koo, do you want to speak to this?
No, no.
Okay. Anybody else would like to speak to this? Councilmember Niss, please hit your hand, though. It's easier for me to do that, but you are recognized.
I wasn't fast enough. I don't think I can support this. I think the 1% for art is sort of a baked in part of our culture. And I don't want us to get in the habit of being out of the habit. And I doubt that it will really be a major problem in the next couple of years in any event. So I'm sorry, but as they say, I'm out.
Okay, Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Fine. I'm also not going to be supporting this because of all of the emails we've received from the Art Center, people talking about cutting the arts is always the first thing that happens. If there were a possibility for a really big delta, which there isn't because the police department, police public safety building part is already done, I might be willing to consider it, but I share Councilmember Niss's belief that if we get out of the habit, it'll be really hard to get back in. And there are many things that make us special, but I think the public art around town is definitely one of them.
Okay, everyone has had a chance to speak. So, Councilmember Koo, you already had a chance to speak on this?
Yeah. So may I speak or not? Because I already had a chance and I didn't speak.
You can. I'm just trying to encourage us to move quickly.
Well, I'll just be quick. So one of the things that I noticed is that the public art for the safety building, how much was that? If I could get a figure on that. And then also.
750,000.
Go ahead. How much was that?
700,
750.
700, 750. And then, so this is 750.
$750,000, which has already been expended, that the pieces are built.
And that's the thing, this is expended even before the public safety building has been fully designed and gone out for bids. So there's some concern over there, whereas when we're in this emergency period, that money might have been something that we could have used in order to address some of the problems we have. Anyways, thank you.
Perhaps one clarification. Councilmember, that the building itself has been designed. It's in plan check. We call it virtually shovel ready. Just to confirm that.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so I think right now during this extraordinary times when we're looking to lay people off, when we're looking to cut a lot of the services that our community values, to me, it just seems that it seems to be the right move. And I think we have to ask the community, would you rather have a $750,000 fingerprint or would you rather fund the art center? I think most community members would probably want to fund the art center. So I think during these extraordinary times, it seems to make sense to me.
Okay, let's please do a voice vote. Councilmember Cormack.
No.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
Councilmember me is a no. Councilmember Nis.
No.
Councilmember Ku.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Okay, that passes by a 4-3 vote to have staff return with an ordinance temporarily suspending the 1% for public art for 2 years and a mid-year budget check-in. Okay, back to the main floor. Mr. Vice Mayor, is there anything else or is that it?
That was it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please hit your hand if you have something to mention. Councilmember Tanaka.
So I guess the process of this meeting, I'm not entirely clear on. So should we talk about Cumberland now or is this something we talk about later?
If you want to make a specific motion on Cumberland,
okay,
and I'm talking specific motions. We're not discussing things. We've been through the discussion.
So for Cumberland, my concern here is the impact to our schools. And I think we're not really saving money when we take money away from our schools. I think there's many ways to do it. And whether it's keeping the cover lease or curtailing it, but still helping the schools. So I guess I'm more in mind of keeping the funding for the schools. Maybe not through a lease. I'm not sure because maybe it is a little bit complicated. So I'm okay with changing it. But I'm just concerned, and we got a lot of letters from the community about this. A lot of parents are concerned about like what's going to happen to the school district. We had the school liaison meeting as well. I think school board members are also concerned. I think education is like a big important topic for a lot of people here in the community. So I guess for this, I'd like to I guess what do we do on this? I guess I'm in favor of not curtailing funding for our schools. So I'd like to make a motion for that.
Okay, so there's a motion by Councilmember Tanaka to not curtail funding. I assume you mean to the school district.
Yeah. So basically, rather than take away the 2.5 million, I rather that we find a way to make sure that our schools are able to be fully funded, especially during these extraordinary times. Okay,
so there's a motion by Councilmember Tanaka to, I guess, fund the schools in the amount of 2.5 million. Is that?
Yeah. Well, I guess my main point is the schools are getting the funding this way, 2.5, but I'm not hung up on having it to be a lease. It could be other ways.
Okay, is there a second for that motion?
May I ask Councilmember Tanaka a question?
Sure.
Thank you. So Councilmember Tanaka, so when you're saying to not curtail school districts funding, so are you saying to pay the lease of $5 million for Cumberland to the school district? The existing payment, and we retain the use of the facility?
Well, I guess I'm not so particular about how it happens, whether it's through a lease or whether it's through some sort of separate funding agreement. But I do know that the schools kind of count on this money. They're already experiencing their own budget shortfall. And my concern is by taking the funding from the schools are still gonna have to go to the taxpayer for money, which a lot of the taxpayers actually need are hurting. So it's hard for them to pay more, right? So that's where I'm coming from on this, is that I don't think we're solving our budget problems by taking money from the school district, because it's the same payer at the end. It's the same taxpayer. And that's where I'm coming from on this.
So, Mr. City Manager, and if there's a second, please pipe up.
If I might interject, I think it's very relevant to the motion. I don't know the specifics of it, but I did get a text from the superintendent that the board just approved the new lease on a unanimous vote.
Okay, well, if they're okay with it, then I'm okay with that. So that was the only thing. So they're okay with the current arrangement?
Again, I think they're
Okay,
approving.
then let's move on. Okay, so the second thing is, we got a list of some of the properties that the city has, but I still think we should look at what would the revenue be to the city if we were to actually be able to rent out all of the buildings that we have at market rate. We may not want to do that, or if we do that, we may want to give grants, but I think this is one way that we can actually get revenue for the city. So I think this is more of a study for the staff to put together, and it's not something that we're probably gonna be able to do kind of before the end of June. So I'm not particular when it happens, but I do think we should know what are we leaving on the table when we don't fully rent out our properties.
Okay, do you want to just restate your motion for the clerk?
Yeah, sure. So basically, for staff to estimate what would the amount of rent we would get market rent we would get for all the property that the city has.
Market rent.
Is there a second for that motion once it's written up? And so what Councilmember Tanaka is going after is city-owned properties that are sometimes rented below market rates.
Or not rented at all. What basically, how much money are we talking about here, right?
Is there a second for that motion? Councilmember Tanaka, I think your motion fails due to lack of a second.
I'll move on. I realized with the volunteer management cuts that they're restoring some things like the laptop updates, but I just looked up the requirements, the hardware requirements for Windows 7 versus Windows 10. They're the same. In fact, Windows 7, 8, and 10 are all identical, and that was a Microsoft strategy. And I actually checked my son's laptop during the break, and his laptop is 5 years old and is running Windows 10. So I guess for me, I'd like to know from staff how much is this upgrade, like to actually keep it. So originally, staff felt it was okay to delay the laptop update cycle, which I thought was a good idea. Now staff is saying, well, because we took some pay cuts or doing some furloughs, it's okay. We actually want to have the laptop upgrades now. So I'm trying to understand how much of a delta is, how much money are we talking about? Because you guys have it on your reports, but I don't know how much is that. How much of a delta does this cause?
And that's 5 minutes.
Let me, if I could.
Can we answer Councilmember's question?
Director Nosey, to respond for the value of that line item, then I'd like to comment.
Sure. The citywide value of that is $780,000. The general fund component of it is $220,000.
Okay, then I'd like to make the motion that we keep the original staff recommendation that came out before this report, to keep it on the same schedule that they proposed before volunteering the management cuts.
Okay, can we get that up on the board, and then Mr. City Manager?
Sure, thank you. Just like to provide a little bit of background on the discussion among staff. I think it's fair to characterize, and we don't operate as a democracy within the administration, so let me acknowledge that up front, that as we clearly across the board had to make difficult choices in what to advance in the initial proposals, that reflected not something that we wanted to do, but nonetheless felt was necessary to do. And then when looking at the potential value of the management contributions to closing the gap, that again, not acting as a democracy, but nonetheless recognizing that among management, that we would pick things that would not necessarily be as visible to the community, or that are, quite frankly, as sexy to the services themselves, but from a management perspective, feel are really vital to our ability to do our job and for our staff to be able to do their job. So again, this is not something that staff or the management staff we're looking to for the individuals, but nonetheless important for the organization to be able to be effective going forward. So just want to provide that background.
Okay. Is there a second for this motion? To return the computer equipment replacement cycles to 5-year cycles. Seeing none, that fails for lack of a second.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Tanaka. Next, I know the board has changed, but next I have Councilmember Koo, if you wanted to speak.
Actually, yes, I did want to. Thank you. There was one item in there that I had concerns about, which is about modifications to local zoning regulation to streamline application review, reducing the amount of time staff spends on each project, and with public review through. So I would like to get reassurance that there will not be any modification. If I can't get that reassurance, then I would like to make a motion in order to solidify that there will be no modifications to local zoning regulations to streamline the application review.
And for reference, folks, this is on page 31 of the staff report.
Thank you.
If I could, Mr. Mayor, ask our Planning Development Services Director, John Lay, to comment on the status of that issue.
Thank you. Yes, we are, one of the changes that we've made to our operating program is reductions into the consultant services that we have. Substantial reductions in the planning side. So our ability to outsource our planning review is substantially curtailed. Given that more applications are anticipated to be managed by our workforce, our staff, and some of the applications that we process require a fair amount of time, and at least one of them is not cost recovery, and that has to do with the individual review program. So we would like to look at ways where we can make adjustments to the zoning code so that more of these projects can be done administratively, but also in a way that reflects the sort of the direction of a lot of these entitlements, the way that they've been processed. So some possible reductions to development standards. We would still keep in this example, that program, but it would only be used for outlier cases. That's the concept that we'd like to explore. We'd also like to make it cost recovery. And these are things that we would return to the City Council through the Planning Commission with recommendations to the City Council. So no action would be taken without Council's endorsement.
So no action will happen without council, but then you will still have the review process go through, especially design and such, through ARB and through historical, as well as through PTCs.
Yeah, no changes to our current entitlement process. We're going to get overloaded, I think, and so we're going to need to find ways to streamline it, but anything that we do will run by the City Council before we do it. We would need your support.
Okay, well then, in that case, then I won't make a motion because, like I said last time, first and foremost, all the public, especially the residents, have the right to know what you're going to be putting up and what kind of impacts they're going to have to live with. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Councilmember Niss.
So one question that a couple of us are hearing is about the Children's Theater. Is Ms. O'Kane still here? Is she there?
I'm here.
There you are, Krista.
I just moved locations.
Could you give us more data on the cuts to Children's Theater? Can you give us some exact numbers?
Sure. So they have different types of productions. They have their big main stage productions. Typically, they do 4 of those a year. They would only be doing 1 of those a year. There's also the summer hot dog series that would remain the same. There would be no change to that. The Playhouse series, which is for the really young children, that would be reduced from 12 performances to 9. And we also do some sensory friendly productions in all of our productions. We offer that as well. And then there's also outreach that's done in the schools, and we could still provide some of that, but it would be reduced.
So it was some of this predicated on probably no one will be going there this fall and maybe not even the winter.
Well, that was our thought, and what we're basing our revenue projections on is only selling 40% of the seats.
On purpose.
We did that on purpose, just not knowing what we would be able to do. So it is challenging to know, like say in January, are we going to be able to have a full house in a theater? We have no idea.
Right, right. I would guess probably not, but none of us has a crystal ball, sadly. Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And then where are you, Ed? Ask you some general questions. You've got 6 months in front of you now of the rest of the year. How do you anticipate we'll be functioning differently than we are now?
Sure.
Do you see us still on Zoom in September? Do you see us on Zoom in December? You know, it's hard for staff to know where we're going, and you must be doing a lot of second guessing.
Oh, well, absolutely. And I will say optimistically, the answer is yes, in terms of being on Zoom in September, October, but not exclusively on Zoom. I would hope that we will be both in person as well as online, given that if nothing else, this has expanded our footprint. So, and I could wax on that for a while. So let me not do that. But let me also, though, perhaps come back to Kristen's response. And I would like to just highlight, as I feel some obligation to do this, that the one distinction between where we are today and what could be the case, say, in September or December, we talked previously about YCS and positioning decisions down the road. The difference with children's theater, and Kristen will need to elaborate on this, is that, quite frankly, we have existing staff, and that between now and then, the decision needs to be made to continuing with that existing staff. And I don't know specifically the answer, so I'll ask Kristen and hopefully not put her on the spot, but the question of, so what are they doing between now and then? And how does the programming, how has the programming affected today? Let's use the children's theater as an example, and then the planning that they're doing for this, while the revenue reduction is certainly one dimension of it, I know they have been also looking at how the program itself is being redesigned. So Kristen, could I ask you to elaborate?
Sure. So with respect to the children's theater, but really all of CSD's programs, is they've been focusing on virtual programming, offering some free and some fee-based virtual programming. Beginning in mid-June, there will be even more programs that people can register for, and people already are registering for them. And we're also in the process of looking at what we will do in the next phase, which is likely in July, when we're hoping we can do some summer camps, which would include at the Children's Theater. We're putting something in place by following what the county ordinance is right now for a day camp for essential workers. So it would be limited number of children. It would be 2 to 4 weeks, and all the same kids would have to be in the same camp through that time. So we're working with the city attorney's office to make sure that we have the appropriate waivers and things like that. So they're thinking really creatively on what they can do now, and they're implementing that and getting a lot of participants online, which is awesome, and also starting to plan for the future.
So I'm intrigued though, Ed. I'll be I'll be following us with interest to see where we end up meeting and where it's going to be safe to go and so forth. It's very tricky.
Is there a motion, Councilmember Niss?
No, there's just a query, Mayor Fine. No, wasn't it acting on questions?
No, I was hoping for motions, but it's okay. Anything else?
I can't even make that into a motion.
Fair. Okay. Council members Cormack and Filseth, you haven't yet spoken, but if you have any items, none. Me, none also, really. You know, we've been through this stuff multiple times. I really do want to commend staff for all their work on this. Councilmember Tanaka, I see your hand up, but I think we've been through this enough rounds. So I'm going to move us along at this point.
Okay, well, there's a few other things that I have, but I mean, you're your meeting, but there's a few other cuts I'd like to propose, but I mean, if you don't want to hear it.
If you go really rapidly.
Okay.
Go for it.
So can staff bring up page 10 of attachment A, exhibit 1? So there's a transfer of a $300,000 position to the city manager office. And I guess I'm trying to understand why would we transfer one police lieutenant to the city manager's office? So the second to the bottom line, we allocate, do you guys see what I'm talking about? That one, yeah.
Yes, this is really, frankly, using staff resources as effectively as we can across the organization. To the many questions by this council about filled versus vacant positions, we as staff are doing our best, frankly, to not bring in new staff, but reallocate existing staff based on the needs. And where the bodies of work lie. And so this is one example of that reallocation, so that we aren't bringing in new staff, we're not hiring new employees, but we are making sure that we're resourcing the areas that need it most urgently at this time. And I think Ed can elaborate on this a little bit more, but that's ultimately part of that principle of let's use the resources we have as opposed to bringing on new ones.
Sure. And in particular, just specifically here, this is a person who's been reassigned special assignment to the city manager and is providing support to our business support activities post-COVID.
Okay, well, I guess my general feeling, I'm trying to be quick here because I know the mayor wants to move on, and as do all of us. But my general feel here is, you know, I think the police, especially people who are like facing the community, are much more valuable, much more valued by the community than not to say the city manager is not important, but I think the city manager's office is already pretty big. So to me, it just seemed kind of out of place, especially when we're already cutting the police. So why not just keep it here? So I make the motion that we keep this funding in the police department versus make the city manager's office even bigger.
Okay, so there's a motion to keep this line item in the police department versus moving it to the city manager's office. Is there a second for that motion? Seeing none, I think that fails.
Okay, let's move on. Page 194 of the budget book, of the operating budget book, the HR org chart. Can staff bring that, please? And so why they bring it up? So I noticed we have 6 people in HR that's doing recruiting, and given that we're laying off a bunch of people, why do we need to have so many? Why do we need to have 6 recruiters? It just seems kind of weird when, like, who are we recruiting for when we're laying people off? So I guess I'm trying to understand why do we need such a big recruiting department? Why do we need to, actually, sorry, it's 5 people. Sorry, it's 5 people in the recruiting. Why do we need, can we get away with 2? Do we have to have 5? Why do we need to have so many?
So let me ask Bruni Portillo, our Chief People Officer, to give you a quick snapshot on what's happening in this unit.
Sure thing. Sorry, this lighting is not good right here, but Yes, we actually do have a recruiting unit of approximately 5 people right now. It often is running understaffed, and we had just gotten to full staffing. We actually supplement this recruiting the group with contracts and supplemental assistance. The 5 are not enough to support what is a normal recruiting activity. During a hiring freeze, we do still have critical services such as the utilities department. I believe we have 20 active vacancies that are hard to fill, and they take a considerable amount of effort on specialized positions. So there is a body of work that is still ongoing. There is also redeployment of the recruiting staff to work on layoffs during this period. They take care of all the bumping. All the layoffs, there's an increase in retirements during this time. And then the staff also work on classification and reorganization work.
Okay, so Rumi, thank you so much. I know the mayor wants to move on, so I'm trying to do lightning motions, and maybe I get no support, and so I just want to kind of
Hopefully
like
that was
throw it out there.
helpful.
Yeah, so basically, my feeling on this, we have 40 million people unemployed, 25% unemployment, as Councilman Filsa says many times in California. We're laying people off, right? It's, you know, pre-COVID, it was a super hard. It was a employee market. It was super hard to recruit people. Now, like, it's one of the worst job markets in history, right? So I think if we're looking to figure out what do we want to spend our resources on, to me, just having such a large recruiting department, especially when we already have outside contractors as well supplementing this, just seems out of place. So I'd like to make the motion that we take it from 5 to 2.
And that's 5
Okay,
minutes.
there's a motion to change this recruitment category from 5 positions to 2. Is there a second for that? Seeing none, that motion fails.
So I have one last one.
Okay.
Okay. So
No, I'm sorry, Councilmember Tanaka. Otherwise, I'm going to have to indulge every other council member with extra time. I've already given you 2 5-minute blocks, so we're going to have to move on. I apologize. Okay, that does it for our short-term parking lot and our short-term parking lot. Let's now please move on to the future follow-up long-term parking lot or potential referrals. There are 4 items here. This is page 21 of the staff report. I forget if this was in the staff presentation, but it may be helpful if the clerk could help me by putting up those items on page 21 onto the board so we can all read them. Going through them roughly, and excuse me if I get the attribution wrong, I think it was Councilmember Tanaka who proposed explore changing delivery of services from a dominant fire-oriented model to a dominant medical-oriented model. By Vice Mayor Du Bois, a referral to the Finance Committee about the Roth Building, evaluating the ability to fund the Roth Building through the general fund, not to exceed $1 million, or impact fees. Item number 3, I think this is also the Vice Mayor, a report or item on the JMZ and what it would look like to eliminate the general fund subsidy through a fuller cost recovery program. And item number 4, I believe this is Councilmember Koo, but I may have it wrong. Discussion of price changes and increases for employee permits in all garages and lots in the California Avenue District to be consistent citywide. So I'm going to suggest we start with number 1. Again, I really encourage us to be brief here. Essentially what we need is, if you want to move forward with item 1 or item 3 or whatever it is, you're going to need 4 votes. Of course, we can change the language slightly, but please keep in mind, as it's written here, these additional referrals will need to be prioritized in the context of diminished resources and the adverse impacts on service delivery necessitated by the FY21 budgetary constraints. So these are our wish list of parking lots. I'm going to give it to the person who I seem to remember making those. So Councilmember Tanaka, I think number 1 was yours. If you'd like to push this forward, please make a motion that we direct staff to do something along these lines.
I'd like to make the motion that we move this along. And the reason why is because almost 99% of our emergency calls are for medical. Only like 1% is for fire. Since that's the predominant mode, it seems to make sense that we would want to optimize the dominant mode of use, which is medical, not fire. So yeah, so hopefully that gets a second.
I'll second it.
Okay. Councilmember Niss, do you want to speak to your second?
Yes. So I've actually been asking about this since I came back to the council a long time ago.
Uh-oh.
And I think we just lost you, Councilmember Niss. Let's give her a moment to reconnect and go back. I'll just speak on this quickly. I'll support this. I don't think this is the exact right language, but I think staff gets the intent of some kind of analysis on optimizations in our fire services model to figure out whether a medical-oriented model can provide better service at more efficient costs. So that's my point on this. Councilmember Cormack.
Same. I find myself in agreement with you, Mayor Fine. This is a relevant question. I don't think the wording is perfect, but I'm confident staff understands what we want. Thanks.
Liz just wrote me and said she's trying to rejoin, so let's give her a moment. Council members Koo, Du Bois, or Filseth, the floor is yours.
So while I agree about exploring changing delivery models, I do want to say that, this is a very specialized group. So I would love to hear from them, from the fire department freely, so that they're not constrained in what is the best model for them. I'd like to hear from them as well. That's about it. Thank you.
I think that would absolutely be part and parcel of this. But Chief, I see you just joined. If you have any comments.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a clarification on the call volume that we run. 67 to 68% of our calls are medical. That's not 99%. We're an all-risk fire department, which means we run to fires, medical calls, fire alarms, special technical rescue calls. It's more than just medical calls and fires. And last fiscal year, we had 133 fires. That's almost one every 3 days. So I just want to make sure that you understand that we are a medically focused fire department more than any other fire department, I would argue, in the next two counties, based on us running a fire and an emergency medical service. And we are meeting our response times with medical calls in the 90th percentile, 93% of the time. With fire calls, we're not meeting our 90th percentile of 8 minutes or less, 86% of the time. The fact that we are exceeding in our medical call volume on 67% of our calls, it just says that we are medically focused. We can get into the details of how we deploy on another day. I know it's getting late, but I just want to let you know that because of the volume of medical calls, we've been forced every year to reevaluate our deployment and make sure that we put most of our attention to the highest call volume, which is the medical calls. But we have to remember, again, with 133 fire calls a year, we're having a fire every 3 to 4 days. So I just want to put that out there to make sure that we're a little more accurate on the numbers. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. We appreciate your detail and professionalism on that. I think that is the intent of this motion, is to understand that deployment model a bit better and see if there are changes that we would like to make, but maybe not. Do we have Councilmember Niss back yet? Does anyone see her? If I could ask somebody in the clerk's office maybe to reach out. Oh, there we go. Councilmember Niss, I see you connecting to audio. Councilmember Niss, you were cut off, but the floor is yours. And then I suggest we vote on this. You're on mute.
Sorry. The vagaries of the net. So are we still discussing this? Okay.
Yes, still discussing the fire model.
Okay, so as I started to say before a brief interruption, I have thought about this one in particular for a long time. We make well over 90% of our calls are medical calls. And there are other fire stations, other fire services that have switched to this model. I think we may not commit to this model, but I think we should at least study that model, look at other cities that do this, and I think move us into what I think is going to be the future of how we operate an ambulance service.
Thank you. I'll just note while you were dropped out, the chief corrected some of those stats. I don't have them offhand, but we do a lot of fire calls, 1 every 3 days he mentioned.
1 every 2 days we do a fire?
Every 3, yeah, is what he said, a fire call. But we will get into that. Council members Tanaka and Koo, you've already spoken on this. Do we still need to, or can we vote?
I was just going to ask if we might be able, so is this just limited to the delivery of services, or are we going to also be exploring all the other services that this department handles? Fire prevention is a big part of it, and that's why we don't have, possibly even more fires than what they're responding to. So it will be actually pretty important to look at their whole system versus only just the delivery of services. And so I'd like to ask if we might be able to have a friendly amendment to say not just the delivery, explore changing delivery services and all overall services and programs within the department.
Is that acceptable to the maker and seconder?
Actually, I'd love to get my seconder's opinion on this. Because I think we're already doing that. I mean, I think that the point of this motion is to not, I think fire prevention is its own category. And I don't think we're going to try to, so I think it's a different topic than what we're talking about here.
Let's just focus on the proposed amendment, which was to, I think Councilmember Koo said, look at all services, all service delivery. I think that's all you were changing, Councilmember Koo?
That's done by fire, correct?
That's done by fire department, yes.
No, I'd support that. I think that's actually a good addition.
And I'm fine too.
Thank you.
Okay, let's get the language straight. Councilmember Koo and Mr. City Manager.
Yes, well, I would note that with that expanded scope, this could be a very significant study to the point that it could take some resources. As focused as it originally was, I had at least some hope that this is something that we could evaluate without identifying some funding being needed. But if it were for the department as a whole, to be clear, the fire department has gone through a rigorous accreditation process. So we have had the basis through which to compare and verify our methods in comparison to other industry standards. So that arguably provides that department-wide metric. But then I took this original motion as much more focused on the delivery model for emergency response.
Okay, I mean, so
Does that mean you wouldn't do it without resources?
Well, it means we'll have to.
Hold on, Councilmember Niss. The city manager, Mr. City Manager, if you want to explain.
Well, yes, I think, again, to the extent that it's different from the accreditation process that the department currently goes through, I would certainly want to work with the chief as well as try to ensure that the scope that we develop is consistent with what the council has in mind. And if it is as expensive as the department itself, I would tell you the accreditation process itself was very labor intensive. So Fire Chief may want to comment on the scope and how we'd approach this.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you for bringing that up, Ed, about the accreditation. We were the 9th city in the state to become accredited fire agency. And what that does is that puts us out there to check our best practices, not just in emergency response, which is definitely part of the categories that we're measured in, but it also checks on how we work with facilities, how we work with human relations, how we work with public works, how we work with different aspects of running a fire service. So if we were failing in any area or not meeting the measurement, we would not become accredited. And it's not just based on how we respond to one type of call. Again, we respond to hazmat calls, we respond to technical rescue, fire alarms, a lot of different calls. So, you know, going through that process was not only rigorous and a heavy load for work, but it was also expensive because we couldn't have done all that with the basic resources that we have. So to find another way to find it or to compare us to another agency, we would have to, you know, somehow get some assistance with this this heavy workload.
Thank you, Chief. So I'm going to encourage the maker and the seconder to re-narrow this to emergency services from fire to medical delivery.
I think we have to, because I think we already have budget issues, so I understand what the mayor's saying.
Okay.
Okay.
So let's
I'd like to see
focus
it.
Can we just write that down, Mr. City Manager, if you would help us direct staff to explore emergency services delivery from a dominant fire to dominant medical?
Yes, I think that conveys the council's intent.
Okay, and take off the part as well as an overall exploration of all services.
Right.
Thank you. Okay, let's please vote on this one. Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
Me is a yes. Councilmember Niss.
Yes.
Councilmember Ku.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Great, that passes 7-0, and staff will come back when they can come back with it. Thank you, Chief, also for your input on this one. It's really appreciated. Can we go back to the long-term parking lot items? I think the next one is the Ross Building and $1 million from the general fund or impact fees. Mr. Vice Mayor, I think this was yours, so if you want it to have some legs, go for a motion, please.
Yeah, so I would move the long-term item. Again, I guess I'll wait for a second and then explain it.
Second.
So, okay, thank you. So again, this is a motion just to send it to finance. It's consistent with the last time the Roth Building came to council. So I think the suggestion here is just to do that same thing with some updated information. I think Helmut Mickelson summed it up the best. He said, there's an opportunity here with a good builder to get the hard shell done, protect the city-owned building. It needs seismic upgrades. And we could do that with potentially a small amount of money. So I think we should send it to the finance committee and evaluate that. And that's basically it.
Thanks. Councilmember Filseth.
Yeah, just briefly, we said before we would send it to finance. I think we should still do that, and that's what this motion does. And let finance sort of consider the ramifications.
Okay, if you want to speak to this, please hit your hand. Councilmember Cormack.
Isn't our prior referral still extant? Isn't finance still on the hook to do this?
I think you're right.
That's correct. And there is a meeting later this week with Public Works staff and museum representatives to talk about the status and options going forward.
Yes.
Okay, so is the only addition here, the only change that is proposed is the use of impact fees? Because I recall a general fund being part of like the fourth part of that prior thing. Is impact fees the only thing that's different here?
I think the impact fees as well as the limiting of the general fund.
Okay.
Those would be additional details that are not necessarily included as part of the original motion.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm not going to be supporting this because of the instruction on preference for impact fees, and I'll just take a moment to say why. And I'll just use the example of Cubberley Community Center, which is, gets 600,000 people visiting per year. We have 8 acres and we're about to put more people into there. So it concerns me if we identify community center impact fees for a building that doesn't have visitors yet when we already have an existing building that needs it. So I don't want us to, allocate those impact fees without reviewing all the places they could be and going through a priority process. So I won't be able to support this motion, and I'm confident that the Finance Committee will be able to work with the prior referral.
Councilmember Niss.
So I'm glad this is going to finance. However, the way that it's written tonight, which includes the general fund, where we have not completely funded some of police and fire, means that I think that would be, that would not be sending a clear message. So I won't be voting for it tonight.
Councilmember Koo.
So one of the public speakers came in and spoke some time ago, or at the last budget meeting, saying that it would be lovely to see that area be a historical district with the other museum there. And it will be a community space where there is a community room, a cafe, and there's a public restroom that is designed into it. And it's right by the park where there's a lot of people that hangs out over there with the children's playground. So to have the exploration by finance evaluating the ability of where the funding is coming from, I think that's an appropriate thing to do. There is also an archive for a lot of the historical documents in there. So I think it's a huge community asset for this community. And it can be done in a phased approach where the cold shell is put in, and at the same time to ensure the seismic retrofits are done with the roofing. So I think that, this should be explored. And given that, I think that it wasn't given the opportunity, this whole program and the museum was not given the opportunity to fundraise properly for the funds when the option to the lease was taken away. So they're very close, and I'd like to see this happen. But please, I hope that we will send it to finance in order for them to take care of it.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka.
A question for staff. So on this motion, so as been already noted, this is going to Finance Committee already. But under this motion, isn't this more restrictive than what's currently proposed? I mean, doesn't Finance Committee have more purview with the current than what this is? This seems like it's more restrictive. But I'd like to get staff's take on it. I mean, is this more restrictive or less restrictive from what was priorly referred?
I think I would describe it as perhaps more specific, not necessarily more prescriptive, in that the prior referral basically left open the range of options, or left completely open the range of options to look at. This one gives some particular directions to check into. And again, there is the limitation of the $1 million of general fund, which could be restrictive in that regard, but that's the only dimension that I think it might be constraining. And quite frankly, with that $1 million, it does limit the range of discussions or options.
I mean, I guess I'm just wanted to look at the maker and seconder of the motion. I mean, why would we want to? I mean, if the idea behind this is to try to figure out how to rehabilitate this building, and we already have a motion that's actually that gives us more free rein to try to renovate this building. Why would we want? I guess I'm trying to send the rationale behind having this motion that's actually more. First of all, it has a $1 million cap on it, and then it's more narrow in terms of the range of options. I guess I'm trying to understand why, because it looks like you guys are trying to support this, right? But this motion seems to be actually makes it harder to do it. So I maybe if the maker and seconder could talk about that, that'd be great.
I think the idea was $1 million from this year's budget, which is pretty stretched. General fund plus impact fees could potentially get us there this year, where it didn't seem feasible in our budget discussions that we would take more than $1 million from our general fund. But if you have a suggestion, I'd love to hear it.
Well, it just seemed like we could do that already, right? I mean, you're on the finance committee with me as well, so we could already do that. But if you say this, then it means that we can't take money from next year's budget, or it just seems a lot more constrained.
I think it was meant to be. This was a discussion about this year's budget, not in perpetuity. So, but yeah, if you have a suggestion, happy to hear it. Or
it just seemed to me that we would have more tools in our toolbox, so to speak, if we have the current the current plan, right? Under this proposal, it's actually more restrictive, and we have less tools to play with, right?
well, it was introducing the idea of impact fees, not just community center impact fees, but other impact fees that could fill in the rest of the funding. So it is more specific in that area. But yeah, I hear your point.
Okay. I see Councilmember Filseth's hand, but I just want to give some comments before we go to a second round on this. So I won't be supporting this for a number of reasons. One is, I think it was in March, we as a council body meeting in regular session gave prior direction to the Finance Committee to look at an RFP process to fund and potentially finish the History Museum project. And so I think we should stick with that process that we had in an open session. We have gotten a lot of emails from members of the public saying, don't make big, policy decisions in these budget talks. And I think this verges on that. I think we also need to be aware of impact fees. As I've said often, there ain't no such thing as a free lunch, and impact fees is exactly this. Councilmember Cormack brought up the Cubberley impact fees. There's also the public safety impact fees. And so this would essentially say, look at those impact fees, transportation impact fees, public safety impact fees, Cubberley impact fees, and redirect them to the Roth building. And I think that really doesn't do justice to the range and purpose of our impact fees in the community and for what we need in our city. And finally, we are in a tight budget year. We have spent days upon days going through this. And I think, spending $1 million on a project like this, as great as it will be, and as much as I would love to see it get it done, it is not essential right now. And a lot of people are saying that this $1 million will get us there. I want everybody to be clear. This will just finish the building. There is not going to be a museum. There's still an enormous gap after that. And so that's, I think, why we directed the Finance Committee to look at a more holistic proposal plan to finish, finalize, and fund this project in partnership with the History Museum Board. Okay, Councilmember Filseth, do you have a comment here?
I do, actually. I want to ask a question to staff to make sure I understand the structure here. If we vote this down, does it still go to the Finance Committee?
Yes.
Okay. So I looked at this, and this looked to me essentially duplicative of the existing direction. I don't see it commits us to anything. The only thing in here that's fixed, it doesn't stop the Finance Committee from looking at impact fees or not looking at impact fees as before. And the only thing that I see in here is a restriction that they can't put more than $1 million out of the general fund into it. And I can't imagine a scenario where we put even anything close to that out of the general fund. So this looked to me essentially like a duplication of the existing motion. And so if it's still going to Finance Committee and they have latitude to look, we said, let's issue an RFP for a public-private partnership, but let's also send it to the Finance Committee and they can work with the History Museum and see if there's some kind of solution that involves the city sort of taking the lead on it that makes sense. And I think that's what we should do. And if this motion is immaterial to that, then I don't see a terribly strong reason to support it. As long as it's still going to the Finance Committee, we're still going to do what we said.
It still is at the Finance Committee. Okay, let's please vote on this motion. Councilmember Cormack.
No.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth.
I'm actually going to vote no on it.
Okay. Councilmember Fine. I'm voting no on this. Councilmember Niss.
No.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Okay, so that fails on a 5-2 vote with council members Koo and Vice Mayor Du Bois voting yes. I think I got that right. Okay, so that fails. That parking lot item does not pass out. If we can please go back to the board and item 3, Vice Mayor, I think this was also yours. Correct me if I'm wrong. A report or item on the Junior Museum and Zoo and what it would look like to eliminate the general fund subsidy through a fully cost recoverable program. Was that yours?
Yeah, I think it was both of ours. I think I proposed it and you immediately seconded it. Yeah, and again, this was coming from that junior museum report. I think there was a shift as we went through this project in terms of the ongoing subsidy from the city. And so especially with hiring the additional staff, the request is really to see, can we get back to a no drag on the general fund over some number of years.
Would you like to make a motion?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the motion is number 3.
Okay. So that's the motion there. Is there a second for this?
Second.
Thank you. And Councilmember Koo, would you like to speak to this?
No, no.
Okay.
Getting late.
Councilmember, yeah, it is. Councilmembers Nis, Cormack, then Filsath.
So I hope I'm not muted. I spent a lot of time on this, and I think there's some others of you that did as well. This is if you remember, this is a real public-private partnership. There was a $15 million grant from a kind person in our community. The board raised another 10 million at least. Their expectation was that they would have this kind of support from the city. This is probably not going to open until the spring, I would guess, but this is going to be labor intensive. It's going to take lots of people overseeing the kids that'll be crawling around and through and under. And I think this is, I don't think I would see this as a good move on our part from a variety of reasons.
Thank you. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Fine. I spent some time reviewing the 13-page report over the weekend in preparation for coming back to this. And I think this is a good idea, but not at this time. And the reason is there's too much uncertainty if you look at page 4. We don't know exactly how many people will come. A lot of it does depend on the price. I think this is the kind of thing that maybe 6 months after the museum and zoo has opened, we would be able to get a much better idea of what's working and what's not and the kind of traffic we're going to expect. I absolutely agree this is something we should do, but not until it is reopened. I just can't imagine staff would be able to do a better job than they've already done.
Councilmember Filsath.
Yeah, I got a question for staff on this, which is, to do this, is it a lot of work, and will we learn anything we don't know?
Well, let's see. Probably yes, in terms of a lot of work. I will say that our CSD staff have done a number of iterations already, so incrementally may not be impossible for them to pull it off. I do think when it comes down to the finances itself, we have a fairly good picture of it, and that getting to full cost recovery would be pretty significant. And in fact, much of the history was discussion of what it would take to get there, including the potential for the Friends to actually run the museum itself a few years ago. So we've gone down this path before. I think reiterating it or reviewing it in the current environment would not be out of the question. There is one note I would add to, I think, a comment the Vice Mayor made early on. In terms of the ramping up of the staff, and Kristen can correct me if I'm wrong, I do believe in order to make the March opening, the plan is to begin the hiring before the end of the calendar year, because it will take some time to both get staff on board, trained, and acclimated to the extent that some require familiarity with our four-legged friends. So, Kristen, why don't you save me from what I'm going to trip over in a moment?
No, that was perfect. You're right. The staff will be needed to open the facility, especially people are going to be really excited to come. And so we expect as much as we can with social distancing, have a pretty good turnout at the beginning. And we want to give people the best experience that they can get, and that means that they will come back time and time again. So, and like City Manager Shikata said, people need to be there to take care of the animals. So, and there's a training process involved in getting them set up.
So with that, I would just note that I think in terms of sequence, that the likelihood is that we really wouldn't be able to get you any substantive report and have a substantive discussion by the council effectively until it's already fait accompli, that we're staffing up, we're opening, and at that point we would be looking at what are the future scenarios for cost recovery and maximizing our ability to minimize the general fund reliance.
And if I could add also, in the CMR from May 12th, which I think Councilmember Cormack was referring to, it's 11222. We did do some initial estimates of what it would take to be cost recovery, given different attendance levels. And it would result in, if assuming the same attendance that we had previously, a $23 ticket price to be at 100%. And we're just not sure if that's, you know, the right amount for our museum and zoo.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you very much. That was, yeah, my sort of impression was, you know, the work you've done already, you can sort of put a box around what it would look like, and you know, for us to get anything, I actually think Councilmember Cormack put it pretty well. Is, you know, there's too much stuff we just don't know yet in order to refine it a whole lot. So thanks very much. I'll probably
Councilmember Koo. Sorry, Councilmember Koo.
So thank you. So is the goal to ever eliminate the general fund subsidy down the line as the museum ramps up?
So I think the original is not the right term. The path that began several years ago was to examine spinning off the organization from the city itself, that would give the Friends or a new entity the ability to operate, to fundraise on an ongoing basis. And so that's certainly not off the table, but it was taken off the table during the discussions of the fundraising for the facility, so that that became the sole focus. So that getting the new zoo completed, both in terms of funding as well as constructed, became the more immediate goal. So I think that, as I recall, the evolution of this, that a couple of years ago, it was decided, let's table the discussions of the ongoing operation that could be very different in the future, get it open, and then revisit after it's open. So I think revisiting after it's open is effectively what we would be doing, and looking at the financial dimension of that.
So all of that is, so what you did was we put in place all the necessary things in order for this organization to be successful in their fundraising in order to get this built. Now, moving forward, in order for them to spin away to be their own, do we own the land underneath that? And so essentially, do we own that building and the land?
Yes, I believe that's the case, and others can correct me if any nuance to that.
So obviously that would be taken into factor if they spin off. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Vice Mayor, I see your hand, but you've already spoken. Is it very brief?
Yeah, just a quick response. So there was no timing on this, so the timing of 6 months after it opens, totally acceptable. The point is, we have talked about this over a number of years. Council has never discussed the ongoing subsidy from the general fund. That has changed. It came out in that last report, which was an information item only. And so that's where this motion came from. But there was no timing to do this immediately. So I would be happy to add that this would be after, you know, the museum opens, so we have more data.
Okay. Let's please vote on the motion. Councilmember Cormack.
Wait, sorry, is he amending the motion?
Cody's open to amending it. but
Okay, I was raising my hand to make a friendly amendment then.
I would amend it.
Return with a report or item on the JMZ 6 months after it reopens.
Is that acceptable to the maker and seconder?
Yes.
Okay. I see you nodding, Councilmember Koo.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Councilmember
yes.
Cormack, anything else? Okay. Let's vote. Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois,
Yes.
Councilmember Philsack.
I was about to vote no without the amendment, but I'll vote yes.
I'm in the same place as Councilmember Philsack. I'll vote yes. It's 6 months out. Councilmember Niss,
Still too soon, no.
Councilmember Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
I'm with Nis on this.
Okay. Can you just tell me which way you vote? Sorry,
Oh, no.
for the record.
No.
Thank you. Okay, so that passes on a 5-2 vote with Councilmembers Niss and Tanaka voting no. We have one last long-term parking lot item. Councilmember Koo, I believe number 4 is yours. Correct me if I'm wrong. Discussion of price changes and increases for employee permits in all garages and lots in the Cal Ave district to be consistent citywide. That was yours, correct?
I don't remember it to be mine. I'm so sorry.
Can staff jog our memories?
Do you remember?
I seem to remember this being you, but let's get some confirmation.
That looks like I was hoping Kylie would have that information handy. Do not.
If somebody else would like to run with it though and make a motion around this and some of our parking
I
stuff.
think it was yours, Lydia.
Okay, well, if that's, okay, sure. Then I would like to move that staff come back with a discussion of the price changes and increases for employee permits so that it's consistent throughout the city for all garages and lot in California Avenue.
Okay, so there is a, do you mean all garages and lots in Cal Ave or citywide?
Citywide.
Okay, so there is a motion by Councilmember Koo to return with a discussion of price changes or increases for employee permits to make garages and lots consistent citywide. Is there a second for that? Let's just see if there's a second, and then I see the city manager. Mr. City Manager, why don't you jump in and we'll see if there's a second.
I just want to clarify that in this particular case, we have an assignment or just basically the necessity with the opening of the new garage to set pricing on that new garage. So it'll provide an opportunity for the council to discuss this in either case.
So you don't need the motion then?
I was trying to be polite and not say that, but yes, that's true. I think that's accurate. Clarity is necessary. Thank you. Appreciate it.
It's 9:45. You got.
Yeah, if that's.
I was just saying.
Go ahead.
No, it's your floor, Lydia. Sorry for jumping in.
No, I was just going to say that if the city manager says that this is already part of exploring all the different permits, since California Avenue is something that that he has to come up with the pricing, so then I'll withdraw. When do you expect it to come back, though?
Before the garage opens.
Which is sometime next year, right?
This fall, actually this fall. And well, again, I think Director Eggleston said that that's still in discussion, but the latest date I've heard is September, October.
Okay, I withdraw it.
Thank you, Councilmember Koo. It's relatively soon. We'll get to see that anyways. Okay, that finishes up our long-term parking lot, if I'm correct. There was nothing else in there, correct, staff?
Mr. Mayor, if I could just clarify on an earlier item that got raised tonight for the first time having to do with the Percent for Art program. We have had some discussion about it just over the last hour, and we will consider that also a long-term parking lot item that we'd come back in the after the break. I think the council is going to need some information about the status of that program and the various public and private projects, what the pipeline looks like. There are some city staff resources that are funded through the program. So I think that there needs to be a full noticed discussion about that before we could actually have enough policy direction to bring back an ordinance that would suspend it. So that would be the way we would plan to proceed. So just wanted to clarify that to council.
I think from our discussion, but I'll look to the maker, that's fine. Okay, now I see the Vice Mayor nodding. Thank you, Molly, very much. Okay, so we have 2 items left. One is the ordinance of a council pay waiver, and the other is the direction for adopted budget, the attachments, the actions we've taken, the muni fee schedule, the tables of organization, and a revised capital improvement plan. Let's start with the council pay waiver. I know staff has discussed this very briefly. I hope this isn't contentious. Councilmember Cormack, I am open to motions and questions, whatever.
I'd like to move that we adopt the ordinance amending section 2.0.360 to allow council members a salary waiver option.
I will second that. Do you want to speak to your motion?
I think that this is a technicality that allows us to participate in the same way that many of our employees are participating, should we wish to do so.
Just speaking to my second, exactly the same technicalities. If you want to refuse or donate your salary to the city, you should be allowed to do so as a council member. So seems reasonable. Any questions from colleagues, or can we just vote on this?
Could I have one?
Remember, the papers are going to come after you if you vote against this, Liz. So be careful what you say.
I want to know if this is this necessary? Do we have to get a waiver to not take a?
It turns out you do. It's not because you're entitled to receive your stipend. The city's not authorized to simply not provide it. It has to actually be donated back, which is a complicated process. Whereas with this ordinance amendment in place, it would be a simple matter of simply informing ASD that you wish to waive your salary.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, staff, very much for bringing this forward. Let's just vote. Councilmember Cormack?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois?
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth?
Yes.
All vote yes. Councilmember Niss?
Yes.
Councilmember Koo?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes.
Great, thank you. We now move on to the final item of the night, our general recommended action. This is page 28 of the staff presentation. And for efficiency's sake, I'm just going to move the staff recommendation on there, inclusive of the changes we've made. And if we can just give it a minute. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. And let's just see it up there. So what this does is direction on the use of the remaining fund balance in the city's $839,000. We've done that. We are recommending that staff return with amendments by the actions outlined in attachment A, exhibits 1 and 2. Recommend that staff return with formal adoption of the FY21 Muni fee schedule. Recommend that staff return with a formal adoption of the table of organization in the proposed operating budget as amended above. And recommend staff return with a formal approval of an FY21 to 25 capital improvement plan as revised through attachment A, exhibit 2. I'm going to want staff just to chime in here and just make sure we've got this all right. This is essentially formal direction to staff to take all of the work we've done over many weeks and days, package it into a operating budget and a capital budget. Given all the changes we've made to both of those budgets, some of the rebalancing strategies, some of the new policies, some of the eliminated programs and positions for us to evaluate and ideally adopt on June 22nd. Not much else to say on this one. Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I think we did some good work. It took a lot of time. It's very unusual circumstance this year. I do have one question I wanted to go back to. I asked earlier on tonight about the reappropriations report, and I didn't get an answer. I think they were looking it up. But during one of the breaks, I emailed collating sample from last year. I just wondered, are we going to get get something that breaks down the 88 million reappropriations?
I am just seeing your email, so let me look at what you're reviewing. Oh, all right. That reappropriation request is something that is done in the fall when there's a final true up, that list that you're referring to, when there's a final true up of all the projects. So this is the fourth tranche, frankly, of reappropriations at the end of the year. So this isn't the same as the 88 million that you were referring to.
Okay.
Staff can provide a list of the 88 as an attachment to, I'm trying to think, another staff report, but it's in the proposed budget, but it's not consolidated, to your point, in a cohesive list like this.
Okay. I mean, again, I'm not trying to create work for you. I think it's a big amount. Do you think it's something you could do easily when you come back on the 22nd?
It'll be an information attachment.
Yeah, that would be fine. I think it would be useful. And if it is a lot of work, it would be fine if it came back in like in August or something too, but I'd like to see it at some point.
Yeah, I think I appreciate that flexibility, Vice Mayor. I do know that this is one of those, you take a first estimate at it at some point in the early spring, you do another estimate as we just did, or a month or so ago, and there will be, it leads to the actual reconciliation, which is the reappropriations report that is after the fiscal year closes. So I think, I'm not sure that we're planning to do another estimate prior to that reappropriation report that you referred to. So let's perhaps see what we can pull together, because the numbers otherwise would maybe the same as what we've already provided, but maybe it's just how it's packaged.
Yeah, again, the issue is a very complicated budget, a lot of different reports, and the idea that we're probably going to come back in September and maybe again 3 months later with budget adjustments. So I think it'd really help the council to understand, you know, there's a lot of money that we're just rolling over from year to year. And if we do get in a situation where we need to look for more money, I think it'd be useful to see that. So again, if you guys could just take that and think about it, put it in motion. But again, thanks all the staff that's been on here for 32 hours or more now. It's been, I really do appreciate it. You guys have answered a lot of detailed questions. And I want to thank all my colleagues as well. I think you guys all worked really hard. Everybody's heart was in the right place. And I think at the end of the day, we actually did strike a pretty good balance. So thanks everybody.
Hear, hear. Councilmember Cormack.
I just wanted to take a moment to reflect on how extraordinary this process has been. I mentioned this to the Utilities Advisory Commission last week. You know, especially in the utilities, we have a long time horizon, and we in Palo Alto are used to being extraordinarily detailed, right, about things. And we've had things change 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times over the space of a month or two. And I know sometimes it's been hard for us and or the members of the public to keep up. But I think the staff has done what Councilmember Filseth over the weekend called a Herculean task. I'm glad it was not Sisyphean, and we actually are getting to the top of the hill. And it's a different mode of working, to be this flexible and for people to spend time adjusting. We're not used to it. We're used to sort of dropping, like, here's this big perfect thing, and then we talk about it. And while I know it's been uncomfortable for some of us, I think we've really gotten to a good place given what a difficult time this is. So I just wanted to say that to the community, to the staff, and to ourselves. I know there was a bit of a struggle there on day 2 of 3 of the Zoom marathon a few weeks ago.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yeah, I pretty much wanted to do the same thing, which was thank everybody involved in this for having done this. Certainly the council, the community, which has put up with a a lot of anxiety and in a very very difficult situation, and lots of unknowns, and and so thanks for bearing with us on all this, and then especially the staff who put there's really an unprecedented situation, and staff put an unbelievable effort into this, and I think did as good a job as it's possible to do, and so very much appreciated. Thanks for the ability to work with all you folks on this, and this isn't anything that anybody likes to do, but I think that it had to be done, and I think we've got to a workable place here. Okay.
Councilmember Niss.
I was just tallying up the amount of time we spend on it. I think 30 hours in meetings just over the last couple of weeks, which is I would say Herculean, as you said, Eric, but also is astonishingly amazing that we actually have it in the shape that it's in tonight. A special thanks, as many of you have already said, to staff. Ed, I think you've worked around the clock, I'm pretty sure. I think Kylie, you may have as well. And Molly, I'm so glad you're there in the background. I know everyone has been on their toes all the time, which has been fabulous. But I hope there's never going to be another year like this, another year where you realize we haven't seen each other since March 16th. Literally, maybe some of you have seen each other. I haven't seen any of you that I can think of. And I think that's pretty amazing that you haven't seen these people, even from a distance. And I think that I feel like I've seen all of you, but I know I haven't. So thank you to staff in particular, but also to all my colleagues who have hung in there for all this time with so many questions, such an interest level, and passing a budget in the time of COVID is not an easy thing to do. So I'd say congratulations, everybody.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, just want to give my thanks to the community, staff, and my colleagues. Can I share my screen? Can staff give me permission? Okay, thank you. So I've been looking at the list of employees, and it was a pretty big list. And you look at this section here, which is the management part. So it goes on and on and on and on. And we've talked about this. I think other council members have talked about this as well. And when you do the math, it's pretty astounding that basically 1 out of 5, about 20% of our of the employees are managers, right? And so I guess my point of this, and I can share this with you guys if you're interested, but the point of this is that we're making some very deep cuts in this budget, and it would seem that it would behoove us to understand, is there structural changes we can make to move some of the dollars we're having on the management side to more of the people doing the work. And so I guess what I'm interested in, and let me stop sharing the screen so we get the motion back on, is if we can, as part of this motion, and hopefully this would be a friendly amendment, to include, because this was just a very superficial download the spreadsheet from the website, look at who's in management, and then calculate what percentage is in management. But a 1 to 4 span of control is very unusual. It's a very low span of control versus what's typical in most other places, which is 1 to 8 or at maybe worth 1 to 7. And I would really, I think, and I've seen a lot of community members who've written in about this, and I've had a lot of office hours on this topic as well. And I actually talked to a organizational design expert. She actually charges tons of money to analyze organizations. And this is one of the things she also mentioned to me on Sunday as well. And so, in the times when we're going to more self-managed teams, when you know, pretty much most organization is like 1 to 8. That's the average. And I asked her, she actually did some consulting with the city and county of San Francisco. And she even mentioned there that it seemed like they had a much wider or a higher span of control than we have in our city. And I think when we look at this budget, I think it's important to actually understand what is that really? Because I hear different conflicting numbers. Of course, what we're looking at here is not a detailed org chart, it's just a download of a spreadsheet with who is in the management unit. So as a friendly amendment, I guess this would be like E, would be to, for staff to report out what is the true span of control within the city. And I think that should be fairly easy because they already have the org charts. It's not exposed to the public. The org charts you have in the budget report are abstracted, so you can't really tell what it is. All we can do is look at the spreadsheet. And I think this would help put community members at ease in terms of the concern about, well, gee, it seems like a lot of managers for not that many employees. So anyways, I'm hoping that the maker and the seconder would accept this, and I think this would help give more transparency to the community and help us make better decisions.
So, Councilmember Tanaka, I'm going to refuse that for a few reasons. One, we've been through this all, and I don't know how that information would help us with a final budget adoption in June, given that we've gone through every single department and every line and every position. And two, as staff has repeatedly responded to this question, many of those folks who have the title managers are not people managers. They are managing contracts or programs. And so I'm not going to accept it. Mr. Vice Mayor?
I think you said it well. I mean, we've sat through, I think, what were maybe a nugget of good ideas, but really more campaign pitches than serious ideas. And I just think we're at the end of this process, Greg, and we need to move forward.
So that amendment is not accepted.
Okay. And I can't support this budget.
Okay, just a reminder, this is actually not the budget. This is direction to queue up the final budget, which we'll have a vote on come June. Councilmember Koo, I think you were the last one that hasn't spoken.
So ditto to what everybody else said about thanking staff for all the work they did, the nights up. I'm sure on the 12th and the 13th, many staff members stayed up all night getting the 13th items out to all of us. And so I just want to say thank you very much for all of that. It's quite a job. I think one of the things that kind of causes me to have pause is that the city had done a survey of their own, and of course I did my own survey, and both came out showing that, you know, we should be focusing on how to ensure the community continues with their services and programs, which is important to them, rather than go forward with some of their infrastructure projects. And, you know, at the same time, I also spoke earlier on how the framework about the amounts that are available was framed very, very strictly about what is available. And there's no going back and looking at where else there is funding, especially on some of the capital improvement projects that can be deferred. And I do want to make sure that I emphasize capital improvement projects, when we say they're deferred, it's not canceled. I know that there was a distinction about going in 5 years, but it can always be kept on the book based on council direction. And at this point, you know, this process needs to be a little bit better in terms of not framing it so strictly. But otherwise, you know, I don't want to take it away from everybody who had worked so hard on this, and just want to say thank you.
Okay, let's please vote on this motion. Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
Myself is a yes. Councilmember Niss.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Okay, that passes on a 6-1 vote with Councilmember Tanaka voting no. Echoing everyone, thank you very much to staff, to our community, and to you all for all the work on this. It will come back to us on June 22nd for a proposed final adoption. Just going back to the agenda, there are no council member comments tonight since it's a special meeting. So our next item is an adjournment. As I mentioned at the beginning, yesterday was Memorial Day, so even though we're a day late, I would like to adjourn our meeting in honor of all those men and women who have given their lives in service to the freedom and security and peace of this country. So may their memory be a blessing. And thank you all so much. And I hope you all have a great night, and we'll see you in a week, I guess, huh?
Good job, Adrian.
Thank you, everybody. All right.
Nicely done.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good one. Cheers. Bye.
Enjoy the rest of your vacation.
I will try.